catching diamonds in the rain, letting precious water.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. This is the final day for European League play, now into the regional championships. 10 teams made it through league play, but only 6 to today, and only 1 will be champion. I'm your host, Brody Leaf Exmore, and let's talk about those 6 teams that made it to today. The regional championships for Europe include Team Reciprocity, Mousesports, Dignitas, Veloce, and Barcelona. Reminder, this is a page playoff system. Team Reciprocity and Mousesports have that extra life. If they lose that series, they'll drop down. They're still in the tournament, but for everyone else, you lose and you are done. But we're going to get a pre-show underway and to talk about these matches that are upcoming. Alongside me, it's going to be Gibbs, Shogun, and Johnny Boy. Gibbs, one final day for Europe.
Here we go. I'm excited. We saw for North America a lot of sweeps or a lot of 4-1s. That generally never happens in Europe. Europe games are always incredibly close. We clearly have our top 6 teams made the playoffs, and now it comes down to, can anyone dethrone Vitality, really? Like, obviously, Reciprocity, the former champs, but Vitality looks so strong right now. Like, I just want to see all their matches.
Yeah, Shogun, that's a real good question. Can anybody dethrone Vitality? Do you think so?
I think we definitely have a little bit of a pecking order when it comes to Europe right now, and the league play definitely shows exactly what that order is. So anybody winning that isn't named Vitality would certainly be a little bit of a surprise, but we got that last season. It's going to be about who shows up today.
And Johnny Boy, I'm excited to have you here. And of course, you both the EU boys, Shogun and yourself, for this final European day. Are you excited to see these teams finally duke it out? You think, again, Vitality's that top dog?
Oh yeah, I think Vitality are clearly the top team right now. They're the people, or they're the team that everybody's gunning for. But it's going to be an interesting race for second place as well. And every spot, because it does really make a big difference to the prize money. The further down the placement you end up. So I'm really excited for every single match that we're going to see today.
Speaking of prize money, there's a lot more being injected into the scene. I must remind you, if you guys weren't here yesterday for the pre-show, you missed the announcement for the Rocket League Spring Series. It is a series of 4 regional events. 4 teams from each region will be making it in. Of course, the top 4 for today for Europe will make it to the European region Spring Series with $350,000 across all the different regions. There are open qualifiers, so make sure you guys are getting your teams together for this. It's going to be exciting. Gibbs, how's exactly it going to break down?
Yeah, it's going to be great. 4 teams, obviously, they guaranteed today or for like all the regions from those top 4 spots, but then the 4 teams from the open qualifiers. 8 teams, a full weekend of Rocket League action. It's going to be so much fun to see how it all plays out. A lot of money on the line. $125,000 for NA in Europe, $50 for Sam and OC.
And Shogun, you excited for this? I mean, it's nice to see, again, every region having something to look forward to in the spring.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to get just more Rocket League is always a very nice thing, but just to have sort of the open qualifier is actually one of the things that I'm going to look forward to most here, because we've seen how open qualifiers and especially Europe tend to go along very, very interestingly. We've had them obviously for the Dream Hacks, where sometimes those have been, just as entertaining as the main event themselves. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing not just who performs during those weekends, but who can even make it to those weekends.
Yeah, and on top of the open qualifiers, who's going to get top 4 today to lock in those spots? Yeah. It's really putting more importance on those 3rd and 4th positions in today's broadcast.
It is, but either way, it's exciting in place of Worlds to be able to have some more Rocket League, and especially for me, I'm excited that it's an open qualifier, so we can see some more teams potentially surprise us. That's what was great about a lot of those Dream Hacks is that, you know, we see some teams just have that opportunity to just show up on any given day, plow through people. I mean, we saw that happen, of course, with the Knights. So I'm excited to see some other teams maybe show up. So again, as I said, get your teams together. Those qualifiers will be happening in the next little bit. But we do have to talk about the European region right now because we are not done with it. So let's get on with our pre-show with the regionals here. Let's talk about last week because it's still relevant to this week. We saw Scrub kill it out of Mouse and Arju taking that place. Let's talk about their match against Endpoint because Arju definitely came in and had fun with the match and surprised Gibbs. This looked like, you know, it was just the season of subs, and Arju continued to deliver on that.
So this whole day, you have to credit Speed early on versus Endpoint because he had probably one of the best showings he's ever had for the RLCS, and that kind of allowed like Arju to kind of calm down and get those nerves out versus Endpoint. Then when they go up against Barça later, like it was the Arju show. He was showing up. He looked RLCS caliber, and Mousesports, they have to replace Scrub, but they pull out the 2-0 week to guarantee a top 4 spot. So now they have 2 lives for today.
And for you, Shogun, like how do you feel about the Mouse now going into this weekend with Arju? I mean, we got to see him play a little bit last week. Is this a team that can continue to compete in this top 6, or is this kind of a bad sign for them losing? Obviously, losing Scrub is generally not a good thing, but how do you think they're going to fare now with Arju?
I feel like I've seen this roster do this before back in WSOE, where they had roster moves that they had to make. They brought on Speed as a sub, and they went on to win the entire thing. Now Speed and Cooks here have the opportunity to do the exact same thing for Arju. I would not mind seeing a repeat.
And Johnny boy, how are you feeling about this? What do you want Arju to do on the field? How do you want to see this team structured and situated as they play their matches today?
I think today they just have to play their game. They just need to do exactly what they did in the last week of league play. The difficult thing for Arju was obviously going to be consistency because unlike the other substitutes who've made an appearance this season, he had to play 2 whole series, and both of them were impressive in my opinion, but the second one more so from him in particular. So I'm not too worried about them as a playoff team. I think they're going to be more than capable of putting in a good show for top 4, but it will be tough because they've got Barcelona, they've got Veloce, coming in 5th, 6th. They've got to finish at least ahead of one of those teams. That's not easy.
Now, I want to spend some time to talk about another series that happened last week because both these teams are here today, Reciprocity and Dig. Reciprocity, though, has been having a bit of I guess, laid-back season, it seems, while Dignitas warms up a lot, but then they take down Dig. So for us, this was a large upset, despite the fact that a lot of people had Reciprocity as one of the best teams in Europe, Gibbs. So are we going to continue to see Reciprocity on that rise today, or do we feel like they're still a little bit stagnant from what we expect?
Like, I think it's a little bit of a mixture. Like, I think any of these teams in this regional championship have a chance to win it all. But for Reciprocity, that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted to clinch top 4 on their own versus Dignitas, who now, if they beat Mousesports, they get to play once again. Like, I feel like Dignitas, these last few weeks, like after going up 2-0 versus Vitality, they haven't been the same team since, and they've been reeling a bit, and they're coming back down to the field. We thought there was a huge gap from the top 2 and then everyone else in Europe. And now it's looking like it's just Vitality, and Dignitas is going back down to the field where Reciprocity, they are a quality team. The pros ranked them number 1 when we began the season. They haven't shown it, but last week we started to see glimpses of it, and they can make a run here.
And Johnny, in that series, I mean, I feel like for most people, it's, Renault, Vitality, and Dignitas at the top, and now Reciprocity taking Dig down. Is this an omen of Dignitas maybe leveling up, or people starting to figure out the passing plays, especially? I mean, it was a game 5, but, is this a bad sign that, they lost Reciprocity?
I think it definitely is. They would have much rather finish off their season on a high note and keep the pressure of Vitality for that number 1 spot, but it wasn't meant to be. I do have some concern with Dignitas finishing top 2 today, just because, like Gibbs said, they may have to play against Reciprocity again, and Reciprocity have shown, just like Dignitas have in the past, that they are a pretty good playoff team online. So it's not going to be easy for Dignitas to secure that top 2 like we thought it might be a couple of weeks ago.
Shogun, do you agree with that sentiment, or do you think Dignitas can shake off that loss last week and just move on?
I think for Dignitas, they haven't quite looked the same. I mean, the loss that they had against Vitality was a hard read. They were downloaded in that series where everything they attempted was just completely nullified every time they went for it. But to say Reciprocity is the team that is going to overtake them is hard to really fully go with because we don't know what we're getting from Reciprocity. We've seen them win a regionals and then just drop completely out at the World Championship. So I don't know. Reciprocity could be anywhere from second to sixth in Europe right now, and we don't know what we're going to see today.
Well, the next bit of agenda that we have to get to today is a very important bit. This is our MVP award for Europe. This is a player that's just been phenomenal throughout the entire season and been a catalyst for success for their team. And I'm happy to announce that for Europe, Astral will be your European MVP. And just to get some more thoughts about his journey, I got to sit down with him yesterday, so let's take a listen. And now to join me on the line to talk about the journey is the European MVP, the mechanical madman from Dignitas. It's Astral. Congratulations on getting MVP of Europe, man. How does it feel to get this, man? 2 seasons in, and you get the MVP. Just talk to me about your journey.
Oh, it's incredible. I was not expecting it. It feels amazing. Being MVP of the season, being part of the best player in the Europe.
So talk to me now about again 2 seasons in. This is a very fast time to get the MVP. You've grown a lot over that time, and we've seen that grow with your team, fit in really well. What things have you worked on and succeeded at? Because you've succeeded at a lot now.
First season I was more like a solo player in the team, and we kind of work on the team plays for this season, and it worked really well as you can see. And yeah, I work on more on my mechanics, of course. Always have a better one. It's better. And yeah, team plays. Trying to work more as a team, like I said. Being more in defense too, because I was a lot of an attacker, we can say. So yeah, more defense and team play.
You're absolutely right. It has been working out for you. Now, just outside yourself too, there's a lot of good players. Who would you like to give a shout out to for that MVP runner-up?
Mm. For me, Fairy Peak. He played incredible
Yeah.
all season. I feel like it's probably his best season, like himself, like alone. There's not a single game where you can't say like, Fairy Peak didn't play that good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one. Let's talk about the actual matches coming up here. Obviously, you have to play the winner of Reciprocity or Mouse. Who do you think it's going to be, and who would you rather it be?
For me, I think it's gonna be Reciprocity because Mouse is playing with a sub, so I feel like it's gonna be difficult. But maybe the upset can come. We will see. But of course, I prefer playing Mouse because they, like I said, play with a sub, so maybe easier. But I feel like we're
That's
gonna
right.
play
I mean,
Reciprocity.
can't blame you on that one. Anyways, just as we get to the end of the season, it's been phenomenal for you. But obviously, you have a lot of support and people behind you that help you grow and get to this point. I want to give you a second now, just as a last chance to talk to you, the spotlight to just give shout outs to friends, family, and teammates.
Just gonna say a shout out to my family. This season they started to watch my games, following my career, and yeah, it's incredible having the support of all the fans. And don't forget, stay safe, stay at home, and yeah, just watch Rocket League.
Just watch Rocket League. No wiser words have ever been said. Congratulations again, Astral, on getting the European MVP. Thanks for chatting.
No problem. Thank you.
That was Astral again, your European MVP. And Shogun, I feel like I mentioned it there and I asked him about it, but the growth we've seen from this player has been insane, from just being mechanical prowess to also fitting in really well with a team that does so good with team passes.
I mean, we've mentioned it before on the broadcast how Astral had the hardest job in all of Rocket League to take over Turbo Pulsar, the most decorated player in Rocket League history on this roster. And I think any of us that have sort of, streamed or anything like that are always inundated with questions of why Astral? He's a great mechanical player, but that's all he's going to be. He's going to be too selfish, too greedy for Dignitas. And if you showed him or told anyone these days, oh yeah, Astral's selfish and greedy on the RLCS field, they would laugh in your face if you even dared imply it anymore. He has just been phenomenal. He continues to grow. And I think that this award is a great way to cap off what has been his growth from incredible online ranked warrior to just one of the best players in the RLCS.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can call Azrael a greedy player, especially this season. Such an
Yeah.
assist-focused guy. But I really love that he brought up Fairy Peak as well when you're interviewing him, Leaf. He
Hmm.
did say that Fairy Peak hasn't really had a bad game or a bad season. I think that's a perfect description of what Fairy Peak has done. And there, you could make a really good case for Fairy being the season's MVP. I think it was extremely close between himself
Hmm.
and Azrael, but the fact that K-Dop is also in the conversation in third, that's something that takes away from Fairy Peak's claim to MVP because Azrael's just single-handedly dominating on Dignitas, and then on the other top team, Vitality, they've got just everybody performing well every single week.
And then, of course, Dignitas, they went 4-2 in game fives. Astral was huge in a lot of those game fives. In the clutch moments, he came out, he shined. We talk about the passing game of Dignitas, but it's because of the mechanical plays by Astral that everyone has to pause for a second and not go for the intercept right away because you don't know how he's going to pass the ball. So you know that he will pass the ball. It's just, is he going to do it with a flip reset? Is he going to do it with some crazy wave dash? That's what makes Astral so good. His vision on the field is sublime. And then, of course, Fairy Peak, huge shout out for him. One of the most incredible stats, him and TSM played the same exact amount of games. He scored one less goal than all of TSM this season. That's how good Fairy Peak was as well.
Yeah, no, it's been phenomenal watching both of those teams, and I think that's why for this next segment, which will be our predictions, we're all pretty much on board with the same stuff. Before that, though, I want to show you guys what these teams are fighting for as we look at the prize pool. Because there is no World Championship, the prize pool, as some of the prize pools have been moved into the regional championship, $100,000 added extra in here, Gibbs. So they're fighting for more than just being the regional champs. There's extra money on the line.
Yeah, so top four, you see the prize pool just skyrocket. Fifth and sixth basically get nothing, and then it just skyrockets. But not only on top of that, you're playing for $70,000 in first, but those top four spots will then be guaranteed money in the $125,000 spring series. So you're just making money on top of money as long as you place top four. It's so important.
And then we'll just actually look at the predictions here. There's not too much to talk about except for maybe the fact that EU's starting to look pretty predictable, I guess. I mean, Gibbs mentioned before, Johnny, that we've seen all the teams going to game fives, or there's never sweeps happening in this region, yet for some reason we're still really all on the same board. The only one that really is set out here, of course, is that you have Reciprocity coming in second over Dignitas, and I'm wondering why you have that.
Yeah, I just think Reciprocity will have a good chance of replicating what they did last week of league play and beating Dignitas for that second place. I just think that they'll win that matchup, simple as that. But I, of course, still think Vitality will beat whoever reaches the final. I was really curious to see as well Shogun's vote for Mouse making top four. That's, I think, huge. I think a really crazy prediction, and it will be really impressive if he gets that one right.
I mean, the only thing crazy about it is that I didn't have them going on to win the whole thing. We should have learnt by now. Subs will not be beaten this season. If anything, they're likely to go 7-0, have the perfect season overall.
See, to me, the question is, how many games will Vitality lose today? Like, it's not about will they win or not, because I think all of us have Vitality. It's how badly will they win it. Now, of course, I'm saying this now so people can clip this out, and then when Vitality lose, they can shove it in my face. But Vitality looks like they are outclassing the rest of Europe right now. All three players playing insane, and that's probably why Fairy Peak and K-Dop didn't win the MVP, because all three players are so valuable to this team. Like, Alpha has made Fairy Peak and K-Dop have some of the best play we've seen from them because of the vision from Alpha. So all three players, number one offense by far, they are just dominating right now.
Yeah, Shogun, I feel like at the beginning there, some people were hesitant whether Alpha was going to be the right player for them, but I feel like those doubts have just been smushed and shoved into the ground, buried, and never to be brought back to life, because this team is looking absolutely phenomenal right now. And for you, does anyone even come close? Like, can Dig even get close to them?
Dig would have been my best shout, but seeing how they ended up losing that series, it hurts so much. Like I said, it was domination for like 3 games straight. The worst thing about playing Vitality is that their only loss came to Singularity, and Singularity aren't here today. So none of the teams that are taking them on have managed to have their number. The only times that we've seen Vitality even play even close to poor was towards the beginning of the season, and that was when Alpha was still trying to click. Now that he is clicking, it is a 3-headed Hydra that you are going to have a real tough time to take down.
Well, let's get into talking about our matches that we're going to see here today. Our second match of the day, we'll start talking about that one. Veloce versus Barça. Now, last time they faced off, this one went really close, but Barça seems to have been struggling a lot more recently. John, I'm going to let you start us off on this one. Is Barça going to be able to bounce back, or is Veloce too strong? Because they've also made some changes, but those changes have been looking really good for Veloce.
I think Veloce are the favorites in this one, not just because of the standings that they finished.
Dude, I think we lost
Oh,
Johnny.
I think I just pulled Gibbs.
Yeah,
My mistake.
Everything once.
But
I've done it more than Gibbs, and it's still
I
called
didn't really
Gibbs.
say much, so you didn't miss anything. But I do think Veloce are the favorites for this one. I think that they're gonna get revenge because they already got revenge. They beat Barcelona in the European Invitational since their league play loss. I expect a repeat of that in the playoffs today.
Gibbs, I'll let you clap back at him real quick, and then you can talk about the match here. Barca, like they're just not feeling like what they potentially could be.
Yeah, like it seems like Barca for the first 2 or 3 weeks, everyone's really high on them. They had that great defensive showing versus Reciprocity, but ever since then, they just can't control the ball, and they are just getting outshot by not only the teams in the playoffs, but teams like TSM, teams like Monaco, teams that they should beat. They've just been on a downward spiral, like after maybe week 2 or week 3, and everyone kept holding them up pretty high, but we just got to read what's happened like throughout this last month. It's not been good for Barca. So Veloce, huge favorites here. Plus, I think Veloce is just the better team, probably top 3. Like, I would love to see them play Rec, which we might not see today. But it's mostly because of that Barca loss back in week 1 is the reason why they're down here for the 5th, 6th game.
Shogun, I don't know if you'll agree with me with sentiment, but at the beginning, Veloce was a little bit, I guess, say tiresome to watch. You know, they were efficient, they got the job done, but there was nothing really spectacular about the play. You know, we weren't seeing any crazy pop-offs. It was just get the job done, punish people's mistakes, get out. But lately, they've been moving Casio upfield, and it's gotten a lot more exciting. And personally, and again, I don't know about you, I've begun to really, really enjoy watching Veloce.
I think Veloce's way that they've progressed recently, and I actually agree with you 100% on what you said, because we brought this up last week, where they fundamentally are probably the second best team in Europe in terms of just doing the basics right, only behind Vitality in that case. But, you know, you need that little bit of flash in the RLCS. We've had plenty of teams come through that play defense first. That takes you only so far. They've got to keep adding to this gameplay style if they want to go ahead and win championships, because defense hasn't won championships back since like season 3. So yes, they do need to keep adding this. They need to go even further beyond what they've got right now.
Let's talk about our first match as we get closer and closer to kickoff to starting our European Regional Championships, Reciprocity versus Mousesports. And just a reminder, Mousesports, is what we were talking about before, has lost Scrubkilla, and now Arju is in place for that. But Arju performed pretty well for Mousesports last week when we saw him. The question is, though, can he step it up, especially with a Reciprocity that's starting to look hotter? Reciprocity even taking down Dignitas, who looks like one of the best teams in the European region right now. So Mousesports definitely has an uphill battle here, Gibbs. And I'm wondering if Arju has any chance to stand up against the giants of Reciprocity, or if that sub power is going to be too strong for Reciprocity to overcome here.
There's always a chance when we're talking about European Rocket League, and that's why we love to watch it. But when we talk about Mouse, their schedule in the final week was a lot easier than what they have today. They played Endpoint, a team not in the playoffs, going to the promotion tournament, and then they played a Barça team that has looked pretty poor for the last few weeks. So now you got to play Reciprocity, where it seems like all 3 players are beginning to click. They just beat Dignitas, a top 2 team in Europe. This is a tough test. And then the pressure on top of everything. Last week, there really was no pressure on Arju because they were into the regional championships no matter what. Now it means everything. We'll see if he can handle that.
And for you, Johnny, I mean, is this just a set in stone match, or what? I was asking about this before, but what's Mousesports going to have to do here to shut down Reciprocity? What's the game plan to stop them?
I think it's all about aggression. Shogun is alluding to earlier. You know, you don't win games with only defense. You got to defend well in Rocket League, but you also have to, put some pressure on the opposition. And the fact that Reciprocity are playing against a substitute version of Mouse, who's now obviously just moved into the starter position, Arju,
Yeah.
that's maybe going to be a potential mental thing for them to struggle with. If they go down in that series, will they start to doubt themselves and start to start to worry that they're not just losing to Mouse, they're losing to the Arju
Mhm.
edition of Mouse. So they've got to get a good start, I think, Mouse today, if they're going to have a chance.
Well, we're going to get into that match in just about 5 minutes as we got players on the field. And during that time, make sure you guys get online onto Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. We want to know how hype you are. But now it is time for the final day of European gameplay. European Rocket League is about to start with the regionals, so let's get into it.
Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
Maybe feelings change, I can remember all the reasons why we've been separate ways. Feeling all alone in your company, keeping you captive in busy chains.
We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Tomorrow we build, depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will, though, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will, though. Give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RLCS. Of course, I'm Cheese, and we are going to get into our first match in just a moment. But before we do that, I'm going to take a little extra time here and take a closer look at Arju's performance last week and to try and give you guys an idea of what I think he's brought to this Mousesports table. So let's go ahead and get into the first clip. Starting off, Arju is rotating out of endpoint's net and notices that how he approaches this shot off of the poor clear, because he's got to figure out, all right, Relating Wave and Virtuoso, maybe they get a little antsy, and that's that calm, cool, collected approach that bodes well for him. And he's showing he's really thinking about how he handles touches and where he's going to go with the ball. So here he notices maybe Cooksier wins this challenge, sees Speed over on the right-hand side for just a moment, rotates early to make sure he gets the ball all the way around Nachitao, and that vision and that awareness is an incredibly valuable thing to have in the RLCS, because you don't just want to force a challenge. Capitalizes on the potentially poor clear. Again, Endpoint makes the stop, but that's all right. Another big clear for Endpoint. He says, that ball's actually a little too far away from them. I have time to grab this boost, which is, again, the correct play because it allows Cooksier and Speed time to get back onto defense and get set. So now he's demoed, but Respawn, take stock of the situation. Maybe Cooksier wins this ball. I'm going to edge up and see if I can chase the ball down. Relating Wave makes the big play. No problem. He's got the mechanics as well. Lands perfectly in the net, comes off the back of the goal to make the great save, keeps the rotation going with no boost. You can never pull off there. You have to keep the pressure on the opposition. You cannot allow them the free space to take that shot. And again, only 12, knows a shot's coming because he understands people are behind him, doesn't panic on the floater over his head. That ball's actually posting out. I checked it on the replay. The guy's calm, cool, collected, under fire on defense, lets that ball go to allow Speed to try and make the better clear. Still, Endpoint keeping the pressure on him, gets the boost stealed, and Relating Wave and Virtuoso finally making the mistake. They can't get the long clear, and Arju has the mechanics to edge up a little forward. It allows him to take some risks, and he's got the ability to behind him to make great touches on the ball and not panic on defense, and takes well-placed shots on offense. And in your debut RLCS game, what more could you ask for? I think the mouse rotation has looked better than it's ever looked all season long than it did with Scrubkilla. So that's been your Get It moment presented by CDW. And Wave, what do you think Arju can do today versus Reciprocity?
I think he can do a lot. Like you said, he fit in very well on this mouse roster. And the question for me with Reciprocity is almost never who they're playing. It's how they play. Reciprocity is a team that beats themselves. They are a team that when they aren't shooting well, they're not gonna play well. If they're shooting well, they're one of the best teams in Europe. And genuinely, I don't know if anything can stop them. So for me, the question with Reciprocity is what do they bring to the pitch? How do they play today? Not how does Mouse respond to them. This is Reciprocity series to lose in my mind, Achieves.
That's understandable. I mean, you make a great point. Reciprocity definitely a team that puts on a lot of pressure, and they do take a lot of shots on goal, and they need to be finding their way into the back, because Mousesports, I thought the defense looked great last week, obviously. Speed, it helps that he had, again, as they said on the desk, one of the greatest showings he's ever had in the RLCS last week as well. And Arju, I think, just facilitated that rotation a little bit better, and the communication felt more understood between all three players. I think they all had a good idea of what's going on. So I think you're right. I think Reciprocity keep the offense going, and to me it's also Reciprocity's match to lose. So that's where I'm thinking this one's going as well. It is curious though, it's not just on Farah for me though. I think Fruity and Chaussette definitely need to pick back up as well.
Yeah, no, it goes for all three of them. We've seen days where Chaussette's just kind of like not quite sure what's happening with him, or where Fruity is like whiffing, just straight up whiffing in the midfield or something like that. Like we've seen mistakes in like series where there's mistakes out of all these rosters. And the thing is like there's not a lot of room for error here. Luckily, they are in this page playoff system. They do have an extra life. If they were to lose this match, they would drop down and face off against the winner of Barcelona versus Veloce. But still, like those are two matches on the same day. Generally, this is kind of a day problem. It seems it's like either they're struggling on this day or they're not. So they have a few. There's also these are best of 7, so they have a little bit longer to get set up, and they can lose a few more games before they're really at that crunch time. But still, yeah, my eyes are on Reciprocity in this match. I'm excited to watch Arju play though. Again, like if you have that's your first week in RLCS, how do you perform in your second week? Yes, the stakes are much higher, but still, I'm excited to see what he does.
And I think you're absolutely right, because let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket here. Mousesports, they got to go through Reciprocity first, then they run into the newly crowned MVP Astral and that Dignitas roster, and no easy roads through. And as they said during the pre-show, Flakes and Barça struggling while Veloce have the strong fundamentals. So very interesting matchups potentially. I mean, you think Mousesports versus Barça or Veloce, you're like, all right, it's going to be a defensive matchup. You're unsure if Mousesports really has that continued offensive presence that they have, and if you get Chaussette and those guys over there against a team like Flakes and Barça or Veloce, then you could have fireworks, you could have nothing. So a lot of crazy things on the potential showings for today. So Arju and his first showing last week, really good. It's actually kind of a little interesting, though, for me on how I think he's going to perform this week, because you get shoved into the starting roster as Arju, right? And you're thinking, man, what's going to happen here? Because you get 1 week of practice, you come out, you play great, solid Rocket League, and now you have to go out here and play week 2. I understand the whole thing. Yes, he had to play 2 series last week, but now you have to play 2 weeks in a row. And I think this is the first realization of Arju. It's like, I have to be that level of perfect all the time. And that realization, I think, is a tough thing to realize, because we even saw Shock talk about it on his Twitter a couple weeks ago. He's like, man, I never understood just how much pressure there is playing in the RLCS. You have to come in, week out, and be top notch all the time. So I am hopeful that Arju delivers another solid performance, but does it happen? Who knows?
Preparing for one day, being like, this day is going to be hard, but I know that within 24 hours it's going to be over, and I'm just going to give it my all. Like, that's one thing. I think most people, when it comes to like building up the gumption to do something, can do it for one day. The idea of making a career out of that level of preparation, a career out of that level of pressure of every single weekend you have to show up and do it again, I think it's genuinely something that people dream about, and then they finally get there and they realize, I don't have what this is. You know, like that is a different level of ish, you know. So I'm excited to see this match get underway. We've got some wonderful teams here, Reciprocity and Mousesports, that have had some roller coastery seasons, have had moments of brilliance and moments of what is happening. So let's see who gets the opportunity to play up against Dignitas in our semifinals. We've got Speed and Company here in the orange, Mouse in the orange, Reciprocity in the blue. A best of 7. All of the matches today, best of 7, so a bit more of a marathon. We just need to see some extreme consistency from these rosters.
All start with, does that Reciprocity offense put the squeeze on that defense? Do they keep things as collected as they did last week?
We have first 30 seconds come and go. Here's Cookser with control. Through the air over the top of one. Now he comes back down, looking to push it underneath Fruity, but Fruity will get it over to the edge. Now Farah up on it. Speed will block him. Looking to set up Arju. Fruity will have other ideas. Gets it out to Farah. Cookser comes over the top of him and puts it to the far side. Now Arju through the air. First time touching the ball this game. And he'll give it to Chaussette in the corner. Now Speed picks it up against Fruity. Airborne over the top of one and onto the backboard. Farah's got it cleared. Here's Arju with a shot blocked by Farah as he came back down. And now into the backfield up against Cookser. Cookser will be able to gain control.
And I think Arju actually made a great touch there. The guy coming off the ceiling there, the odds of him making the block on that ball, slim to none. Arju was just going for the uncontested backboard, gets the bump on Farah, set up for Speed, but too far away. Chaussette comes away with
40 seconds left here in this 4th minute. And Speed in the corner, bounces back out. Here's Arju trying to set up Cookser on the far side. Goes for it himself. And now Chaussette and Farah. Back out, Cookser. High ball. Fruity keeps it that way. Long clear near the ceiling. Gives his team lots of time. The ball doesn't become relevant again until midfield. A miss from Speed will give Farah some control. We'll try to hold on to it and stretch it with all of his boost onto the backboard. Now back out to Chaussette with space. Takes the shot upper 90, blocked by Cookser. And then Arju comes across. Clears Cookser out of the way, but the save was good. Now Arju through the air. To the corner, Chaussette picks it up, gets the dribble on one. Now up against Speed in the backfield, waits for his team to come in for the blocks, is able to muscle it through, but can't quite get it between the posts. And Cookser gets it out to Speed, and now the counterattack from Mouse.
and the right back to him. Farah with a great clear. Now it's Arju 1-on-2, and how about finding a seam there? Fruity makes the stop, but just a small gap there to push that ball past that midfield line, and Mouse worked their way out in 2 touches.
228. Speed. Down to his own corner, picks up his own boost over the top of one. Now up against Fruity, gets it over his hood. Fair in the back will have some space. Cookser able to pick it up on a second touch play. Now Speed to try and stall us in the midfield. Fruity gets 2 defenders to go for it. Arju backs off and Cookser gets a touch, but here's Shaw set to Farah now. The pass is in the midfield, off the backboard. Speed takes his time reading, but there was no pressure. He had time. So clear will be good all the way to the corner. Now Fruity off the top, vertices. Arju nearly bumped by Farah, but he makes contact before the bump happens. Speed back to midfield. Fair over the top of one with 1:47 left to go. Still a scoreless game.
And I like Mouse with Cookser right there, just trying to take that ball out on the dribble. There's the bump, and no, it ricochets off the corner of the goal and pings out. Tough break for Reciprocity.
Cookser takes a shot. No good. Arju now holding on to control in the corner. Got Chaussette in the goal. And he'll move out to take it in the corner now. Speed in his own backfield. Arju rotating on the far side as Chaussette tries to push it through the front line defense. Here comes Fruity to try and take the shot, and Farah was up too far. Chaussette will have to move in. Reciprocity trying to hold on to control. They've had a lot of the control this game, and the ball spent more time in the orange half. Is finally the shot.
Oh
It's
my
off both
God.
posts and out. Farah's follow-up is blocked by Cookser, and Fruity now in the corner will try to get one more set up. Back out to Chaussette, and Speed's got the counter. Reciprocity's got to fall back on the defense quickly as here comes Mouse.
Ooh, and that's a dangerous ball too. Free ball for Speed, and yes, he will turn it in. Speed has been put away Central since last week, and no reason not to continue neither.
Beautiful, beautiful counterattack. They're able to make it happen quickly there. Now with a lead. Can they hold on? Go Fruity through the air. Cookser into an empty backfield. Farah spine in the corner. Got a lot of space. Mouse, the moment they took this lead, backing off, wanting to make sure they hunker down on defense, not make any mistakes against an offense that is third in shooting in Europe. Crossing now. Looking on offense, looking for that equalizer. Fruity's going to chase this, but he's out of boost. Cookser picks it up. Now through 2 into an
get him.
open backfield. It's just all the way in. 2-0 now for Mouse.
So you definitely worked him pretty hard right there. All he did was just notice that Farah kind of got stuck on that sidewall. Chaussette from across the pitch thought maybe Farah still has a chance at that ball, but he just caught one step too far, and Cookser just put it out into the open and won the foot race.
Chaussette actually with an own goal nearly. Farah will get this one away. Man, Reciprocity had moments as the third goal will go in here. Mouse just absolutely tearing it open after that first goal. It was just a simple counterattack, and man, the play from Reciprocity directly before that first goal was strong, was on target, but Cookser is such an effort to get the blocks, and then immediately it gets cleared out the other direction. It was a simple one drive that didn't go. I wouldn't even say Reciprocity made a mistake. It just didn't go their way.
Yeah.
And we see Mouse run away with game number 1.
Didn't go their way twice in a row. I mean, they had one where Chaussette off the inside of the post and it skipped out, and another one it plays a little ping pong between both posts and kicked out. And that's a very irritating way to lose, because right after that post and out, Mousesports had the quick counterattack up the field, and Arju only had 1 assist, but he was definitely instrumental in starting up that counterattack on the first goal that Mouse scored. Just keeping that pressure going and winning that ball in the corner, and then allowed Cookser and Speed to finish the job. But that's an irritating loss in game 1 for Reciprocity. You feel like you had them just dead to rights the entire time, and then the 2 shots that you put on target ping out like that, and it's, salt in the wound when they get the counterattack, and then you're down 2-0 with 12 seconds left. It's just, it's crushing.
Yeah, for sure. No, and only 5 shots here from Reciprocity, which again, a team that is third in their region in just shots overall, total shots per game. So being held here to 5, 3 saves from Fruity, no other stats from this team. Definitely a very quiet game from them. Lots of repositional contact, just trying to figure out like, oh, you take the ball. Oh, let's just put it up here. They're doing less of like intentionally trying to improve their position on the field and more just trying to stop Mouse from improving. So I would love to see them being a little bit more active, taking a little bit more initiative and actually trying to create their own success here as we move into game 2.
And that's not a bad idea. And I think they were satisfied with how the first half of that game played out. I think they just started getting a little frustrated and over-aggressive towards the end of that game and just let it slip away. And we'll see what Reciprocity do here as they reevaluate. And as you said, it is a best of 7. I'm curious, do you think best of 7 favors Mouse or Rec?
I think honestly, best of 7 favors the team that loses game 1. So Reciprocity here, like they have a little bit more breathing room. They are the ones who are, though the wake-up call is going out, they understand, okay, game 1 did not go the way we were hoping. We didn't find any sort of control by a team that had the fear and respect of all the teams in their region. The fact that they weren't able to get a single goal in game number 1 means that they're going to start to reevaluate how they're playing and try to adjust to find just the best win here. So game 1 going to Mouse. I'm looking for Reciprocity to go the distance here to game 7.
Oh, and Shawset actually giving a lot of respect to Cooksier right there. He started leaving because Cooksier angled his car out to try and tip that ball into the middle, and unfortunately for Shawset, Cooksier missed it, but they do earn the ball back.
Rudy with a shot just high of the crossbar. And a counter from Speed out to Arju, beats Shawset. It's going to go into the Reciprocity corner. Rudy now with a loft. Speed and Cookser to fall back. Now Speed with an attempt off the wall. Shawset into counter and keeps it in the corner. Now looking to take control. He's out of boost, but he's got it rolled up the wall. Arju's got the read. The ball is spending so much time in this corner, but it's not really productive for anybody. Here comes Fruity looking for a shot, blocked by 1. Here's Shawset with the follow-up. It's on target, and Cookser's got the save. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's just
trying to take control and get it over to Fruity. Can he keep this drive going? I think this will be the end of that one for now, but man, valiant effort there from Reciprocity.
It was a tough shot for Shawset as well. Had to come all the way around from the opposite side of the ball, and when you're trying to fit that ball into a corner of the goal, it demands some extreme precision. Unfortunately, Shawset just didn't quite have it there, right into the middle, an easy save. There's a demo on the goal line. Cooksier denied. Fair there for it, but Reciprocity, not a lot of boost to their name right now, and they might get stuck here.
2:52. Approaching halftime. Cookser pass back to Speed. The redirect. Oh, it nearly goes in, but Shawset gets just enough of a wheel onto it to get it away. Still scoreless here as we approach halftime. Now Speed through the air. Fruity block 1. Here's Farah. Gets the challenge there as well. Reciprocity playing well on defense. Cooks her over the top of 1, but Shawset will neutralize him and keep him in the midfield. Ooh. Speed now off the ceiling and back down onto his hood. He's neck and neck with Shawset, but is able to dribble it into the corner. Fruity picks it up now. And up against Cookser, it'll pinch back out. Here's Shawset with a lot of boost to work with. Can he get this one on target? Tries to wrap it back around, but Speed will get there anyways. As the Reciprocity still looking for that first goal in this series.
And again, they are indeed a little stuck there. Finally, I think that's the clear that really solidifies the chance for Reciprocity to break out. Shawset had a chance for a solo play, but had a little too much power. Quick transition from Mouse. Fruity missed. Shawset just makes sure. Cooksier with the speed. I mean, this is brick wall here in the midfield line for Mousesports right now. It's tough for Reciprocity to hang on to it.
1:45. Fruity. Shot towards the goal is blocked by Arju. The follow from Shawset also blocked by Arju. He gets 2 saves on 1 drive. Now Speed looking for the counter underneath 1. He's still got a lot of boost here too. He's going to look for the dribbles, but Farah tackles him in the air. Now Arju back down. Shawset pass 2. Cookser pass into Speed. Looking for the infield. Shawset
Nice.
block it at the point of contact. Now Speed round 2 looking for Arju. Not as good of a pass, but draws some defenders out. Farah will be through the air. All the way to the back corner. Reciprocity. The final minute of game number 2. Now starting to knock on the door. Here comes another drive.
Oh. Again, Shawset. I mean, that's the right idea. Rip one towards the goal in the top left. It's just from too far away. Too easy to react from that far for Mousesports.
Speed back down. Shawset rotates away. Now Cookser. Playing it through. Chaussette will get it up here on the side. He's holding on to it by himself.
Oh, man.
Out to Cookser to Arju on the outside. Blocked in front of the goal. Farah back down to Fruity. To the edge. He has a second touch into the corner. Awkward bounce, but Arju reads it well. Chaussette has him read. Now back down. Farah wants to, but the pass just too far in front of him. Now turning, taking control. Shot towards the goal. Speeds up in time and gets it away just barely. Now Fruity in the corner. Can he find Chaussette? No, he's off the backboard and speed was there. 10 seconds left. No goals in game 2. Fruity will leave it. Now Farah looking for the buzzer beater. Pass 2. Looks for the bumps. No, Arju gets in the way, and Cookser will push it right back to his teammate. They'll be able to dribble this one into a corner, kill all of its velocity. It dies overtime in game 2.
Awesome play from Cookser right there at the end. The box Chaussette out, was turning into him to stop Chaussette from getting around that ball and trying to finish the game right there. Misses the pinch as well. Overtime begins with another Mousesports possession.
Fruity looking for the dribble. Arju, all he can do is tuck it back to his corner, and Fruity now looks for the pass across, a pinch pass on the backboard, but the rest of his team hadn't crashed the box. Speed. The touch, Chaussette can handle. Fruity back down, and now Farah redirects to the side. Chaussette with the miss. Now Fruity out of his goal. There's speed off the wall. Fruity's got that. Now Cookser takes a shot. Oh my goodness, so close. Chaussette sends it away. And now Speed looking for the setup, maybe looking for the dish himself. Can't quite get it around and in the box at all. Stayed on the backboard the whole time, but Arju, so much pressure from Mouse here in this first minute of overtime.
And Reciprocity diving at a lot of these because they just don't know if Mousesports is going to score it or not. Arju trying to throw a change-up, free ball for Cooks here, and that actually means Arju's going to leave, and they'll let Chaussette try and find a clear.
Got it over one. Now here's Fruity trying to get back up to Chaussette, who gets the
Great
bump
ball.
onto Speed. Here comes Fruity up against Cookser in the corner. Enough of a win for Reciprocity. Farah's up. He's got 2 defenders, but he puts it onto the backboard, and Arju will get it back to midfield. Some good attempts on the far side wall fall apart at the point of contact. Again, the shooting maybe could be better. Here's Fruity looking to drop it. The fake, is it good enough? He gets speed up. Farah tries. Chaussette, no, he backs off. It's overtime. They're afraid to commit all 3. And here comes Farah now with space. Past 1. Speed out of the corner. We'll get it away.
Nice tries here from Reciprocity. And that's really their best chance they've had the entire game, to be honest. They've got a bunch of shots on target, but none of them have really mattered as much as that one. Speed with a miss, and Cooks here. Great cover up. Fruity with a stretch. And really trying to force the issue there. Pass to Arju, and that'll do it. Cooks here's not greedy.
The fish hit the pavement. Oh my goodness. Cookser out to Arju. After saying Arju passed it back to Cookser, a wonderful play, a give and go across the pitch. Just catch Reciprocity just out, and massive improvements from Reciprocity here in game number 2. We talked about their shooting, something they've relied on all season. Only 5 shots in game number 1, 11 shots here in game 2, but matched by the 11 shots of Mousesports. And the defense for Mouse up better. Honestly, the placement for Mouse also better. Only one placement really mattered, the one that went in overtime. The Mouse is now up by 2.
Yeah, I think overall, Reciprocity definitely got some shots, but the only ones that really mattered were in that overtime that were truly, truly terrifying for Mousesports to handle, and they handled it with a fair amount of grace. So I think Reciprocity in this game, they definitely got boxed into their own half throughout the entirety of regulation. The defense looked a little divey, but they kept it together. Just unfortunate that right at the end there, Fruity's goal denied, and Chaussette's follow-up also denied towards that top right corner. So well done to Speed to kick the ball out, and Arju, a 650-point game with 1 goal, 4 saves, 4 shots. I mean, I'm continually impressed with this guy. The speed out of the midfield in game 2, phenomenal.
Yeah.
Stopped a lot of big clearing chances for Reciprocity.
The MVP there of game 2, Arju, the substitute coming in here in his second week, definitely making a performance here. And my thoughts kind of go back to that moment of getting the bump on Speed, Farah being up in the area alone with the ball, 2 defenders, 1 on the backboard, 1 on the goal line, like well-positioned defense from Mouse. But is there maybe something else Farah could have done in that moment to give them the win? Either way, Mouse found a way to navigate the waters, come out the other side with the win, and now up by 2, and still completely shutting out Reciprocity. after 10 minutes they've yet to score.
And I mean, they were looking for Chaussette right there, but Fruity's pass just had a little too much on it, sailed way over his head. And Cooksey and Arju, a little miscommunication there, and Speed kind of on his lonesome. Where do you dump the ball? That's the right play. Forced Chaussette to chase it. That was his best option.
They bump Arju into the ceiling. Chaussette will have some space. Cookser out of this corner, keeps it on the wall. Fruity across. Speed will stretch. Ooh. It's a nice touch. Farah, an excellent dunkish style play in the air. Fruity looking for Farah. Can he get it back down to him? He does, but Speed intercepts, and now out to Cookser. A nice transition outwards. They just barely beat Arju, who would have had it into the backfield for free. Chaussette over the top of 2. It's beaten by 2. Here's Farah looking for the first goal. Oh, it was wide. The accuracy plagues them here in game 3.
They could have capitalized on a massive misplay from Mouse, and Farah, again, correct idea. It needs to be right side of the goal, but one step too far gives Cooksey time to close the gap, and just brutal.
Fruity walking high. Now into the midfield. Here's Chaussette up. Comes back down. Farah there up against Speed. Pinched high. Here's Fruity up against Cookser. The ball continues just to bounce on a trampoline. Here's Arju with a shot to the net, and it's good. So much setup, just a bump to set, and then finally the spike.
And it's just the patience. Arju makes sure that Speed doesn't go for it first, and then he sees Chaussette get bumped, says, excellent, I've got a small opening. Just put it to the left side, and if he saves it, he saves it. That's what Arju does. Takes what's given to him. Makes the right decision.
There's another one here. Mousesports. One's game 1 and 2. Win this one, they're going to be up by 3. Have match point, force Reciprocity to reverse sweep in a best of 7. We've seen it happen before, even in the European regional playoffs. But still, a very difficult task, one of the hardest in Rocket League. We approach halftime, Reciprocity needing to find a goal. Through 1. Speed up against Chaussette. Over the top of him is looking dangerous. Looks for the double tap. Speed's got it good, and that's 2-0 for Mouse.
What in the world was this? Speed somehow beat Chaussette. No boost. Perfect. That's the only touch that scores, too. If Speed has more boost and tries to go top corner, save. The only shot that saves is the bounce right there. Wow.
Beautiful. Beautiful shot. Speed lights up. Cross halftime. Mousesports looking to absolutely run away with the series. They get it up. Arju baits out Chaussette. Speed's got an easy net. It's 3-0 for Mouse.
You're absolutely right. Chaussette picks up the boost and hopes Farah gets a piece, but it's that flip reset. I mean, Chaussette has to defend the double tap, and Speed, he's just waiting. Says, all right, do you make the clear? Nope. I'll just make sure it gets under you. Great patience from Speed. The mechanics from Arju to set the ball up. Brilliant.
Finally, no. Denied. Speed keeps Reciprocity's first goal out of the net, as it's been a 13-minute drought. Here's Fruity looking for the first one, but Arju gets this one away. Reciprocity's starting to have decent shot opportunities, and they're just shooting dead center. Frustrated with missing by looking for the keen placement on the edge. Chaussette chases this one, loses control. Arju happy just to clear. 3-goal lead. All you got to do is just keep the ball away from your net. A long one down the field. Here's Arju in the corner. Fruity with a quick turn on him. Arju tries to block in. It does. Now demolition on the Cookser will open up some space. Here's Fruity. Just getting out of the way. Chaussette will look for the flick. Gets it nice and high, but Cookser to the edge. Now Farah over the top of 1. Arju in the net as the pass comes back from Chaussette to Farah. Blocked by Speed. Now Fruity up. Arju here. Chaussette not able to make it happen.
There's just not a lot of options for Reciprocity when they stop these clears in Mousesports out in midfield. Well, how about that? How about Speed, instead of getting the clear into the corner, just kicks it off the post and it ricochets right back in.
Well, that's I would say Reciprocity still hasn't scored despite having a goal to their name. They'll take that one, though, with 57 seconds left. That gives them a
Do
chance.
something.
They're able to find a goal here in the next few moments, give themselves an opportunity at that equalizer. This really could be a swing, and what a swing of momentum, too, if they were to do so. That first goal of mostly being on Speed's shoulders could easily get into the mentality of this team. 35 seconds left, though. Mouse doing an excellent job in this midfield, keeping it away from their neck, not giving them that critical second goal. But here comes an infield pass, blocked. Now Cookser turns back on it, tries to dribble it through. Shawsett will get the demolition onto him, but still, he's got to find this goal. He's got to get it all the way down the field, and Mousesports controlling, dominating that midfield, keeping them away from any opportunities. And now as they go back in, demolitions rain across the pitch. Arju blocks it once more. His challenge so good, the
got
stop
him.
into the mid. He doesn't even have to score this one. The game's already over. 5 seconds left. And with a 3-game lead, Mouse has absolutely run away with this series. And now Reciprocity has to win 4 straight. This is going to be insane, Achieves.
That is phenomenal for Mousesports. I mean, it was game 3. I don't know what I expected. Arju scored the first goal, but then Speed, he heard the alarm clock and scored a banger of a goal.
That's right. He's
And
not away
after
for the first
that-
2 kills.
Yeah, exactly. And after that, Arju just can opener. A couple of great setups for Speed, and nice job capitalizing on those great opportunities. Reciprocity, it just felt they occasionally got on offense, right? But they'd make the block, but the touch, it has nowhere to go but right back into Mouse. They can push it left or right, but no one's there. They're off grab and boost. It's just Mousesports, when they get the ball and they're stuck in the midfield and they're just trying to set chances up, they've got options. Reciprocity didn't have anything, hardly at all, in terms of trying to break down the Mouse defense.
No, they had a few like decent looks where a player's alone in front of the box. He can kind of shoot where he wants, but still the defense was in a good position where they had somebody on the goal line and somebody starting to challenge, which just really puts a timer on how much you can think about where you push that. And almost every time they were just putting it straight dead center. They were just placing it right down the middle of the goal, not willing to risk placing to the edges and missing, because they tried that early in the last 3 games and they have not been able to score. So, and then the goal line defense was perfect from Mouse. They were able to get in the way every single time. So yeah, man, Mouse looking like the better team right now. Reciprocity has to win 4 games straight. They cannot afford another loss. And if they do, they drop to the bottom. They'll go up against the winner of Veloce versus Barça. Still, we'd love just to have that game straight into the semifinals here. As we see Arju look for the bully in net. Shawsett is able to dodge it and get the save. Reciprocity playing clean there.
And look, Arju goes for the demo, right? Steals the boost, makes a touch, and realizes that touch out in the middle didn't have anybody to go to. So he just decided, you know what, I'm going to use all 100 boost just to delay and buy extra time because he made a mistake. And that's what I enjoy so much about watching Arju play. He makes the right decision no matter what just happened. Smart guy. I am impressed.
Very good. Absolutely. Sort of it's the thing that I appreciate the most about Turbo Pulse. I feel like he's always in the right place and always understands early whether he's going to win or not, and just doesn't go for the things he knows he's going to lose.
He's a facilitator. I think that's what's helped this Mousesports rotation just look so much better, because, Arju has the speed and the mechanics to make things happen, right? Whereas, Scrub Killer undoubtedly, probably better speed and mechanics than Arju, but it felt a little reckless at times. And now it's toned back 1 or 2 notches, and I think that's really unlocked the speed and cooks here a little bit here.
Mouse trying to trap Reciprocity in their own half again. The midfield, I would say, has been won by Mouse pretty dominantly the entire series. Fruity gets a nice block in front of his box, and we'll see Cookser take it all the way to his own corner, played off his own backboard. Try and get some Reciprocity players to come on in, but neutral contact from Shawsett, and then a win from Arju all the way to the corner. Fair now. Punted over the top of one, but Speed's there. This shot just wide, and Fruity will try to stretch it to Shawsett. Arju and Cooks are both up. Arju gets called off, now back down, leaves it for Speed as he rotates into net. Speed over the top of 2 into the corner, and now looking for demos. Not going to find anything as Fair moves into control. Ball in the corner. Approaching halftime here, still scoreless in what has been a late scoring series in general. Both these teams playing clean and methodical, understanding that every win here means more than it has the whole season.
And now you're starting to see Reciprocity clamp down a little bit on the midfield, and now it's Mousesports who I think are trying to stretch a little bit. Chaussette, tough ball. Arju misses the clear. Speed. Oh man, what a touch.
Great demolition there too, as Cookser is going to be pressuring on the counterattack. Reciprocity lost game 1 on the counterattack, and they've been cautious of it ever since. Chaussette up, Farah will play it into this corner. Speed will just keep the ball moving quickly, but here comes Chaussette now back into the corner, or back into the midfield rather. Now Cookser will chase. Up against Fruity. Speed trying. Now Cookser all the way down the field. Arju to give chase. The ball spinning a lot of time in the midfield, just kind of bouncing. Players playing repositional. Playing is to try and keep the ball away from the opponents rather than gain control yourself. Went from Arju in the corner. We'll see if Farah can do anything with it. Gets underneath 1, but then immediately back in favor of Speed, and then back in favor of Chaussette. Constantly kind of counter touches here, slowing down the pace of gameplay as we've only got a minute and 20 left to go. Here comes Chaussette, though. Puts her in the net. We'll get it away just fine.
Nice long clear. Arju kind of gives it back, but look, he doesn't care if he wins. He just puts the pressure on him. Says you can't clear the ball for free. If you want to clear it, you're going to smash it. It's going to go right back to my team.
Touches from Mouse. With them controlling out here in the midfield. Here's Arju, the pass. Looks for a shot, actually. Farah gets a block. Demolition on the Cookser means it'll strengthen the back line of Mouse, and Arju can just play, improvisational midfield defense. Oh, this is through 2. Arju back.
He's all right.
Probably
He knows he's got
getting
time.
away. Certainly does. Not enough speed with 40 seconds left here. Mouse win it here in this game. They'll get the sweep on Reciprocity and knock them to the lower bracket of our Page playoff system. Arju at the top of 1.
Oh, he got him.
Up
Got
against
him.
Chaussette. He's got him beat. Speed's got an open net. Doesn't manage to turn it in.
What?
It's off the wall and back out. Cookser will try to turn this back around. He's got 50 boosts to work with. He can carry this through the air all by himself, and he gets the pinch off it. It's back down. Here comes Speed. A second attempt to try and score it here, but Chaussette will get in the way. 10 seconds left, and Reciprocity are still alive. This shot is in. No! Arju finds the easy one with 7 seconds left. Mouse is looking for the sweep.
It's just brutal. I thought you got to be careful. Speed might get in his own head, and Fruity thought he had time to grab the boost, and he was so close, but nobody in time to challenge Arju, and the power off the shot gets it done. Arju and Cookser give Speed all he could want buffet, and he is so glad that his team picked him up because they just earned the sweep.
What a performance. These guys coming in, definitely a team nobody had any expectations around. Mouse, a team, when you're coming in with a sub into the playoffs, into the most difficult part of the competition of a multi-week season, this is the moment you would forgive Arju for not being able to perform. But not only does he show up and fill in Scrub Killer's shoes, he earns MVP in multiple games, scores the winning goal in multiple games. Arju absolutely fitting into this Mouse roster so well.
I love it. He looks fantastic. Let's see it. I can't wait to see him go play Dignitas now. I am shocked. I really thought they were going to go 0-2 in the last week. And then I came into the regionals. It's like, all right, now you got to buckle down and do the same thing all over again. And bam, just as good. So hats off to you, Arju. You played a fantastic series. Speed, you can shake that last one off. Cookser, you just go do Cookser things. Well done, Mousesports. You earned the win.
They certainly do, and they improve to top 4 here in Europe. Folks, that was just the first match of our playoffs. We've got some other exciting action coming up soon. We're going to drop down to that do-or-die match now. Veloce versus Barcelona will be next. The loser is out of the playoffs, and we'll just have to settle for Season 10. Well, it's going to be a lot of fun, and we'll stick around. We're going to watch some more Rocket League here on the Rocket League Championship Series.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Go on myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents, they dream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come cold blood, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I had. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf X Moore, and we just witnessed quite the upset, I would say. Gibbs and Johnny Boy to join beside me. And Johnny, all I can say right now is, aren't you kidding me? That was a phenomenal performance.
Oh my days. Well, I agree with you that it was a phenomenal performance. I am so disappointed in myself for not predicting Mouse to win this one. I should have seen it coming. It's a season of substitutes, but 4-0? That's outrageous. If you told me at the start of the day that Mouse were going to win this in a sweep, I would have said, you got to be kidding me, but it happened.
Speaking of disappointments, Reciprocity, what happened? You scored 1 goal, and that was an own goal by Mouse. That was the only goal they scored in 4 games. And we can go back to game 1, which was like what was happening throughout the series, where Rec has a lot of pressure early on. We see Chaussette hit the post, I think, 3 different times within a minute, and then Mouse scores 1 goal, and then the floodgates open. They lose that first game 3-0. And then it just didn't stop. Just Rec, they kept hitting post time and time again. Then they're just shooting it directly down the center of the net. And it looked like their offense had nothing going for them. Then Arju pulling off incredible stuff. He leads the team on offense. He's got the flip reset pass. He's got clutch goals. Mousesports, man. They're 3-0 with Arju now, and they are a top 4 team in Europe.
I don't know. Like, Johnny Boy, can you answer that? Like, what is going 3.33% shooting percent? That is awful. Like, what is going on with Reciprocity?
Yeah, that is abysmal. It's like they moved the decimal point back or forward rather 1 place from where it should be. But wow, what a play! What a performance by the guys on Mouse. I'm just blown away. I mean, like I said, if they get a good start, maybe they can get the mental game of Reciprocity in a bad place. I think that might have been what happened, because Reciprocity start to second guess themselves and start to wonder what on earth is going wrong. Why are we losing to Arju edition of Mouse? And they just couldn't perform. They couldn't handle the situation.
They're going to need to answer those questions very soon, as they are still in the tournament, but they're down, of course, on the lower side, and they'll face the winner of our next series, Veloce versus Barça. And right now, Barça looking not exactly where they should be. We've had some questions on what's going on with this roster as well, whereas Veloce is the other side of the story. We've seen them grow and get stronger and stronger as they progress through last season and this season now, and they're starting to become one of those teams that's really, really fun to watch, Gibbs. And I feel like we might end up seeing another very quick series here.
Yeah, well, we thought it was going to be a quick series the opposite way with Rec beating Mouse, so who knows what's going to happen. Barça, the one good thing for them, that they have a quality defense. They are the top defense in all of Europe, but the problem is that's all they do is play defense, and they have to find a way to get the ball out of their own half. Now, Veloce, they've changed around since last season, where last season, that's all they did. They played a ton of defense, let a ton of shots on, and counterattack. Now, finally beginning that offensive pressure that we were talking about through the pre-show. The way to win championships, you need to play offense, and we're starting to see that from Veloce.
Yeah, Johnny, I mean, like, based off what we just saw, this should be a Barça win then, right? And a 4-0 sweep for Barça. I feel like I don't know what to expect out of this. We were all completely wrong on our predictions for the previous match. Or do you think there's a chance that can happen here? Is this should be solidly in Veloce's favor?
Well, there's always a chance. You can never write off Barcelona, especially in a playoff scenario. But I do think that Veloce are the heavy favorites here. They're going to be looking at Casio in particular to light up the offense. And even if they do play the old-fashioned Veloce sit-in defense style, I think they still have the advantage in this one.
Will we see another upset? Let us know what you guys think on Twitter. That's at RL Esports. Use the hashtag RLCS9. But now Veloce versus Barça. Someone is going out of the tournament. Someone keeps their dreams alive. Who will it be?
Veloce and Barça are going to be taking the field next. You heard the desk break down everything. Turtle and Corelli here to talk about it. And the desk have some apprehension about Barça coming into this one. They're on a bit of a slide. Tell me about this Barça team, Turtle. What can we expect from them going into Veloce here?
I mean, to start things off, I think you can expect most of the time a bunch of dribbles out of the defensive side. That's without a doubt. You're going to see Flakes taking the ball down, controlling it a lot more, heavily relying a lot on Devo to get a lot of the passing done for this Barça roster. And then finally, to finish it all off, we've got Ronicky, who I think has been kind of an unsung hero in terms of challenges. I think that whenever he's on the defensive side and he can win a lot of those challenges coming out of the defensive area, they talked about it on the desk. They struggled to get on the offensive side, so whenever Ronicky is winning those midfield challenges and even those defensive ones, I think that's really what helps them transition out. But it's going to be a tough match because I think Veloce, while they're going to rely a lot, like Johnny Boy said on Casio, if they do play the defensive style, I think it might actually play into the advantage of Barça, let Barça go on offense a bit more and do their thing. So I think we actually are looking at a bit of a closer game than we might feel like.
I think it's an interesting matchup too, just in the way that Veloce likes to play, in the way that Flakes individually likes to play. He likes to be a bit more calculated, take it a bit slower, keep possession, keep the ball on him, and then use his teammates as a way out to move downfield. Veloce, they very much like to sit back and wait to see what develops and then strike from there. So a clash of similar play styles from the individual level and from the team level on the Veloce side. And you can never really count out Veloce because they have been a very scrappy team ever since they made it to the RLCS. And while maybe they haven't had the most pretty of games, they've been interesting to watch, and they've made a Worlds run before. And now they're going to have to do it here in the regional championship.
And you love to see somebody like Casio on Veloce stepping up, making that first step forward, taking big strides for his team, because we have been waiting for the offensive, I guess, presence of Veloce to be created. And now with the addition of Casio, especially this season, he's been doing so well. They have really taken it all up a notch.
And we just saw Flame get a flip reset there, and a name that maybe we haven't called upon as much this season, but he's a force to be reckoned with if he can get things going. Of course, Freaky on both sides of the field is going to get the job done, and he always has an opportunity here, but Freaky, it's going to bounce off the crossbar and into him, and he'll take it.
Can we break down this goal a little bit? I'm looking at Freaky's perspective. He got bumped into the goal off the crossbar. What are the odds of that even happening? That's ridiculous.
That is certainly a Veloce goal there, and let's not discount the offense they were putting on, and Barcelona trying to answer back immediately. Danger inside the Veloce box. It's going to pinch downfield into the net. Veloce and Freaky strike again.
I don't think I've seen a more ridiculous start to a series in all of Rocket League for these first two goals. That is so absurd. But Veloce doing everything they can. They're putting themselves in position to at least be fortunate on the side of that challenge, and they pinch it right into the net.
And these are the types of games where you just put the question mark in chat after the start to your opposition. It's a very interesting beginning here for Veloce, and they'll be happy to see it. As now we look to Barça to put on some offense, put on some pressure. Veloce, at least for their first goal, they did have pressure. They were putting on the attack to the Barça side, and here they come again. Barça giving way to Veloce's attack once again. It'll be interesting to see how Veloce keep this going as well. As Casio plays it up and over the net. No one there from Veloce to keep the pressure on. Barcelona trying to stay afloat as they move downfield. Freaky to cut it off, and its support is Casio. Still plenty of time for Barça, no time to panic. Here's Devo, almost past Flame. Veloce's defense really hasn't been tested quite yet. Now Ronicky from the ceiling has options down to Flakes, open shot to the right side, and beautifully set up by Barça.
What a pass from Ronicky. Look at that first touch. He gets it to the side, and it's so crucial that he gets that one touch to roll up the wall so he can keep controlling the ball. Ronicky then goes off the ceiling. Flakes is in the midfield waiting for that pass, and Barça, while it's not a pinch goal or a team bump into the shot, it's a great setup off the ceiling.
I like what Ronicky did there. Got the defense to really all look at him, and they left Flakes open on the backside. Ronicky has been quite impressive this season. Been able to get a lot done on the offense, and maybe not scoring. It's the passing. It's everything from Ronicky that has been so good for Barça, especially on that offensive zone. And he keeps the plays alive.
Yeah.
Here's Devo. There's a shot from Ronicky. Follow up by himself. And again, a wonderful goal from Barça.
And now he just flips the script, and this time he's actually the one doing the shooting. I love the fact that he actually didn't get that first touch, and the way he managed to follow it up after that initial missed shot is great because he positioned himself. The recovery was there to get the follow-up. Ronicky, an outstanding performance to get his team back in the game and tie this one up.
A scorching shot on that first one from Ronicky. He sets himself up in the end. And we're all tied up here after what was a pretty bad start for Barça. They're able to get 2 goals back in very organized fashion. Now Veloce, it's their turn to march down the field and have an opportunity, but the ball given up to Devo. Tried to pass across. Ronicky was rotating blacks. It was just out of Flake's reach. This one off the back wall. Free ball. Flakes comes through. It puts it home, and Barça, just like that, take the lead.
Ronicky again being the playmaker. He's been involved in every single goal, and Flakes, that shot, the way he timed his flip to get the ball around, I'm not sure if he would have actually found a block, a defender there if Flakes didn't hit that awkward angle. But Flakes manages to find something in the back of the net with the setup again from Ronicky. He is playing outstanding in this first game to make sure his team stays in the fight.
Coming up on a minute and a half left. Barça have come roaring back into it. The offense from Veloce has been absent. Since their second goal, it's been all Barça really taking over this game. It's what you expect from Barça to have these passing plays that we've seen so far. And Flakes, that's a great dunk. Cassio's got to get back. It's dangerous on that goal line. Veloce are able to stay alive, and Barça backs off. Now into the Barça side. Off the back wall, Flames there, has Cassio in support as well, but a weak shot cleared away by Devo. Less than a minute to go. Veloce would love to get an answer and equalize in game 1. This could be their opportunity. Flame with a second touch off the back wall. It's picked up by Ronicky. Ronicky again. Not a lot of boost to work with. Gets some help from Flame as he plays it over his own defender. And now Flame going downfield. Ronicky and Devo getting tied up. Veloce. Only 1 or 2 opportunities here. It's Cassio. He comes down to Flame. The shot goes high. Had to get past that oncoming defender from Barça. It cost him the shot.
Veloce creeping up slowly on the offensive line. You can see they're pushing forward. It took a little bit to warm up after those first 2 goals. So what a save from Freaky as he gets it off the crossbar. Right now, if you're Barcelona, you just got to stall out, wait for these challenges, and try to get this ball down.
Ronicky actually keeps it up into the Veloce corner, and he'll shepherd it down and watch it go. Barça, after a 2-goal deficit in the beginning, win this game 3-2 and turn things around in game 1.
Yeah, and it's a great sign of positivity, too, I think, for the mentality of all Barça. That is, and I'm serious, one of the worst ways I think you can start a series out after those first 2 goals. And I think it proves right now that Barça are here, obviously, for the long run in this series, and they're not just going to get tilted off that initial first 2 goals. And Ronicky, though, he was such a factor in getting this win here in the first game to get them that little momentum started. It all started off with that ceiling pass to get into the middle, and then as he continued forward, he got that solo play to get the shots on net back-to-back with the recovery, and then another pass out into Flakes. That was just such a solid performance from him. If he can keep that up, I think they have, Veloce's number here.
I like what we saw from Barça. Like you said, as soon as they got going, as soon as they got into this game, and I think they knew, giving up those 2 goals, they were pretty weak goals from Veloce. It felt like, they weren't the most organized goals, maybe lucky, you could say. And so for Barça, they bounced back in a very strong way. I thought their first 2 goals were exceptional from Ronicky especially. And I think that's the gameplay that we're going to expect from Barça moving forward. For Veloce, now it's about how do you create your own opportunity. I think they started off hot but couldn't hold on to their lead, and I think that's a telling of what could happen in this series. If you start off with those 2 goals, you gotta hold on to it.
Yeah, I think this game we're definitely going to see a bigger shift for Veloce that'll hopefully at least create a little bit more opportunities on the offensive side right now. Those 2 goals that we did see weren't the most opportunistic. It was just kind of handed to them, really. So we're just going to wait to see if they can maybe start something of their own and ignite that flame.
This ball gets pinched to the other side on the Veloce hat. Flakes through the midfield trying to keep possession. Veloce give up a goal in the first 30 seconds. It's Ronicky just taking it away and putting it home.
Ronicky, back-to-back goals. He's been involved with every single opportunity that they put away. This time it's him off of a big punishing hit on the backboard. You got to get a better hit on the defensive side, and those are so difficult to read, really, for Veloce to keep control, because that was definitely the ultimate goal there with that touch, but Ronicky's there to punish.
Bit of a heavy touch from Freaky, gives up the goal, and now Veloce knocking on the door. Here's an opportunity for Cassio. Top shelf, tied up for Veloce. Great bit of offense.
Huge double commit here on the side of Barça. It seemed Ronicky got a little bit jumpy, a little bit panicky as he saw Flakes get the pre-jump on the shot. He did get a touch, Flakes, but it was just out into the midfield, setting up Veloce, ready for the shot. In that instance, I think Ronicky just got to stay grounded, hope that Flakes and trust him that he can get the touch at least. And unfortunately, he was not ready.
So we go back to a tie game. And Barça putting on a bit of pressure, but a big outlet for Freaky down the line. Cassio in pursuit. Now Flame trying to pop this one up into the corner, regains possession, and tried to play it across to Cassio. Veloce were there and ready for it. Still on the ball is Cassio. This one's going to go off the crossbar. Flake's got to make the save, and he does, but just barely. Barça hanging on. And now immediately downfield, Ronicky shot to the right side, finds the gap in the Veloce defense.
Look at this counterattack. You saw Flake set everything up with that save, and then Ronicky is here to punish again off of a hit that is not obtainable from Veloce. He can't get a touch there in the midfield. Barça, a huge punishing goal as they counterattack.
So Barça back in the driver's seat. Ronicky has been looking exceptional through the first two games here. Freaky trying to play one off the back wall. Cassio's there. A good setup. The defense all over it from Barça, though, and for Veloce, they're going to have to try again. This ball comes straight out to Flakes with a shot directly at Cassio. Veloce looking to break out now. 3 minutes left to play. Freaky to his own corner to find Cassio, and they're going to combine again through the midfield. Good bit of passing coming out from Veloce to at least keep possession, and they're right at the right spot every single time a mistouch comes through from Barça. Here's Flame from his own back wall, looking for more space. Gonna need help to the right side. He's got Cassio. Flakes does well to keep this one down the line. No boost to work with. Two demos on two Barça players, actually, as Veloce buy themselves a lot of space here and throw it downfield to the back wall. So far, Veloce have looked a little bit better on offense, but it hasn't been enough to break down this Barça defense.
They've had chances. I mean, they have much more shots. They're looking at 10 shots right now compared to Barca's 4. They have the aggression. They have the shots. At this point, I think it's really the placement of where you're finishing, where you're putting a lot of these shots on target. Because while we've seen a lot of great plays out of Barça, Veloce definitely seem to be dominant in staying in the opponent's half and keeping the pressure on. But when they come to that final shot, putting it in a corner, putting it in the upper right-hand side, they can't find it. They just hand it right to the goalkeeper, lose possession. And that's really what gives Barça a lot of opportunities to counterattack, like we saw earlier with Flakes getting the save, and then they can transition out and catch Veloce on the aggressive side.
Here's a 1-2 from Barça, and Ronicky's going to find the back of the net.
Look at the way they moved this ball through. Cassio went for a little bit of a pinch, didn't get the solid hit, and then Flakes with the vision. He sees Ronicky, who's there in position again. Of course, at this point, we expected this entire series so far. Ronicky has been leading the charge for Barça.
A minute and 20 to play. Veloce find themselves in the hole by 2. Veloce now. Can they put something together? Great pass from Freaky. Shot is weak from Flame. Follow up from Cassio's there, and Veloce still in it.
Fortunately enough, Veloce are able to put another shot on target. And I think this is what it's going to come down to. Crashing the net after you can see Barça get a save. Because there's been multiple times where somebody's on the goal line waiting to get a touch. Barça will manage to get that first hit, and nobody from Veloce is there to crash. But this time, Cassio's there to crash the net, punish that first save that didn't go anywhere. And Devo, while he did get that touch, he's still frustrated.
And that is what people have pegged this team as in Veloce, is a team that will punish your mistakes.
Yeah.
And be there to crash the box, to crash the net. And so far paid off here in this game, but they need one more. Time ticking down, and Flake's happy to see that go up into the ceiling to run the clock out. Freaky, pick it up for Veloce. Coming up on 30 seconds here. Does Veloce have one more in them in game 2? Flakes pick this up through the midfield. Nair dribble over Cassio. Freaky. Clear looking for Cassio again, but cut out by Ronicky. Now Flame. Picked up by Devo. Barça one step ahead, and a shot from Ronicky that was open. Couldn't put it on target. That one goes high. Still the attack on for Barça. Second effort from Ronicky's there, and he will put it away this time.
And while we did just see a miss from Ronicky, maybe he was playing a safe route, decided just to keep the ball in possession of Barça to set up a better shot. Luckily enough for him, he gets that second opportunity to make up for that initial miss. Now Ronicky's sitting at 4 goals. All of the shots and goals for Barça going to Ronicky's name. A huge performance back-to-back so far in this series for Ronicky, as Veloce has struggled to get on the offensive side and stay with possession, and you really just bring in the onslaught of shots to Barca's defense.
Yeah, I really want to emphasize how well Ronicky is playing at the moment. 4 goals here in this game alone, and he's been all over it. 4 saves in his favor. He put on 5 shots. I mean, Ronicky is playing well through these 2 games. You saw it last game, creating a lot of opportunity for Barça, and he's really come into his own. You know, I wasn't too sure about Ronicky coming into this season and even before, but he's really come into his own here in this specific season. He's showing why he deserves a spot on this team and why this team can be so good. It's because of him. He's been so strong in these 2 games. Can he keep it up? That's the question for Veloce. Look, you put up 14 shots. You were only able to put away 2 of them. The pressure was there. The offense was there. You even got Barça, I think, disorganized on defense quite a bit. But like you said, it's that finishing touch. Where's that final conversion to score the ball?
I think it comes down to a lot of just crashing the net, like I talked about earlier. I think they can jump, or they force, Barça to jump a lot of the times on the defensive side where they're on the goal line. Barça will get a crazy one-touch save where they can clear it out, but it's all up to Veloce. After you put that initial shot on, keep the rotations going, keep that third man pushing forward. I feel like oftentimes we'll see Veloce, after they get that final shot, they kind of all just decide to rotate back and get ready for a counterattack, when maybe they could actually stay forward, stay pressed up, and go for more possession after they see that initial save come out to keep Barça on their toes, to cause more disruption, more panic, and induce that into their veins, really.
I think that has been the question for Veloce, is how much possession can they really hold? Because for them, they're happy to play the ball back and forth against whoever they're playing, but the second Veloce decide to keep the ball, they can put some great passing plays together. You've seen it a little bit here in this series, and Freaky's going to try and take it all of himself in the first 20 seconds. Follow-ups there, and Veloce, like we've been saying, all over it here. Put that final touch, can't find the back of the net.
And that was better, but still, we saw the final goal line save from Barça come out, and then somebody crashed the net, but it wasn't enough, it wasn't fast enough, and the placement wasn't nearly good enough. So right now, Veloce are just trying to put everything they have, but it's not enough. And just to emphasize, it's like Barcelona love to play this goal line defense where they're waiting to get a save. They'll get that last touch, like that, like from Ronicky, and somebody will get the counterattack clear, and you can see Barca just explode out of their defensive half.
And let's not discount the defense that Barca is putting on right now.
Yeah.
They are able to stop a lot of the attacks from Veloce. It is good from Veloce. They are putting on a lot of pressure. They're having shots, dangerous shots on net, but defense from Barca definitely standing strong. See See if Veloce can go again here into the Barça corner. Freaky fighting for it. Gets possession up and over Flakes. Flakes does get a touch, and Devo there to have to block the oncoming shot. Barça do get out of it, but the defense is getting a bit dicey for Barça, and Veloce are starting to figure them out. Devo over to Ronicky. Tough shot from him. He puts it on target. Cassio has to make the save. Ronicky again dishes it off to Flakes. Beautifully done from Barça.
Look at Ronicky's pass. The speed of this hit out into the midfield for Flakes to get that redirect. And that's what helped create such a powerful shot. Ronicky drew a huge boomer into the midfield. It's passes like that that are almost unreadable, even if you know where they're going, even if you know where Ronicky's gonna hit that ball. The speed of it and the reaction time then from Flakes was too good, but then Freaky, the air dribble dunk on the other side of the field.
And he's gone for this a couple times in this game, and he picks it up, that touch that sets him up to get behind the ball, and it's really all but over at that point. The defender on the goal line has no momentum to challenge that, and Freaky can come crashing through to dunk it in. Very nicely done from Freaky. And Veloce get on the board here. Keep the game close. Keep Barça on their toes. Here's Flakes looking for that back wall. Now Veloce, once again, trying to put something together. You can see Cassio is trying to keep that ball, but now Barça, Flakes, second touch. He drops it down to Ronicky. He was there, but wasn't really expecting the ball or wasn't positioned for it.
Flakes, that was a very unique touch. I mean, you saw that touch from Flakes. He set it up off the backboard. I personally, after he got that initial hit off the backboard, it looked like he was setting himself up, but he actually kind of had a bit of a mind game to set up Ronicky and hit it over to the side. A great decision there to go for the selfless pass play as we see even more hits to their teammates. The passing game for Barça is unparalleled right now.
It was a challenge from Freaky on Devo that comes right down to Ronicky, and that's the positioning that we've been talking about with Ronicky, is that he kind of hedges on both sides, whether this ball is going to come to him for an offensive try or if it goes over his head and he's got to play defense. He's right in the middle of whatever can happen. And that point, or in that play, it came right on top of his head on the challenge, and he's able to put it away. So great positioning from Ronicky to know when that ball could have the possibility of coming down on his head. For Barça now, another lead. Here's Cassio. A demo on Freaky will slow up Veloce here. Cassio, can he put it in on the near post? He can pass the defender, and Veloce respond.
Cassio, a good recovery. He kind of bounced off the floor there and then was able to keep going forward, keep rotating back, but he actually had ball cam on, which means he knows where that's going to head out. He has the positioning just in case it gets popped in the midfield. It does. Cassio's there for the finish and ties this game up for Veloce.
And that's what some were talking about on the desk, is Cassio being that playmaker for this team, and he certainly was right there to find the back of the net. And now Veloce putting on more of an attack, want to pile on after tying up the game, and they may as well. Play off the back wall. It is met by Ronicky, and Barça now trying to find something to put together. Cassio didn't get the touch. Freaky still keeping the attack on for Veloce. They want to clamp down on this Barça defense. But a big clear from Ronicky and some help from Devo will get them out. Open space here for Cassio. Boost to work with. Looks for Flame on the left side. Flame back to Cassio. Left side shot. Had Devo beat and puts it over his head. A 1-goal lead for Veloce.
The first picture-perfect play, really, out of Veloce. Look at that give and go back and forth. This is Cassio again involved on the offensive side. The MVP for Veloce really this entire season, doing all the heavy lifting on the offensive side. He does it here again. And that's a better play, a better look for Veloce as they actually involved much more people with that goal.
That was a superb play from Veloce. Probably the best one they've had all series long. We want to see more of that from Veloce. That's what makes them so dangerous. Cassio on the ball, finding his teammates downfield, and Freaky and Flame able to put away shots. 20 seconds left for Veloce to hang on. Here's Barça, their last chance, or possibly their last chance. It's cut out by Flame, and Freaky happy to throw it to the back wall of Barça. 10 seconds left.
10
now
seconds.
Freaky want to land on it, try and do it himself. Here's Casio on the shot. Back post goes a bit wide. And now
Keep this
Flakes,
ball
he's
up.
got to go the full length of the field. Can Ronicky get there? He does, but it might stay up, actually. Casio's going to keep it, and eventually it does come down in the Veloce corner. And Veloce get their first win for a 1-2 series.
Yeah, and this was a great win for Veloce, not only because of what it means in the series, but in just the way it was played out for them. I think Veloce, this wasn't, just simple goals that they were kind of handed to or something that they really didn't earn as well as they should have. We saw those passing plays, and then they were playing the classic Veloce punish game, where they wait for a mistake, they see predictable dribbles out of the defensive area, they win the challenge, and then Casio was there for a finish. This was classic Veloce at its finest, and you love to see them starting to get warmed up here in this series as they fight against Barça. And really, it felt like a better offensive game for Barça, but overall, I think the defense and the midfield presence for Veloce was better.
I think Barca really do have to start respecting what Veloce can do, especially through the midfield, because Veloce showed a lot more of a presence in the midfield. And again, I do think that was off the back of Casio, whether he was the shooter or the passer. Veloce, I mean, this was by far their best game, obviously, because they won, but also just the play in general. Good play is going to equal good wins here. And this was a quality win for Veloce over Barca, who's been giving them a hard time through the first couple games here.
Yeah.
Now Barca have to react. They have to adapt to how Veloce is playing. I think it's taken a couple games for Veloce to get into it, but this last game, I think, is what you're going to expect and what we're going to see from Veloce going forward in this series.
Yeah, and I always get nervous when I see these dribbles come out from Barcelona, where they're kind of in their defensive half. Either Devo or Flakes will really be the ones mainly to choose to dribble it out, as a great challenge comes out from Flakes. Good save here as Veloce looked to already put one up in the board here right of the way at the beginning of this game. But like I was talking about, the dribbles, at what point is it just a little bit too predictable from Barca? And that's what makes them stay on defense so long, is because they can't win those challenges when they're dribbling out of the defensive area, and it forces them just to give away possession every time they lose that challenge.
So we'll see if Barca can make some of the changes here in this game, or Veloce, can they keep chugging? Flame trying to get the flip reset into the box, couldn't do so, or at least not past the defender. And here's Casio now getting dunked by Devo. No boost, but he's gonna pretend like he's got it. Ronicky looking to set up Flakes. He was there, but read by the Veloce defense. And that's the other thing for Veloce, is while they have been a defensive team, it's about reading the plays that are coming on. And that one not well read, as Ronicky hops all over it.
And a bit of a break in rotation here. I'm going to Flame's perspective in net. He had 29 boosts, definitely enough to at least go and challenge that ball, as he kind of left it for Casio to hopefully get a touch and interfere, as he had to break that rotation. Flame a little bit too timid in net. I think he's the one to really push out and be aggressive. But at the end of the day, it's Ronicky to get a banger shot again in the back, where he has been shooting so well this entire series.
Freaky and Casio also got tied up in that play, which I think threw off Flame a little bit. Freaky got the bump on Casio. Now Freaky dishing it off to Casio for the shot, as Veloce trying to answer. Black Flame trying to get a second touch. Couldn't do so. And now into the midfield.
Good demo.
Barca trying to get a hold of it. Here's Devo. Into the corner. Ronicky, that ball is going to go past Flakes on the backside. Freaky gonna get demoed, and now Flame, he can come up, dunk onto Ronicky, and Barca now getting a little out of position on defense, but everyone getting back, and the dunk comes through towards the midfield, and Casio and Veloce now trying to set something back up. Ronicky and Flakes for Barca. Here's Devo into the Veloce corner. Definitely a measured attack here from Barca, as they're trying to break down the defense, and they do get him spread out quite a bit. Devo, back wall. Flakes is there, and Freaky had to make the touch. He does so, and that was a dangerous attack from Barca.
And it doesn't feel as grounded as before, which is great. I think they're really moving these clears up a lot more with the wall. They're using it to air dribble out, which is a frequent tactic. Even if you go back in the season and look at Barcelona and how they managed to score a lot of their goals, it'll come off the midfield wall instead of just dribbling it out basically from their own end. So being more creative with their clears, winning these challenges like Flakes, you see him there being aggressive. That opens up a lot of space and opportunities. Now his teammates are ready, fully boost in the back. This is great. And now more dribbles. They're mixing it up with the clears, which is what I love to see.
Yeah, you can see with Devo bring that one down, really throwing off Veloce. They thought he was going to go up after it. And here's a pass out from Flakes. No one from Barça able to get to it, and Roniki's able to drop it down. What a shot from Roniki, and Barça now a 2-goal lead.
He doesn't miss this series. When he's presented with an opportunity, he makes use of it, and he does it so clean. Look at the way he rotated his car around the ball. He went for the ground shot to bounce it above and over everybody on the defensive side from Veloce. Roniki, you can't stop him if you see him going for a shot. Somebody's got to get in the way, but even when you do, he's going to hit you with a bounce shot.
4 goals in the last game, 2 in this one for Roniki. Playing out of his mind here in the regional championships, and at a time when they need him the most. Here's Devo and Flakes looking for that back wall. Roniki up again, does get a piece of it. That one too dangerous for Barça to move in on. Now Devo going to carry this one across and get a second touch. It's going to drop down, and again, very measured from Barça not to jump in. Roniki and Flakes combining back and forth in the box. I mean, like you said, the possession's so good. Just need that final shot, and it was almost Devo to put it away for Barça. But a great bit of possession on the attacking third.
You can see Flakes and Roniki, they're always looking for each other, which I love to see. Maybe they've given a chance of shooting on target, but even if you do just give a basic shot towards the net, you're actually giving the enemy team an opportunity to counterattack. So they'd rather keep possession, keep it close, so they can at least go for a chance at winning a challenge.
Coming up on 30 seconds left, and it's been all Barça. Dangerous touch as Roniki's gonna punish again. He has certainly been a punisher throughout this series.
The final goal to really cap off his game for Roniki as he gets the hat trick, like you said, Corelli. Roniki has been playing outstanding, and I can't express it enough. Whenever a player like this is really feeling himself and being aggressive, but not overdoing it. Roniki's not pushing up too much right now, causing more mistakes on the defensive side. He's feeling confident, but he's not just pushing up completely over the top because he knows he's shooting well. He's staying calm, staying back, and he's still even passing more. We've seen it multiple times this series where he's had great passes out into the midfield. Him and Flakes have been a solid duo. Everybody from Barça really on point.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does feel like Roniki has mastered the art of positioning against Veloce in particular, because he is there to punish every single time there's a missed touch or there's a 50 challenge that goes in favor of Barça, or if the ball's just bouncing on the box. Roniki seems to be there every step of the way, and for Barça, it has paid off for them through 4 games now, 3-1 in the series.
Yeah, and for Barça, while I love to see them looking at match point, it does get a little bit shaky because I think a lot of times when they're faced with these opportunities to really end the series out and close it, Barça seems to struggle. So this next game, I really want to pay attention to how aggressive Barça turn out to be, how they're going for a lot of the clears, and if we're going to see that same aggression and level-headed passing from them, or are they going to start panicking a little bit more? Because for the past 4 weekends, I mean, we've seen Barça go to Game 5 multiple times. I think for the past 4 games in every weekend, they went to Game 5. So for Barça, you know, even when they do get ahead and find match point, I think they struggle to close out the series. Let's see if Veloce either respond or if Barça can keep that aggression up.
Yeah, and that really is the question. Are Veloce going to respond back? We've seen glimpses of great play from them, but they haven't been able to carry it over game to game. It's been one game of good play and then back to a couple of missed opportunities. And they had 9 shots last game, but they weren't able to convert any of them. So for Veloce, I mean, we've been saying it all series long. It's about converting your chances. They're getting opportunity. Barça are giving them the chance to score. It's just that Veloce cannot finish so far.
Yeah, and it's a difficult thing because, you know, you put a shot on net, you force a crazy goal line save, but then after the goal line save comes out, somebody should be there to crash the net, right? But if that one person who goes for that second shot after a save comes out misses, then you're looking at Barça with a great counterattack opportunity. So you really, really have to be careful and pick and choose your battles if you're Veloce.
So we jump into game 5 here. And like you said, you have to pick and choose your battles. Well, this is one to pick. You've got to go to war here against Barça. And you've got to come out with a win here in this best of 7. Flame. Gonna play it off the back wall. Cassio's there. Quickly onto it was Ronicky, though, for Barça. And down the field. Immediately responded by Freaky. Cassio, quick shot, top shelf, but Flakes makes the save. Follow-up from Freaky. Ronicky comes through for Barça. And another very close call for Barça. And a great play from Veloce, but not able to put it home.
That goal line save from Flakes, it bounced out. Freaky had a chance to maybe put one in after the save came out, and it was just too weak of a shot. We need a better follow-up for Veloce. They can do it. They have what it takes. It's just the final shot. But Flakes, what a save from him.
Flakes trying to put that one over. He switched his car every single game at this point. Seems to be his trend through the season. Flame into the midfield. Free ball here for whoever wants it. It's Ronicky who comes through. Barca was waiting for rotation. Flame played across the box, and Devo with no boost. Not able to follow up after it, but a good clear from Ronicky. Here's Flakes up to it first, tried to go right side, and Freaky to play it away. Still dangerous. Ronicky was trying to set up himself, but he gets 2 to go. And this gives space for Devo. Devo again was trying to find Ronicky. And now Veloce have their chance to set something up. Looking for that back wall was Flame, but Flakes perfectly read it. Now past Cassio. Just has Freaky to beat, plays over to Ronicky, left side, and can't get by Flame. It was wide on the shot. Devo trying to follow up. That one almost comes down to him. And Barça peppering the back wall at the moment. Veloce barely hanging on. Here's Devo.
Barça, they're doing it in style, like I was saying. It's those dribbles, the way they're getting out of the defense. Sorry to cut you off there, Corelli.
And that attack still coming on for Barça here as Flakes and Devo trying to combine. And Veloce have got to find an outlet sooner or later because Barça are circling the waters at the moment. Devo pops this one up to Cassio, and he does beat one. It was Ronicky who went for it. Flame tried to take it down himself. Freaky also trying to find the back wall, and the back wall has been what Veloce have been looking for the entirety of the game, but it has been Flakes who's just been in the way to always get a touch on that back wall. It's so hard for it to come clean off it. But that's what Veloce is trying to set up. It's just not working at the moment.
And I've seen him multiple times. Flakes on the backboard. He'll actually take control of it. He'll hit that first touch a little bit softer, and it goes in front of his net. But while it's a little bit risky of a touch, he manages to keep possession, and that way he can dribble it out, get a solid flick, and then even rotate even back more. Look at him. He takes the corner boost, and now he's on the back wall waiting for a touch. Devo, the defense from Barça seems unbreakable at this point.
Well, there's a demo, and this one could drop in. It does, and it's a demo is what Veloce needed, and Freaky puts it away.
All right, as soon as I compliment them, I guess they're just going to fall apart, but it's because of the demo. Like you said, Corelli, everything was lights out for the defense on Barça until one demo. That's all it takes, a physical play. If you can't get past them, just demo them.
So Veloce are the ones to strike first after Barça had a great rally of offense. Veloce have held strong and now create their own chances. Freaky tried to take it himself near post. And Veloce would love to pile on here and get a cushion here in game 5. Cassio just happy to take the challenge. It comes out to Flame. He can't get the touch. Time running out for Barça. No matter how good the offense has looked through this game, they haven't converted yet, and that's really all that matters at the end of the day. Veloce has, and they're happy to sit on their 1 goal if need be, but maybe 2 if they can get it. Blake's trying to keep that possession, but Flame getting in the way and slowing them up. 30 seconds left now. Freaky. Throw it downfield. Devo. Can't get by Flame. Barça needs something to start to materialize here as Flakes tried to cut one. 15 seconds left now. Devo needs a big clear. He doesn't have much support. Flame coming through the back wall. 10 seconds left. Ronicky another big clear, but stopped up by Freaky. Devo. This could be it for Barça, but cut off by Casio. Every step of the way, Veloce are just locking it down, and they will secure a Game 5 win. Very nicely done by Veloce in the final minute.
And all it took was a single demo. That's what opened up the opportunity. That's all they got, but it's all they needed. Veloce. Freaky doing the clutch shooting again off that demo. But really, this was, I thought, a great game from Barça. It really felt solid on defense. Their offense had a lot of great passing as well. I saw Flakes multiple times get a nice flick out into the middle, back and forth between his teammates. But the Veloce defense stood tall this time. And while, we're seeing Barça play well, could we be seeing them struggle again at match point? This is a week 1 rematch. And if you think back all the way back to that first week for Barça versus Veloce, Barça actually went up 2-0 and then almost got reverse sweep, giving away 2 games then to Veloce. So we could be seeing a repeat of that. But we'll see if Barça have what it takes to bounce back again.
I think that for this game in particular, Barça had a couple of good rallies on offense.
Yeah,
but give credit to the Veloce defense. They were able to stick it out and then were able to create their own chance with the demolition. I think at the end of the day, this was a very, very close Game 5. I think for Veloce, they were able to eke it out because of the solid defense that they have. We know that they're a defensive team. We know what they're going to bring to the table when you go into any series with them. It gets a bit scrappy. And I think for Veloce, they're happy to win like that. Could they have created a lot more opportunity? I think so. But that final minute for Veloce was the most important. That was lockdown defense, not letting Barça out of their own half. They didn't really create a lot of their own chances, but they didn't have to in the final minute. They were just hanging on.
Yeah.
And I thought that was spectacular midfield defense from Veloce. And it really slowed down Barça in the end.
Aside of Barça, though, I think their defense was solid. I wouldn't change too much about their game plan here and their strategy going forward. I think they just got a bit unfortunate with a lot of opportunities they were given. Couldn't find the back of the net this time. If they keep those setups going, keep up the possession, I think they've got a great chance here at closing the series out.
And so we'll see as we head into Game 6. Casio looking for the demo, and shot comes through from Freaky. They set him up and put him down. A 1-goal lead for Veloce.
Another demo play. This is the change in their playstyle that they needed. It's Freaky again with the shooting while somebody goes in for the demo play on the defender. If they're going to get the crazy goal line save, just take them out. It's beautiful to see in the adjustment as well from Veloce.
So great start for Veloce and scoring in the same fashion they did last game. Plenty of time, though, as we're not even in a minute into this game. Barça looking for their answer. Flakes, again, trying to keep that possession. He wants to keep that ball close. Veloce happy to throw themselves at it and stop them. Freaky. Get the clean bounce off the back wall. Follow-up was there, and one more, and no follow-up from Veloce, but they did get that back wall bounce. Here's Casio to put a shot on. It was directly at Devo. And this attack will fizzle out for Veloce. Casio, another shot. Barça to clear it away, and it is Flakes downfield and off the ceiling. He was trying to read the clear. It never came. And Flame now, a touch to the back wall. Second touch from Flame. Can't get there, and it comes onto Freaky's car. And he gets bumped out of the way. Barça able to hold on. Great pass out to Flakes. That shot just wide. The setup by Ronicky. And want to see more of his name. We have throughout this series. Was a bit quiet last game, Turtle, but
yeah,
you know what he's capable of. We've seen it so far in this series alone and throughout the season. I think he's had a pretty good season as well. Can he channel that once again?
As well, Devo getting aggressive too with the demos. Maybe trying a bit of that same play. Ronicky almost got the bump off the reset. Does Devo have the angle? Flakes is finally there for the finish. 3-man setup. You can see Ronicky got the flip reset and the bump on that play.
Yeah, and as soon as we say it, we call his name, and he answers the flip reset, the bump, the follow-up from Devo, and Flakes finally putting it away for Barça. Everyone coming together to put it into the back of the net and find the equalizer here, and that's exactly what they needed. Veloce were looking to build upon their lead. So a tie game coming up on halftime here in Game 6, a massive game for Veloce as backs are against the wall. Here's Ronicky, has options. Devo's there, shot was weak, saved by Cassio. Flake's trying to salvage the play before Veloce can counter, but it's too late. Here comes Veloce, Flame with no boost. It wasn't able to get around the ball. Everyone up and nobody making contact on the ball there. Flake's shot is on target. Flame gets back in time.
More demos.
Another shot from Devo and finds a gap, and Barça take the lead.
Flake's got the demo in the corner. Look at all this space that Ronicky has. He has all the time in the world to get that set up to Devo. And Devo, look at the tight angle. It was a difficult read. He had to wrap himself around the ball. And this, again, while we didn't see Flakes too much in the replay, he did get that demo, opened up the space. Ronicky hit the pass. Devo hit the shot. Everybody involved. And for Barça, it's another well-earned goal. Let's just see if they can keep on and hold this lead.
That was an opportunity for Flame there. He just couldn't get around the ball. It came cleanly out to him. Those are the chances you look for Veloce to at least put something on target. Barça giving back possession here as Devo looks for Ronicky. Flame read the pass nicely though in the midfield. Flakes onto the dribble. Cassio picks up boost, trying to dish it out to Freaky. Here's Freaky again off the back wall. Cassio's there looking for Flame. Now he's got to get over Devo.
Oh no, a big miss.
Flakes actually misses the ball, and it's a free shot for Cassio, and that's all she wrote in a 2-2 tie here. Veloce able to answer back.
And this is just a huge facepalm moment for Flakes. He's been going on the backboard all series long. And that instance, I saw him turn his car to go to the backboard, assuming a better shot or at least a backboard hit for Veloce would have been attempted, but instead it just goes off the ceiling. Flakes had to pre-flip then. A big miss as Barça now have been tied up by Veloce, who've been doing well with punishing like they always have.
And that's exactly what that was. Just a big miss from Flakes, and Veloce are there at the opportunity. Now all tied up, less than a minute to go. A big goal for either team here. One to send them on the regional championship and one to stay alive in the series. Here's Devo. Doesn't get the best touch. Flame try to play it across for Veloce. They are knocking on the door here if they can put something together. Everyone backs up. And Barça take it down into the Veloce half. Less than 30 seconds now. Veloce tries to put one on target from Freaky. Flame, the back wall. Cassio's there. Can he knock it down near post? And Devo to get the touch away. Time still ticking down. Veloce in the attacking half. Here's Cassio. Maybe one more try for Veloce. Trying to get a piece of Flakes. It's not the best clear. Flame going to dish it up. Can anyone follow up for Veloce? No. And now this ball is going to be rolled up the wall into 0-second time.
Oh, no way.
Can't get over it. And overtime for Veloce and Barça here in Game 6.
We're seeing them get turtled back on defense. They're forced into the defensive area. They're stuck right now, Barça. But right now, I'm just questioning. It just comes down to those counterattacks that Barça can get. One moment, one counterattack, a huge clear for Barça, and it's all over. Or Veloce. Are they going to go for that aggressive demo style again? That is what has been working all series long. As now they get a huge clear, but somebody's there. It's Devo to get the save.
Bit of a touch there from Devo. He popped it up. I'm not sure exactly if that's what he wanted. Demo comes out from Cassio. Flakes tried to follow up his own clear, but gets bumped. Now Veloce hunting for this game-winning goal. As they have been controlling more and more of the midfield, Barça have just been happy to skip it altogether. Here's Devo. Again, just air dribbling to the other side. Cassio. Give it up to Ronicky. Can Ronicky make some magic happen? Stopped up by Freaky. Cassio. Big touch, and Flakes barely gets it over his net. Gets some help back to the midfield. But Veloce. There's an opportunity, and Ronicky actually gets the touch in the end off the miss from his own back wall. Here's
Big
Flakes
pass.
coming through, and a weak shot cleared away by Flames. Teams trading
Midfield.
blows now.
I mean, even the possession in the midfield is all Veloce.
That's what we saw in the last game near the end, and we're seeing it now. Veloce doing a great job of controlling that midfield. At least stopping up what Barça has to offer. Here's Devo looking for the pass over to Flakes. Couldn't get there. Now Ronicky, can he do it himself? Tries to dunk through two. He's going to follow up from
that's
Flakes.
it.
And Barca's going to do it in 6 games. Ronicky pushes it through with some help from Flakes.
The MVP of this series, without a doubt. Ronicky, are you kidding? He gets the stuff, the 50 against 2 players, sets up Flakes. Oh my goodness. He has been so crucial for this Barca offense the entire time. Then Flakes on the defense. You saw him on the backboard. They've earned their spot here to continue forward in the regional championship to fight up against Reciprocity. This was such a great series for Barca, and they finally managed to close it out when it really mattered most, Corelli.
And Veloce is a tough test for any team because of how defensive they are in their play style. And I think Barca were thrown through the rigors here as Veloce gave him one heck of a run here. Barca, I think, kind of slowed down through the midway through this series, but then were able to eke it out here. And off the back of a defensive front as well, Veloce really had them locked in for quite a bit and controlling a lot of that midfield and the midfield boost. And Barca was having a hard time breaking out. But the opportunity does come in the end, and it is off the back of Ronicky, who had a spectacular series nonetheless. And I think Barca deserving this win.
Yeah, without a doubt. Ronicky, the start of the series, he was playing fantastic. And then obviously he closes it out with a clutch play. Devo, I thought, was really good on the defensive end too, on the goal line saves. But it's still risky. It's so weird seeing them play because Barca, they love to just go on the defensive side and just wait for a save to come out from their goalkeepers. They always somehow manage to find that crazy goal line save. And then to push it forward, the counterattacks have to be on point. But if Barca can keep those counterattacks going, keep them really strong and lethal on the offensive side, they've got a chance here to go all the way.
Well, Barca is going to come up once again here, taking on Team Reciprocity coming up next. You don't want to miss it. Stay with us.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet friendly. Maybe a little too pet friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leafex Moore, and alongside me we have Gibbs and Corelli now joining us on the desk to talk about this last match here. This was, once again, not what we expected, Corelli. A little bit closer than, I guess, the Mousesports Reciprocity match, but still, Veloce, I believe, was favored to come out on this. I'm not sure. Maybe for you, Barça was your favorite, but Barça takes it.
I think it was pretty even regardless, like both ways. I think this was a pretty even game. I think the first game was very interesting from Veloce. The first 2 goals were something I've never seen before. But I think that Barça took some time to get into this. And I think that their play style just prevailed. I think Ronicky had a fantastic series as well. So I think overall there's a lot of positive coming out for Barça in this series. For Veloce, I think Turtle and I were harping on it through 3 or 4 games there. It was just finding that last touch to put it into the net. They just couldn't find it throughout the series.
Yeah, it seemed like the offense of Veloce kind of went back to last season where they weren't creating a lot of their opportunities anymore. So they didn't have that last touch. But what a bounce back by Barça, because like a lot of people are saying, oh, it might not have been that big of an upset. This is a huge upset because they played Monaco to 5 games 2 weeks ago. They lost to TSM last week. Barça was not in a good spot at all. Ronicky, he just dug them out of this hole where he was popping off on the offensive side. We talk about creating opportunities. Ronicky was doing that this entire series.
Now with 2 series down, we got to check in with our Player of the Day nominations. And Gibbs, if Arju isn't up there, I'm going to demo you. You better be.
Yes, he is definitely up there, Arju. And then Ronicky, he participated in 14 of the 15 goals. The only one he didn't participate in was his flip reset bump pass, but because there was another pass before the ball goes in, he didn't get credit for an assist. So literally, he participated in all of the offense for Barça here.
Yeah, for Corelli, for you were talking about Ronicky being just popping off today, and Arju too, but it's hard to pick between these two. Like, who's kind of leading right now?
It is hard to pick, and I think it's hard to argue the stat line that Ronicky put up. And if you watched his gameplay, I feel like he was positioned so well throughout that series. I had even mentioned that he really mastered the art of positioning against Veloce. He was really hedging on the misses that were coming out on defense from Veloce, and he was able to capitalize. And then he created his own plays as well, whether it was passing, whether it was receiving, or whether he was following up his own pass and receiving his own pass for the shot. I feel like Ronicky was the full package for Barça today.
Well, we're going to see if Ronicky can keep that going into their next series because he has to play right now. Team Reciprocity versus Barça is going to be our next match. Reciprocity not looking the hottest right now. I mean, it looked like last week, playing against Dig, that they were kind of back in order, but Mousesports came in and dominated them. 4-0 is the loss they're coming off of, whereas Barca's hot off a win here. So this is going to be very, very interesting for Reciprocity. I got to remind you guys at home that whoever loses this is now out of the tournament, and this is playing for a top 4 spot and a chance to play against Renault Vitality. So for you, Gibbs, do you think Reciprocity is going to bounce back?
This one's tough because when they did play back, I believe it was like week 3 or week 4, there was a plus 35 for the shots for Reciprocity, but they lost that series 3-1. In 4 games, they shot more than 8 shots per game, more than Barça. That probably won't happen again here. Their offense did not look good, hitting a lot of posts, but I think they were close because if those balls are 2 inches over, they're starting to score a lot more versus Mouse. Barça, by the end of that series, it started getting a little bit messy, Corelli. So I'm a little bit worried. Like, I think this is a pretty even match here.
That is exactly the point I was going to make. While I've sung a lot of Barça praises, through the back half of that series, it did feel like their defense was starting to struggle to keep up with what Veloce were doing. And I feel like Reciprocity are just a bit more of a clinical team. They're going to be a bit more faster onto the ball, which are then going to just punish the defense of Barça. So they got to clean it up a little bit on the Barça side. But I mean, Reciprocity put up 1 goal in 4 games against Mouse. They are not coming into that. I think I saw Farah tweet saying it was pathetic performance. That was his words, not mine. So I think that for Reciprocity, they have a lot to turn around here. And if they come in with the same mentality that they had the last game, I think that Barca is going to wipe the floor with them.
Well, we're going to find out in a few seconds after you guys at home get on to Twitter at @RLEsports, #RLCS9. We always, of course, want to hear your thoughts on what the matches are going to go like, but we're about to get into Team Reciprocity versus Barça. Enjoy.
One team on a roll and one trying to bounce back. Barça just getting done taking down Veloce. Get to this point and they're facing Reciprocity, who did not have it easy in their match earlier. And James, I think this one is going to be pretty good for Barça. They got to be feeling good after that win against Veloce. Reciprocity certainly had a lot to figure out after that 4-0 sweep from Mousesports.
Certainly, and we saw this same kind of script play out yesterday in North America with Ghost. Ghost breezed past Cloud9, and then the Sonics dropped down from the upper bracket, and they got beat by Ghost as well. So Barça trying to recreate that same magic that Ghost had yesterday, at least in the early rounds. And it looks like it could be possible because, like the desk said, only a single goal from Reciprocity after they take down Dignitas previously. So this Reciprocity team has had their ups and downs, but they have that extra life. That's the benefit of playing so well in league play and finishing up there in the top 4 is that they get that extra life. So we'll see now if they make use of it.
And Barça, Ronicky has had himself really impressive, especially last 2 weeks. He's always really been an impact player, but last week he had that series where he scored 10 goals, and then in the previous series he was also being an impact player on the field again for Barça. So can he continue to do that for this team, or can Reciprocity figure out their issues? We are underway in game number 1. It'll be Flakes pushing up here for Barça. Ronicky next up, slows it down and just forces his way through. Big muscles on Ronicky for the first goal.
And again, you called Ronicky out, and immediately he's making an impact. And I love the play there. Instead of going for the pass off the backboard, you saw him hit the brakes. And by hitting the brakes, it allowed him to immediately set up the shot. You could see it even took Reciprocity off guard. Wonderful play from Ronicky to get that first goal.
Not how you want to start if you're Reciprocity. They haven't been able to take a game yet in the regional championships. That was a good shot. It was denied by Flakes. Now Barça on defense, but they've handled every touch pretty well. Devo on point, could not beat Fruity on the next touch. Chaussette on the rotation has the next save. Well, Flakes' attempted carry will be knocked away. He does get the ball out over to Devo. Barça have been playing defense for a little bit after that first goal, but again, very good clears. Not a lot of pressure for Reciprocity. Ooh, Flakes pulling off on the challenge. Devo comes in to keep it away, but that shot almost finds the mark, and then Devo comes up with the save right at the shot origin. And so it was looking a little dangerous there for Barça, but they do get out of their own half.
I like the defense I saw there from Farah. Ronicky was coming in for a shot. Farah got there first. He kick-started that counterattack. And it was a good shooting opportunity. Fruity was close. See if Reciprocity can start getting more scoring opportunities. Just a single goal last series. You know they're hungry for more.
And that mid-boost steal did really kill Farah on that approach on the challenge. Reciprocity are forced to boom the ball away twice here, but that's a good pass to Chaussette, but he can't put it on target. That's the kind of bang-bang play Reciprocity need. Chaussette, it was a quick hit, he just could not find the mark. Barcelona back in the orange half. Fruity able to get the clear back towards midfield. Chaussette flips by 1, but Flakes finds Ronicky and Barcelona back to the opposite half.
And you don't want to give Chaussette the space to dribble. We've seen so many times what he can do. Good defense coming out from Reciprocity in that moment. Farah trying to lead that counterattack. But Chaussette, we've seen him dribble entire teams before, and they need a little bit of that magic right now. Their offense has been struggling today.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that Chaussette magic in a while. The 1v3 potential, but he's up for the air for this one, and Devo, all reliable in front of the net. Will get the ball out.
And you think they might be having flashbacks to the last time these teams met in league play. Devo had an incredible series. He had, I believe, 10 saves one game. He was a brick wall in front of net, helping Barcelona get that win over Reciprocity in the regular season. And that defense is still holding up here as Reciprocity scoreless over half the game gone. Still looking for that first one.
Flakes had a little bit of space, and he had Ronicky following close behind. Maybe miscommunication on how Barcelona were going to approach that touch on offense. But, you know, this hasn't looked bad. Ooh, Fruity, I thought he was going to find the bump on Barcelona. Ronicky will pick up the save off the shot from Farah. Chaussette quick around the corner. He's got little boost. And they'll have to retreat. That last touch to buy them some time from Farah. Or from Fruity, and then Devo just being a nuisance, preventing Farah from getting out quickly. Here's Ronicky, the shot blocked by Fruity. Barcelona starting to heat up on offense here, getting some consistent presence in the orange half. Farah picking it back up on the air dribble. Saved for now by Ronicky. Fruity the next man up. Keeps it close. Has to use the rest of his boost. And it'll be a dead play for now. Chaussette actually will get to the ball. I thought Flakes would end up getting to it, but he waited for the next touch. Barcelona now finding themselves on defense. Ronicky with the clear. Oh, an attempted double touch that went out. Devo's shot too low. Less than a minute. Barcelona was a good transition. Ronicky passed to Devo. Devo flying in, or Flakes, excuse me. I'm watching Devo. And now Devo off the ceiling, nothing. Barcelona trying to keep Reciprocity locked in, James.
Some good attacks, and Barcelona was keeping them locked in. A lot of that started out with Ronicky going for that double tap. The defense might have thought he'd been thinking about going for a flip reset shot right on net, but no, Ronicky just goes for that double tap. It leaked out in front of net. And Barcelona getting some good pressure.
Flakes attempted on the flick, excuse me. Farah. Reciprocity just really haven't found consistent presence. The only man with any shots are Farah with 4. And Barcelona, long clear again against the back wall. Time expires, and it's looking like a fairly clean win for Barcelona to end game 1.
Yeah, just a 1-goal game. Still, the scoring troubles continue for Reciprocity, but they had some chances. Yes, Farah had some shots. He was the only player to have shots on Reciprocity, but you think back, there was a chance by Fruity where Fruity had a shooting lane, and so did Chaussette, and neither one of them were able to get much of a damaging shot that even forced a save or a rebound. So struggles for Reciprocity. Barça is looking quite calm on defense. They've had some calculated attacks, but really Ronicky has been the real player on offense for me for Barça. Multiple scoring opportunities generated by Ronicky, and that first goal that was a result of his delayed touch. You saw him hit the brakes and then go for net immediately, and that was the only goal that we saw in the game. It happened early, and Ronicky was the one to do it. So you put the spotlight on Ronicky early, and he answered very early. And we'll see if Barcelona can keep this momentum going as these games continue.
And it didn't really look that bad for Reciprocity. I thought they had some good ideas breaking out of their own half. They were looking for each other, even when Barça were kind of hunting in midfield for picks, and maybe trying to catch Reciprocity on a broken passing play. But Reciprocity, they just couldn't find that next touch that got it in front of the box to get good shots on net. So I think Reciprocity, they have the right philosophy here on defense and on their progression to Barcelona's half of the field. But for Barça, I mean, they've just done a great job hopping in those passing lanes, making smart challenges, as you alluded to, James. Game 2, we'll see how Reciprocity can adjust. We'll see if they can get a little more pressure on Barcelona. Chaussette actually following that down off of Fruity's initial touch. I wasn't sure if he had the boost, and I switched to him, and he did.
I mean, he had
Just could not
pre-jumped.
get the
He had
shot.
pre-jumped.
Yeah.
He pre-jumped up on Fruity. He thought Fruity might just get a single touch. He adjusted in the air. And to me, the real difference in this game has been, you know, Ronicky has just showed up as a player who can make that sole impact, make a play on offense. We're not really seeing anyone step up yet on Reciprocity. You want to see Chaussette do it, but we know Fruity has the ability. Farah has pinpoint accurate shooting when he's on point.
But they do
So
find themselves
Fruity-
on offense.
Yeah, he wanted to go back down on that pass, but the communication just wasn't there.
Now, even right here, it's a good initial touch, but right on top of it again was Ronicky. And it's so tough when you have the right idea in midfield there, Reciprocity, but then they get downfield. Chaussette can't really do anything. He has got no boost. And then losing that touch right there, it just makes it difficult to actually get a good progression. Flakes' touch needed Ronicky to bail him out, and he did. Devo in front, and Flakes is caught out too far forward. Can he get back in time? He can't, and Reciprocity will pick up their first goal.
And you saw Devo leading that attack, and he needed to get a piece of the ball on that challenge. Flakes put his trust in Devo right there, and Devo, he might have nicked the ball a little bit, but he needed to get more of a challenge to force that ball out to the side, completely caught Flakes out. And I don't really blame Flakes on that one, because he's playing upfield. He's trying to keep the pace. He's trying to keep the pressure on. And he just expected Devo to get a hit.
Yeah, from his perspective, the way Devo was approaching the ball, it looked like a guaranteed at least a kill on the challenge.
Yeah, or that it was going to kick off to the side, and he'd be able to go up the wall and be able to keep pushing the ball downfield.
Yeah, that was probably one of the lower percentage things that happened, was Devo only chipping the ball. I'm definitely with you there, James. And it's big for Reciprocity. You get a goal like that, and it feels good to have this lead. As you didn't really have a lead at all against Mousesports. You lost to the Arju effect, and
yeah,
you know you're still a little stunned from that. Blake's attempted carry blocked by Farah. Quick pass to Ronicky. Ronicky, the top corner, almost found it. Crossbar and out though. And still a little panicky from Chaussette and Farah. Shot, jumping in front was Flake. That would have been nuts.
And Fruity has 0 boost in net. And now, finally, Ronicky, after multiple attempts, can get it by Fruity only after Devo gets the demo.
He also forced Farah to go up the wall. He was kind of zoning Farah out too, because Farah was probably the only other player who maybe had a chance at that ball. And he forced Farah to slow down and go up the back wall, so he took out 2 players effectively on that play, hunting on the line. Devo under 1. Devo scores off the crossbar and in. What a play!
A nasty flip reset. You could see Fruity was trying to defend the double tap. Devo waiting until the last moment to flip his car around and go for the flip reset. Wonderfully timed. He had Fruity hook, line, and sinker on that play.
Right off the kickoff, but just don't stop. Ronicky had that first touch, but now Chaussette one-on-one, and he lost control of the ball. Trying to dribble. Flakes will take the next save off the attempted shot from Farah. Fruity, it's too slow on that shot, but Farah will continue. It's just not working out here for Reciprocity. Farah picking up a demo on the back end. Maybe giving Chaussette a chance, but Ronicky will have another good touch to keep Barcelona out. James, Ronicky has been killing it on defense in game 2.
I mean, he's been killing it everywhere. Ronicky, he is such an offensive presence, getting that first goal. Devo, you look at him even scoring these flip reset goals, and it's hard to believe that he finished in the bottom 5 of scoring in the regular season. But you can start to understand it when you see how good Flakes and Ronicky are, particularly Ronicky, how good he is on the offensive end. You want to give him those shooting opportunities, because rarely does he miss. But wow, what a shot from Devo, and Barcelona, you can tell they're feeling confident.
And they'll get another one here. Ronicky will score off the pass from Flakes. They caught Reciprocity out on transition here. It was a great long touch. Flakes was already downfield. Just has to beat Farah on the next touch, and he does. And everybody on Barcelona were just quicker on that. Reciprocity caught on the opposite side on the rotation. And Barca, they just continue. Ronicky has just been so good. I mean, that first touch to get it to Flakes, but Flakes has been, great to help Ronicky, or kind of be the enabler, if you will.
Certainly.
What did she call Arju before? Whatever he is, the enabler. I'm calling him that.
All right, well, I would agree with that, because what Flakes is so good at doing is making at least one person miss. And he gets that from his 1v1 abilities, his flicks abilities. He's very confident in taking out at least one defender, or getting it by one. And now another goal comes in from Flakes. This time, now everyone from Barca getting a goal in this game. And that was a perfect bounce off the top of the ceiling, coming right back out to the middle. Flakes blasting that in off his Roadhog. And I believe that is the XL version.
Yeah, that Roadhog XL. Best of the game.
Is this the XL? It's so hard to tell nowadays.
I actually think this is the regular Roadhog. But Flakes, almost another goal and another shot for Ronicky. And Ronicky's got a Hattie. in game 3 or game 2.
And there you go. Ronicky, we've been talking about him. And he shows up yet again. He has been rock solid for Barça.
It's just the consistency is, you know, there aren't many players who are as consistent in a series like Ronicky has been the last 2 series that he's played, or not the last 2 series, last 2 weeks that he's played, where he just, every time he touches the ball, it seems to be going into the net. You know, you'll see players do it time and again, but they get shut down every now and then. And Ronicky, that kind of happened to him early on in the season. But when it's mattered, Ronicky has stepped up big time. His accuracy has been crazy. There was only one shot that he had missed, but it was kind of a half chance where he just ripped it to the top corner. And that was a dominant game 2 for Barça. It almost started out disastrously, but they recovered very quickly.
They certainly did. And, you know, Jorby, I don't really want to throw you under the bus too bad, but it was the XL. And, you know, I just have to set the record straight. I have to set the record straight.
I decided my reputation with cars, you know, this season, I have to take both sides. And,
yeah,
you know,
what's your favorite car?
I'm still wrong. No, Roadhog XL. Seriously. I'm not kidding. I love the Roadhog XL.
Right, there you go.
It's a big baddie.
But
it's the big baddie. It's Roadhog Big Baddie XL.
And it's working. It's working for Flakes. He was really fast to the ball. And at Barcelona, that has just been that's just kind of been their MO this game, is always just that split second quicker. We saw it on that goal. Flakes barely beating out. Was it Farah or Fruity? I don't remember who it was, but then Chaussette came in for the challenge. And again, Ronicky was there. And Ronicky, he was in the Golden Striker race. He finished in the top 3. He was even, you know, scoring tons of goals last season as well. So you can't count this guy out. You can't ever count Barcelona out, even though they had such a rough end to the season, a very difficult end to the season. They are bouncing back when it matters in this regional championship.
And it's for Reciprocity, this just you have to be gutted at this point. I mean, this team has gone through trials this season where, you know, they were the regional champions out of Europe at the end of season 8. The same roster, the same team, you know, the names haven't changed, but the gameplay has. This team has struggled, and they have to try to figure this out because they have yet to win a single game in the regional championship. They might be in danger of getting swept twice if things continue on their current trajectory. That's a good first attempt for Farah, but his shot is denied by Devo, who, like you said in game 1, James, Devo was Reciprocity's worst nightmare. Reciprocity outshot Barça by, I think, by 30 shots or something like that, and just couldn't come up with a single goal because of those 10 saves from Devo. And even in the later games, like, he had 5 in another. So Devo picks up another. His all-time save record here against Reciprocity is pretty high. Rudy, does he have a double tap? No, it's just taken away, and quickly up to the next touch is Ronicky. Barça, again on defense, they just really handle the pressure well. They don't panic. 2 shots for Reciprocity on that attempt, but they come away empty.
And good speed from Flakes on the challenge. Fruity does well to keep the ball close. He's going to try to make Devo miss as well.
Still space for Barça. Devo expecting a fight, but Chaussette able to get that ball out to midfield. He'll have to get another clear. It's a long ball. Nobody from Reciprocity able to get to it. Farah did find the read in midfield. Chaussette hops right on top of him. Now Reciprocity have a chance, but again, the positioning from Barça, it's so hard to get by them on defense, and then their transition game has been so deadly as well. They've caught Reciprocity out a few times, rotating back to net, and that's almost an own goal, and it's still safe somehow. Devo and Flakes keep the ball out. Are you kidding?
Reciprocity has to field first. They had 2 chances that looked like they were going in that hit off the post, hit off the crossbar, hit off the defender. It's hitting everything but the back of the net. And Reciprocity, the only goal they've gotten was that one dunk on Devo. Devo didn't make a touch on the ball. It wasn't the prettiest of goals. You know that Reciprocity, they're dying for a quality goal. They just need something to spark some sort of hope. that their offense can do enough to get some wins, but that happening has to take the wind out of any sails that they had.
Devo right there. He stuffs Fruity, trying to force it towards the box. Fruity had approached the challenge almost perfectly, but then Devo just kind of sits on it. And then he gets the next touch to get the clear out, and Barcelona are back on offense. I mean, Barça, it does feel like the series of league play. It feels like Barça can do no wrong, and it feels like Reciprocity do everything right up until they get close to the box, and their push just seems to die. But credit to Barca's defense in killing it. Another good touch from Devo. Devo's having a great series. A lot of solid touches. Last season, I felt like Devo had struggled at times as a third man and also in his challenge game. But today, it's pretty lights out for Devo. And Ronicky, talking about Ronicky, you know, he's definitely the goal scorer. And we've certainly given him the credit he deserves. But I just think Devo as well has just been a great third man. Not even just a rotation, just you know, for Flakes and Ronicky, the perfect role for Devo. Another touch to get it out. Reciprocity are starting to hunt towards this Barca net. They're having struggles.
Devo, oh, that shot challenges Flakes. He gets the clear out, but Devo, you're right. He's that rock in the back that can get it clear up to either Ronicky or Flakes. And Flakes and Ronicky are just using their raw speed to overpower Reciprocity at times. And you can never count Devo out, because we saw earlier going for that flip reset goal. He's got the mechanics to also dust anybody that tries to challenge him. So Barca, they're a triple threat team. And despite these couple off series they've had, they are starting to look ferocious yet again. At times they looked like a top team over in Europe. At times they looked like they couldn't hang, but today they're looking like one of those top teams.
They're looking for that next touch, but he just didn't have enough boost to get back to it. And it's another good clear from Barca. That time, Ronicky, the man to do it. Coming to a close in regulation. And it's just been a battle in midfield for possession. There's Farah getting a bump. Fruity gonna carry. Does he have something? No. Flakes has the save, but Chaussette has the shot. And there is Ronicky. We got overtime.
Scary moment for Barcelona. Chaussette had that shooting opportunity. Fruity also trying to threaten that flip reset or the pass. Didn't come to fruition. And now Chaussette! No, Chaussette! He completely whiffs. He's in net with plenty of boost. And he just turns right. I don't understand what happened. Chaussette just drove past the ball. Shocking moment.
Got it. I said got it after the last game, but that time, oh, that has to hurt. I have to wonder what was going through Chaussette's head as he was looking. Maybe expecting a wider shot, maybe just a mistouch on his controller.
To me, it looks like he might have, his thumb might have slipped or something.
Yeah.
Because he drove right. The only other possible explanation was maybe he thought somebody was behind him. I'd have to go back and look, but I don't think that would be the case. But that's possible if he thought maybe he was going to start moving up to get a hit. But I honestly think it was just a mechanical mistake, just a slip of the finger, and he completely botched it. So it's unfortunate for Reciprocity. They've still only scored one goal in this series. They scored one goal in their last series. And now things are only going to get more difficult. They're down 3 games. They were swept before, and it looks like we're seeing the same thing play out this time, Jorby.
And for a player who Reciprocity has relied on in the past to put them over top of a team in a series, to give them that next edge, Chaussette is the owner of more than a couple of 1v3 dribble beauties. And for him to be the owner of that mistake has to hurt him more than anyone, for sure.
He's the mechanical leader of this team. You think about who has the most ability to make all these crazy technical plays. It's Chaussette. So to see a mistake from him on the goal line in such a big moment, because if Reciprocity wins that, it's 2-1. They're back in the series. They have a chance. And to lose that series in that way, It seems like it could be too much to come back from, but we'll see.
With the way Barça have been playing, it certainly feels like a sweep is on the horizon. Nope. Reciprocity, still some good ideas in that last series, and it was much better on defense as well. Flakes, second touch, he actually flipped into it as well as Ronicky. Bit of a miscommunication. Now a chance for Reciprocity on the turnaround. Low off the back wall, it will be taken away. Fruity couldn't get to it in time. And again, Flakes on point here for Barça. Fruity tried to find that next touch. He just ended up taking, or the launch, Ronicky beat him to the ball. Another high touch, but Barça first to it again off the rebound. Now Reciprocity, they're back on defense here, and they're just forced to try to play this slow. And as soon as they do try to catch it, there's the first man on Barça just immediately hop on them. They're waiting for a second, but as soon as they even sniff that Reciprocity, try to slow it down, it's just full boost, you know, pedal to the floor, make the challenge, and then they're back on offense. Well, Barça, this will be a long clear for Reciprocity. Even their Chaussette just couldn't find the read there against Flakes, who switching it up yet, excuse me, switching it up yet again on the cars, and 2 minutes in though, and about where we left off in the last game.
And you know, even though the cars switch, there's always that roach. You always got the roach. The cockroach just sitting there on top of the hood of his car. Gives us some sort of
true power.
continuity.
He gets all of his power from that roach. Ronicky, that's a good touch. Reciprocity. Chance to break out downfield, but they're struggling to win these midfield boosts. They did pick up the back. They pull in the tanks. Now they're on offense. Chaussette next up, but what can you do? Devo makes that challenge. 2 commit in midfield for this play. Devo will try to keep this close to him. Ronicky and Flakes time to recover, and he does do that. And this is just a dump from Chaussette. Now we're playing reactive for Reciprocity, but the backboard has been completely unavailable for Reciprocity. That's the first time they got one, and they make Barça pay. Farah picks up Reciprocity's second goal of the series.
Yeah, and you can see the defender in net. Ronicky even had boost. You saw someone jumped in as well to try to block off Ronicky's jump. Chaussette got the backboard pass, so good pressure finally from Reciprocity, a quality goal we see come out from them. They had to throw in a little bit of that aggression, and now another shot, that one turned aside, and a demo, so we're seeing the aggressiveness, which has worked so well in the past for Reciprocity, is what got them the win versus Dignitas in the final week of league play. We're finally starting to see them bring that out with their back to the wall.
They have kept Barça pretty low in the scoring department in the last 2 games. But they're going to have to do it for another minute 40 here. 1 might not be enough, but good rotation from Farah. Back over to Chaussette. Reciprocity just trying to find a way in, looking for insurance. Another good challenge from Devo, but now Barça positioning doesn't afford them to make the next challenge. Flakes has the save. He needs the next touch. Working in a low boost situation, but he loses the challenge to Devo. Flakes immediately turning back around, wins 1 touch. Essentially wins that one against Farah. And actually Flakes gets back to this, gets the pass to Ronicky, who was expecting somebody to be ready. It had to be Devo in midfield, but now a turnaround, the shot denied by Flakes as he smacks it into the ground. Barça keeping the scoreline 1-0. But Reciprocity look in control right now. We're ticking down in this final minute, James.
Yeah, they're holding all the cards at the moment. Farah putting in an insurance goal. So life is confirmed on Reciprocity. Wonderful touch from Farah, setting himself up for the shot. You can see the scrambling defense from Barça. Just couldn't get back in time.
Yeah, it hasn't been mistake-free Rocket League for Barça in this series. We have seen double commits on really every half of the field for them, and it's usually Ronicky and Flakes are the 2 committing for the play. There was the one earlier in this game in midfield that they had that, you know, it ended up giving up possession in a chance where you could transition down the field, where they were successful earlier on. A third goal almost to really put game 4 away. But it looks like Reciprocity are finally going to pick up their first victory. Unless Barça could somehow pull a miracle in 10 seconds, that shot will be turned away by Farah. And take a deep sigh of relief. Reciprocity, you pick up a third goal. Chaussette will take 1. And they're in this series.
And showing some life finally, and this was a very one-sided game. Reciprocity on the attack pretty much the entirety of the game. So well done. They forced 11 saves out of Barça and still managed to put 3 by them.
As soon as the ball touches the ground, we will move on to game 5, but Barça, they had this trouble against Reciprocity in league play. Even though they had won that series, Reciprocity were still able to pepper shots on net onto them, and they were able to get 12 in this one. And like you said, James, 11 saves for Barça, but just wasn't enough. And a lot of times it came off of double commits. There was that one where Flakes had smacked it into the ground, but Ronicky had also committed to it on the play. So they have to definitely figure that out, because if Reciprocity gain this confidence and they have this confidence pushing down the pitch with all 3 players, Barça might be in trouble. But we don't see reverse sweeps all that often. We saw one in Europe last season in the European Regional Championship with Dignitas against Barça. So let's see if Barça don't let themselves repeat history.
And they're certainly trying not to. They were able to avoid some of that reverse sweep history this season, but in the regional championships, we'll see. It's gonna be a surprise if it happens. To me personally, I think Reciprocity, they have a lot to do. There's a lot of work ahead of them, but they scored more goals in this game than they had in all of their previous games today, which is kind of crazy to think about. So Reciprocity, they kept all the pressure in this game. They had multiple chances. They looked like the better team on the field. Barça didn't have any answers, but now Reciprocity is going to have to do this 3 more times. And to hold off this Barcelona team, that is a tall order, especially if Ronicky starts heating up again and starts getting some scoring opportunities.
Reciprocity needs some more magic. Try to get a top 4 spot. And some more money here in a road to a back-to-back regional championship. Barça have certainly made it difficult. We'll start with Chaussette on the carry, and we're going to see more of this from Devo, just harassing Reciprocity with these challenges. They get out. It's a good first touch from Farah. Fruity sends it in front of the box. Actually finds the pass to Chaussette. Double commit. Ronicky came up with the save, but Reciprocity have to wait, so they'll get away with this one. But it just makes the clear all that harder. Flakes trying to get the boost and ended up just flipping off that ball. It's a lot of space. And it puts Barça back in their own half.
Barça, they were trapped in their own half quite a bit last game. And now it seems like this game is gearing up to play out the same way. Farah stopping this ball at the midfield. Reciprocity doing such a good job at keeping that ball at the midfield.
Oh, no, it's an no, it's not. The shot there it goes. Fruity will score, but Chaussette got bumped, and it helped him out here.
Flakes was expecting Chaussette to go for a shot, so when Devo bumped him out of the play, Flakes was a little bit surprised, didn't make the best play on the ball, and that rebound kicks out, and Fruity will take advantage. So a tough break there for Barça, and Reciprocity still on the upswing.
Another goal for them. Ronicky on the challenge midfield. Devo next. Barça, now you're wondering, starting to reel. Plenty of game left in game 5. Reciprocity back on offense. And another difference here, besides the double commits, they're just not winning as many of these challenges in their own half. Reciprocity, good job hopping on top of it. Farah couldn't get to this one, but the ball's still his. Chaussette here up a little close, was maybe expecting a quicker touch. He does get the flip route set to Fruity. Fruity, one more. No, he doesn't have it. Flakes has the save. And Devo just trying to buy some time. Ronicky was getting harassed in net by Fruity. bought some time to get this pass to Chaussette, and he misses the ball. Some space now for Devo trying to move down the field, but a good touch from Fruity. Reciprocity to Chaussette, nothing. Denied by Ronicky. This is looking great for Reciprocity, James. About halfway through the game time.
Reciprocity controlling all the chances. I don't think this ball has left the blue half for more than 30 seconds total this game. Every time it goes past, Reciprocity clears it right back in. But still, it's a one-goal game. Barça, with just one counter, can get back into it.
Barça still haven't registered a shot on net. It's almost 3 minutes of gameplay. There's a good pass. Shot from Ronicky right into Chaussette. Reciprocity, Fruity attempting to clear. Will be denied in midfield by Devo, but they get one other clear. Flake's still coming back. He'll have this next touch. Good to get his undercarriage under it to keep it close. Banging it against the corner, certainly just giving up possession. Ooh, and that demo will give Fruity a long clear for Reciprocity. Barça really struggling to find anything. That was probably the best look they had, and then Reciprocity denied them with that demo on Flakes.
Yeah, you could see Devo wanted to pass that over to Flakes. Good double tap pass. Farah waiting, bounces it in. The pressure mounting, it keeps building. And Fruity with a lovely double tap pass.
He had a similar one earlier that kind of put Barça in panic mode, trying to get the clear out. So Fruity, this season was really a good season for Fruity, even if it wasn't the best season for Reciprocity. Fruity just became a star almost at times, especially the games that that Reciprocity looked good. I'd love to see more of that. Double commit, but Chaussette finds the touch, still dangerous. Fruity the only man in net. That miss will actually, Fruity just couldn't figure out which way that ball was going as he was creeping forward, but the shot doesn't ever come. Devo, no boost, good pass to Flakes, and Barça finally rolling back in. They cut the lead in half.
And they get on the board with enough time to do some damage. It was a picture-perfect pass from Devo, getting that ball down to Flakes, who was waiting in the middle. So Barça, they're not out of this game just yet. A full minute to do something, tie it up. We'll see if they can do it.
Start with Flakes on the challenge against Farah. Now Fruity, next man up for Reciprocity. But Devo will win that challenge. Ronicky now on point, very tight here for Barça. Ronicky trying to screen Farah. Devo will be first to the ball. It's off the ceiling. Chaussette doesn't have the read. It is a tie game off the miss. Off the backboard.
Devo, he's just waiting to see what Chaussette does. He plays the miss, and Chaussette does indeed fail to make contact with the ball. And just like that, in a matter of seconds, Barcelona equalized.
Struggles for Chaussette. Cost him the game. Game 3 on that miss, and now it's a wide open net. Can Ronicky get there? Ronicky bounced off the post and in. Call his game when you need him. Clutch.
And this didn't just go off the post, it went off Chaussette. Chaussette forced that into his own net. I don't think Ronicky had the angle. I think that one might have bounced out. So Chaussette, another potential error. I'd have to go back and take a look at it one more time, but if what I think happened, Chaussette own goaled that one, and that mistake might cost him. 15 seconds left for Reciprocity to come back.
Fruity attempting a long ball to Farah, but it's not even close. Time ticking down to 0. Flake preventing Chaussette from getting out of his own corner. Barça trying to keep the ball away, but stealing it was Farah, and Devo has the save. No more time left. Do they have magic at 0 seconds to send it to overtime? No. Barça kill the ball, and it's a 4-1 win for Barça. They move on to top 4 in Europe.
And what a game that was. Barça, they were on defense until the final minute, it seemed like. And then Barça scores 3 goals in just over a minute to take the lead. And again, Chaussette, that critical mistouch that knocked it into his own net. We saw the play earlier as well where he swerved on the goal line. He let it in. This was not the best series that we've seen from Chaussette Reciprocity, though, give them credit. They did bounce back when they needed to in that game 4. They got the win and almost got the win here in game 5, but ultimately Barça will take the win. And I thought Ronicky played quite well in this game, both defensively, offensively. He was everywhere. So he, for me, was the MVP from Barça, but really everyone on Barça had their moments.
We have 2 semifinal matches coming up next. First, it will be Dignitas versus Mousesports. Will the Arju Magic continue to carry Mousesports to the skies, or will Dignitas send them plummeting to the ground? We'll find out after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet friendly. Maybe a little too pet friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
All the reasons why we've been separate ways, feeling all alone in your company, keeping you captive with guilty chains.
We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will, though, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will, though, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. We can start again.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching the European Regionals. I'm your host, Brody Leafex Moore, alongside Gibbs and Johnny Boy. And it seems to be just disappointment for Reciprocity. They could not pull it back, but excitement for Barça as they finally show up and they move themselves into top 4 to face off against Renault Vitality later. But Johnny Boy, this has been quite the day. I think we're all wrong so far.
I've been wrong on every single prediction so far. I don't know what exactly is happening in Europe. We thought this would go a bit more according to plan than NA did, but well played by Barcelona. They've completely turned their season around. They look so inconsistent, and now they're on a tear through the bracket.
Yeah, well done for Ronicky again, leading in goals for the team. And Barça, again, these last few weeks, I was hating this team. Like, I thought they were a bottom-of-the-barrel team, but they have bounced back huge when it matters most. And that's what you need. And on the other side for Reciprocity, this is now twice in a row, when it matters most, they have crumbled. Yeah. And that is a big issue.
So what does this mean now for Reciprocity going forward? Because, of course, that means that they're not auto-qualified into the spring series.
This roster has been together since August 1st, 2018, and I feel like now's got to be the time that you experiment a bit for the spring series and try and mix up this roster, because you bomb out of the World Championship, now you bomb out of the regional championships here. I think it's time.
Yeah, I agree. And with stars, striker, star goalkeeper, star assist man Jesse on the bench, I think they've got the answer right in front of them.
I thought you were going to talk about Chaussette. I was like,
yeah, of course I'm talking about Jesse Gibbs. They need to make a roster change, and I think the obvious one is right in front of them. He's already signed. He's already their substitute. Get him in. It's a season of substitutes after all.
I was wondering where you're going with that, but I think you actually may have some merit with that, with the whole season of substitutes coming in. And of course, it's Jesse. I don't think anybody is going to complain about that. But now that we've had a few matches down, let's take a look back at the day. We talked about all of our predictions being wrong. Look at the bracket real quick. It was destruction for Reciprocity in the upper side there. 4-0 for Mousesports, and then Veloce, of course, an upset happening there. We haven't seen much from Barça throughout most of the season, but all of a sudden in the regionals, when it absolutely matters, they pull out a win. 4-2 was a lot closer, but Reciprocity then, as we just witnessed, could not pull themselves back, and then Barça moves themselves up to Renault Vitality, and Dignitas will be facing off against Mousesports. And from here on out, this is just single limb, essentially. It's you lose, you are done. At least you made the top 4. Of course, all these teams now have qualified for themselves into the spring series later in a little bit. But let's talk about that next match. We're going to talk about Dignitas versus Mousesports. Mousesports playing with their substitute, Arju. Johnny, you were just talking about how it's the season of subs, and Arju is absolutely proving that point right now. But his teammates are also not slacking. Both Cooksir and Speed have been stepping it up huge, but they're playing against Dignitas, one of the most powerful teams in Europe right now. Their passing is unprecedented.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Mouse take this one. It's all upsets today, and it's the season of subs. Arju popping off earlier on today, and they're on a perfect streak right now. Barcelona as well. The two teams coming from the previous round just smashed Reciprocity, so they've got all the momentum on their side. And Dignitas haven't been looking too hot recently, so they need to be really careful. It's a dangerous Mouse side.
Yeah, my concern for Dignitas is the defensive side of the ball. Like, their offense has actually picked it up more and more throughout the season, but now they're giving up more than 2 goals per game over their last 3 weeks when they began versus Vitality. That's an issue for this team. They've kind of disrespected the offensive play from other teams and given up a lot of wide open nets. Maybe these passes are not connecting, so they're getting intercepted. Then it's a 2-on-1, 3-on-1 situation. Dig has to fix their defense first, because they were the best defense for the beginning of the season, and they've fallen off. So that's what they have to work on here versus Mouse, and then go forward from there.
Well, if we're basing it off just the logos alone, which we shouldn't because that's terrible analysis, Dig should win this because, as far as I know, owls eat mice. Let us know what you guys think and how it's going to go on Twitter at Esports, hashtag RLCS9. That wasn't even a joke, guys. Don't worry. It was just bad analysis, as I said. But join us online. Give us better analysis. It's just me. But we're going to get into this match. Dignitas versus Mouse. Will Mouse plow through, or will Dignitas prevail? Let's find out right now.
Now, to Leaf's credit, he's not wrong, James. Owls do eat mice, but here we got Super Sub Arju versus MVP Astral in a matchup that I think it promises to be an exciting one. Mousesports have gone on an incredible run with their sub, and Dignitas have sat at the top of the RLCS all season long. We should be in for a good ride.
You know, and Astral MVP of Europe, he's gonna have his hands full with this Arju player coming out of nowhere. Arju, obviously the sub for Mouse, and you know he has been playing surprisingly well. He has been an impact player, not only just fitting into the roster, trying to keep the rotation solid and trying not to mess up. He has been leading the charge at times. So this will be a very interesting series, especially with how good Dignitas has been.
Yeah, Arju, you know, last week when we saw him play, he was more so filling in the gaps, and it was Speed and Cooks who were able to do a lot on offense, and Arju was kind of facilitating that. And then this week, Arju gets that flip reset pass, and Speed is missing open nets. So, you know, Arju's got your back, Speed.
It never
It's
happened.
okay,
Didn't you
but-
see the Twitter? It never happened. That never happened. I don't even know what you're talking about, Jorby.
Of course not. But Dignitas, you heard him saying on the desk, they kind of had a lackluster end of their season and also had struggles in other tournaments over at the European Invitational. Dignitas did not have the best go of it. So we'll see how they fare here in the regional championships. You can never count this team out. And we are underway. We'll start with Speed on the backcourt, trying to get the clear out here for Mouse. Astral actually got a look, pops it straight up, has a double tap, and it's off the crossbar. He almost found it. That was tough. And he ended up actually taking the ball away from Yukio, so Mousesports will get out. Mouse trying to fight out of the blue half still, despite winning in midfield earlier. It came right back in. Yukio screaming. Arju there, he has to wait for this touch. Violent Panda kills the ball, but Speed is right there to pick it back up. A bit of a slow start, despite Mousesports being locked on their back wall for a while. Arju not a clear, just a tap off the back wall. Dignitas back in Mouse territory.
Dignitas was trying to keep the boost game in their advantage, but Mouse was able to get quite a bit. And now looking to get on the counterattack, things are looking good. Speed picking up the corner boost. Arju's going to have to get a good challenge here, which he does. The solo play from Arju. Oh, man.
It does not matter today. Arju is popping off, gets the dish, puts it in. Mousesports, man, you couldn't ask for a better substitute today. This guy's got no brakes. Dignitas, pass out. You know, for Dignitas, I've been calling them all season, even before the season started. And I still believe that they're the best passing team in the RLCS. But part of the struggle that they've had is that teams are starting to figure out these passing lanes for Dignitas, and they haven't been able to worm their way through defenses like we've seen them do this season. And that mechanical magic by Astral, part of what got him MVP, he's been shut down at times too. He's on the point now for Dignitas, back to the blue half. Oh, Violent Panda, air strike!
Ooh. Astral, he has always been a fantastic passer. Gets that ball out to Panda, and Panda sneaks that one in underneath the crossbar. Excellent card control on that one, as he was very close to the goal. Had to get that down quickly, and he was able to do so.
Botch kickoff from Mousesports. Crooks, though, no problem for him. Bodies through one. Panda's pinch will get right over Speed's head. And he'll get the midfield boost out of it. So this is looking good for Dignitas. Ooh, that whiff from Astral. Put Yukio back on his own corner. Now Arju, next touch for him. Astral finds Violent Panda to get the clear out for Dignitas. Ooh, and that's another miss. That time for Mousesports. Arju takes the pass from Cooks. Does it a double tap? Oh, he just missed it by a pixel. And Speed sends it out to the corner. Did not want a boomer going back to Mousesports' half. It would have been in danger. Hard ball off the ceiling. They did find the next touch, but this will be cleared out again. Put Arju on point. Arju first tap off the back wall, look for the bump. Cooks does keep it locked on the back wall. Speed, the next challenge, but right on top of it is Astral. Very good approach there from Yukio and Astral to get it out to the blue half.
You saw a bump coming in from Astral as well. He saw Arju low boost and net, decided to take a bump on his way out, but we've seen Arju has been the spearhead of the mouse attack on quite a few of these transitions. And Arju he almost hit that double tap as well, got the first goal of the game. He is really proving to be a critical piece of this mouse offense.
Attempted shot from Violent Panda, saved by Speed. Yukio on the carry. It'll be knocked away by Cooks. Violent Panda flips it up again. This is good for Dignitas. Astral picks it up off the backboard. Pass to Yukio. Shot's good! Great shot to the top for Yukio. Dignitas, I believe.
And a fantastic play from Astral. Gets the first touch, boosts down, and then you see him boosting out of the way of Yukio's shot. Astral doing so much heavy lifting there to set up Yukio for that play.
It's plays
And
like
wonderfully
that,
done.
It's plays like that that's why Astral got MVP. Like it's those catches on the opponent's backboard. That's not even the second or third time he's done something like that this season. Just perfect control of the ball and his car. He's such an impressive player to watch, but Speed actually finds the ball surprisingly off the crossbar now. Violent Panda trying to come back down to it, feeling some pressure from Mouse, and coming in is Speed to pick the play in front of the box. Mousesports tie it back up.
And just as you were seeing Astral's praises, he takes his time here, and you see him taking time he doesn't have. Speed comes in and ruins his day with that dunk. Astral needed to get that ball out of harm's way right away, and he just failed to do so.
So Mousesports were able to respond after Dignitas had scored 2 unanswered, and now another goal potential. Shot is denied by Violent Panda. Yukio gets to it quickly. It forced Mousesports to back off a little bit. Even if he doesn't touch that ball, you know, it did relieve pressure for Dignitas, allowing them to get some more boosts. Ending regulation, time running out. We're locked here at 2 apiece. Astral is over Speed. He'll get down to the ground quickly. Speed wants to play this out. He will pop it up. That just gave the ball to Dignitas. Astral, he's got Violent Panda downfield. Keeps it in play, but that'll kill it. And so Mousesports get away with that, and we're in overtime.
Close call. Panda did his best. The shot was on target, just didn't have enough pace. That demo taking out only player that could really do a lot of damage. And now Arju backboard pass. No one's there for Mouse until late. And that scoring chance will not come to fruition.
Astral right on this ball, but then Arju slows it back down. Cooks just slowing Violent Panda down now, struggling to get the clear out. Speed will easily play it to Dignitas' corner. Slow down for Yukio. Has the boost, control, back to Violent Panda. He's got Yukio downfield. Next up is Astral. Astral got bumped by Cooks. And Speed will have an attempted clear denied by Astral, but it's going to be Arju on point and space for Mousesports. Arju again has a good challenge. Wants the bump. Was hoping Astral would bite on a jump, but he stayed on the ground. And Dignitas stays strong on defense, but this Mousesports team, they're starting to find some gaps. They're starting to find some opportunities. Another clear. Oh, that's a miss from Arju. He's got to get back to it. Double commit, but difference beaten. Speed got the clear.
And that was such a lucky spawn for Astral as well. He spawned right next to the ball, so he was able to get the clear right away. And we've seen spawns play a key role in a few games, a few situations, but Speed overpowers the defense. Astral couldn't keep this one out.
And Yukio, he tried to get back to his touch, but he just completely flubbed it. Out of boost, the first touch got a little too far away from him. He wanted to try to catch on the corner and maybe try to flick it out or just force at least some sort of touch, not right into a Mouse player. And Mousesports capitalize, get a great pass from Cooks to Speed. And this Mousesports team, James, here they come once again.
They're synergizing. You can't say it's been luck. They've now won multiple series. What, 3 series in a row?
Yeah.
3 series in a row with Arju on the team. And they continue the momentum here. Arju, he scored that insane dish goal right to start things off. Speed getting 2 goals. This one, or the last one in overtime. And we're starting to see a Mouse team where they're synergizing. You've got Arju leading the attack, Speed and Cooks are there to clean up some of these opportunities that Arju is generating. They're not really double committing. They're challenging the ball quickly. They're being aggressive when they need to. And Astral, he made some impact plays, getting 2 very quality assists. But other than that, he hasn't really had many shooting opportunities because of how aggressive Mouse has been playing. So Mouse, they are the real deal. They are the real deal.
And Speed and Arju picking up 4 saves apiece. Dignitas had opportunities. They had shots on net. And, you had that great play from Astral off the backboard and the just as good shot from Yukio on the same play. But other than that, they just get to the box and they peter out. And they haven't been able to really consistently crack this Mousesports defense. But if that game is anything to think about how the series is going to go, we're probably in for a long one. But Speed just picks off midfield, and it's basically a free goal for Mouse 9 seconds in.
And you could see he was probably looking to pass to Astral, but hit it too far ahead of him, and Speed was ready to cut off the angle anyway. So once the hit was a little weak, it was a little off target, Speed pounced. Punished Dignitas for that.
Continuation from Cooks. That bounces off the post and in. And it's a feeding frenzy. Okay.
Oh, look at this pitch. Look at the pitch.
Okay.
Speed and Cooks pitch this ball. Speed comes off the wall, and they pitch it, post it in. Everything is going right for Mouse. You can see it.
I'm still shocked that he even was.
Cooks or he'll pinch off anything. The wall, Speed, the post, anything. Don't give him the chance.
Pinch practitioner. No, I'll leave the alliterations to Leaf. Speed. Next man up, he actually pulls off on it. For Cooks, another kill in midfield. Trying to get Arju involved, but the demo will give Astral some time. Ground, air dribble, no good. And Violet Panda couldn't find the shot. Yukio wants it denied by Cooks, and it's right into Speed. Even when it goes right for Dignitas, it's just one mistouch, and it all goes wrong. They are back on offense. But again, Mousesports' defense has not been easy. This first minute has belonged to them. Arju, next touch up. They totally went for the pinch there. You can't convince me otherwise. And Dignitas will try again from their own half. Violent Panda kicks it up in front to Astral. Astral, 1 touch and 2, but it's out and wide. It's tough. He wanted to try to find it higher, avoid the defender. Here's another potential shot, and Cooks hops right on top of it. A close defensive rotation. These are not easy for Mouse. They were very tight. The communication has been solid. You haven't seen the double commits. And even a low boost situation, and Mousesports are back in the orange half. Looking very good on both halves of the field, but this is a good breakaway opportunity. Shot is good. Astral won't miss that one. Dignitas on the board.
And this was a tough shot for Astral. Arju, he's coming back. Astral didn't get that middle boost. And Arju's still there. So if Astral doesn't put that one top corner, Arju's likely getting the save. So under pressure, Astral making that shot. It was a big one to get Dignitas within 1.
Violent Panda trying to force his way through. He has struggled this series so far. He's had a couple of key mistouches, and also that first touch that gave Mouse a free goal in the first 9 seconds. So he certainly has some kinks to work out in this series, but it is only game 2, so he's got plenty of time to figure it out. And hopefully for him, sooner rather than later, that's a good first touch. And that block from Cooks, and Violent Panda does not care. Will dunk his way through. We got a tie game.
And Dignitas threw right back into it. You saw the side flip from Astral, but it didn't matter because Panda, he was getting aggressive, treating the other team like bamboo shoots, eating them up.
That's exactly what Violent Panda needed. I was just talking about him getting the kinks figured out. And what better way than to just muscle your way through on the speed dunk?
Especially after he had that failed pass attempt over to Astral that conceded that goal. It's going to be good for Panda and his mentality. Getting that equalizer. Now a big demo from Astral. This is going to put a numbers advantage in favor of Dignitas.
Well, they'll be forced back. And Astral is deep on the rotation, so they'll be back really quick. Off the ceiling, and Astral couldn't actually handle the ball. Violent Panda pops up for Yukio. Yukio's got, oh, he had a look, but just could not find the net. That was a tough angle to find the shot. Well handled by Speed and Arju to get the clear. Dignitas have been continually forced to retreat the whole way back to their own back wall to try again, and they've been booming it. More times than I'm used to seeing Dignitas boom the ball. You can almost feel the frustration trying to get by this Mousesports defense.
Mouse has been doing quite well, especially in low boost situations. I've been impressed with what Arju's been able to do. But Dignitas, you can still tell they're starting to figure it out. They're putting more pressure on Mouse. They're keeping Mouse at low boost. You can see Panda even denying that boost right in front of Arju. And things are getting rough for Mouse. They're getting stretched thin.
But they are very stoic there. That crossbar shot is not good. That crossbar shot is good. And Dignitas have a lead.
And stretched too thin here as they finally break Speed in net. He had only 16 boost at the end of that play. Astral coming in with a windup, and he lets it rip right past Speed.
That's 2 goals now for Astral. Hey, does he have a third? Oh, he just couldn't get his nose on it. He almost comes off the backboard, but could not find it. Almost a hat trick for Astral. And I had to believe. I've seen him do it too many times.
He was so close. That was a high-speed double tap. And then not only did he almost score the double tap, he almost was able to clean up his goal after he missed. So it was a very close call. Astral is looking for his hat trick. Not the greatest touch off the backboard. A miss from Yukio as well. Scary for Dignitas. Now they're low boost.
More than a few uncharacteristic weaknesses for Dignitas. There's a missed pass to Arju. Oh, and Speed. Crooks had the faith for Speed to make that next touch. Now they're in danger. Oh, Arju picking up the save. Thought maybe Astral had a chance for a bump. There's another save for Arju. Speed now on the point. Quick transition. And the challenge will be knocked out to the side. Crooks is the next man up. Taken away by Astral. Mousesports. We've got a chance here in the offensive half. Here's Arju. Flip reset available. But double commit from Dignitas. Is it good enough? It might not be. Up high looking for a shot, but 2 commit. Crooks and Speed both up. Maybe there was a chance for Speed, but we'll never know. And we're tied up in the series.
Dignitas answering back. Mouse, they started out game 1 strong. They started out game 2 strong, but then Dignitas started to figure things out. They started to get possession. They were keeping Mousesports stuck in their own half, low on boost. We saw him stretch thin multiple times. Astral started making plays. So they're looking quite good right now. Dignitas on the upswing. Mouse, we'll see if they can dig deep and figure things out.
Yeah, only 3 shots on net too. They really did struggle to find any boost for a lot of that game. And you were mentioning how well they were playing in low boost situations. You had mentioned Arju specifically. He had 3 saves, and then Cooks had 4. As play a lot of defense in both games. Obviously, the difference for Dignitas, it's looking a lot better for them. So if they can continue winning this boost game, it might be a battle of attrition that way the rest of the way through, in midfield and in those corners.
Absolutely, and I think that's a great game plan. If you can keep them boost starved, keep them down. Obviously, that's the goal of any team. But when you're playing as well as these guys are, you have Astral up in the air, forcing Mouse on defense to get vertical and use up that boost. It gives chances for Violent Panda, for Yukio to steal those corner boosts, and then for Astral to rotate out and then have a shooting opportunity coming in as the cleanup guy. We saw that happen multiple times in this past game. We'll see if they can make it happen again, or if Mouse can figure out how to break through that wall from Dignitas at the midfield.
And it already starts out on the kickoff. Yukio pops this next ball up for Astral. Astral can't find the next touch, but Violent Panda's there, and it's saved by Speed. Another pop up high. Oh, a huge whiff, and Astral will get the goal. Dignitas.
Astral just flipping that over. You saw it looked like a bump coming out right there.
Yeah, it might have been a bump
defender
instead,
getting
sorry.
sent to the
I
moon.
misspoke. Yeah.
And that was enough.
Great first play. Crooks actually pulled off there a little bit on the kickoff to win that next challenge. And here is Arju, the shot just off the crossbar, and the follow-up isn't good enough. It's saved by Astral. Big chance for Mousesports. But they come away empty. It's a good first challenge from Speed, preventing that quick transition from Dignitas. The Violet Panda ready for this, and Speed beats him straight to the ball. Couldn't get that next touch. Speed will collect that Dignitas boost as Astral tries to carry the ball out. Next up, Arju. And looking to harass that next touch, but Violet Panda's got it off the back wall. Can't find the next. Mousesports, breakaway. Cooks, the dump isn't good enough, and Yukio will pick it up around to the corner, but now Mousesports are back on offense. Ooh, another good challenge win. And called off was Violet Panda back for Yukio. He wanted Astral in that play, maybe to get it back to him, but Mousesports stole the ball away. Violet Panda couldn't find the ball. Arju's shot's good, and it's a tie game for Mouse.
And this was a great turn from Speed. Arju got the mid boost, so Speed immediately turns, hits the ball up to Cooks. Arju also is turning because he knows that Cooks is going to have possession. And great communication from Mouse as they perfectly execute that play. And Arju, again, he is the one putting it in the back of the net. Arju has been having a fantastic series so far.
He's also been instrumental on defense. I mean, it's really something to watch for a guy that hadn't played a single game in the RLCS. You come in and really, it's clutch time. When you would hope that having someone like Scrub Killer on your team, that's exactly who you want when it's time for clutch time. Dignitas struggling here on this offensive opportunity. Now a breakaway here for Speed. Right behind him is Cooks. It pops straight up in front of the box. Great save from Violet Panda.
And a great shot from Speed as well. He delayed his flick to try to make that shot extra hard to read, but it was still defended.
Now it's Dignitas struggling to find a clear. Yukio couldn't find the touch. Speed to catch in front, and he pulls off of Astral. Almost finds the goal. It was a very smart play from Speed.
Arju taking his time. Good 50. Gonna go for this pass. He sees Cooks in the middle. Cooks drops it in. Arju with the pass. Lovely. Gets that 50 and sees Cooks and hits him on a dime. And that was a tough angle for Cooks to deal with as well, but he does it. Mouse, we haven't seen them play this good of offense all season long. And now they're bringing it out.
They had no offense, James. They were playing boomer ball all season. They're like, yeah, we're gonna play up to our defensive third, and that's about it. And all of a sudden, they've just transformed as a team. Astral can't find the double touch. He has struggled in this series for double touches. Granted, they haven't been the easiest, but Arju gives him the thunderclap.
Arju off the pass from Cooks. Cooks feeding him right back. Look at that shot. Upside down. Arju making plays.
It is unreal. The Arju magic is real, and you better believe in it. Because Mousesports certainly do. A 2-goal lead, about 2 minutes remaining. Pop off the ceiling. Violet Panda couldn't get the save. Yukio just trying to buy some time now. Back in Dignitas' corner. Speed actually almost had a shot on net, but Astral hopped right on top of it. Oh, and then the dunk from Cooks! Pick your poison! Cooks gets his second.
You know, this is just Team Italy in action right now. Gets the dunk on Yukio. Yukio had no idea. Arju and Cooks going nuts.
Mousesports, it is just a completely different team. Violet Panda, his carry will be taken away by Arju, but it's still a good look for Dignitas. And almost, but it's off the crossbar for Yukio. Astral trying to prevent the quick clear, but Arju just does all the work himself. He was out of boost, so he won't be able to get back to that. But again, Speed, the next man up, just forces Dignitas back to their own back wall. Astral some space. It's by Cooks. Can't get by Arju. Now another touch, pass out to Violent Panda, and he tried to find it high. The top shelf of the net wasn't there. Astral carried to Yukio. But these passing lanes, these are tight windows for Dignitas to get through, James. They have not been able to find it, and the ones that they have scored mostly have been half chances.
It's true, but Mouse, they're in the driver's seat now. They are feeling confident. You can see them controlling the ball, really taking Dignitas out of the play, completely neutralizing them. And Speed almost got that play as well. Looked like he was going for the flip reset double tap. Cookser cleans up, gets the hat trick, and Mouse are on a roll.
Well, it looks like the mice have found the cheese, and they are feasting on Dignitas right now. A hattie for Cooks, 2 goals and 2 assists for Arju. Cooks has the 2 assists on Arju's goals. Like you said, James, it's pick your Italian. All right, it doesn't matter. Cooks, Arju, they got your back. 5-1. I just, you know, even with how Mousesports were playing, I couldn't imagine that Mousesports were going to put a 5-star on Dignitas, and
even then, Arju coming off the back of his own net to make that save like it's nothing.
Oh, maybe a 6, but it's thrown away. And Mousesports, it is a march, and nobody can challenge them right now. Not after that game 3. It's 2-1 in the series. I am impressed.
There's something magical.
Yeah.
There's something magical about this Mousesports team. Cookser, he's been hitting shots that, you know, you hope that he makes. You know, Cookser, he's had seasons where he finishes at the top. He's had seasons where his shooting has kind of taken a back seat. But Cookser, you can tell that him and Arju are feeling it. They are feeling it. They're synergizing well. They're passing to each other well. They're making tough shots. Speed also playing his part. That flip reset double tap, even though he didn't get the assist on it, you know, he put the defense in a tough spot. Mousesports, their offense is in a better place than it has been in seasons, and you can just tell. And these last three series with Arju have really gotten the best out of them.
And despite, you know, some key mistouches in the first game from Dignitas and maybe, you know, a rough start in game 2, since then, the last about 9 minutes of gameplay for Dignitas, it hasn't looked bad. Like, Dignitas, they've had some good passing plays. They've had some good progressions down the field. They've been trying to keep the ball away from Mousesports, but for the most part, Mousesports are just beating them to the ball. Arju has been a big component of it, James. Everything that you said that Mousesports are doing, they're just the better team right now in this series. Dignitas, still a long series. They were able to get that win in game 2, and that absolutely matters for the rest of this series. But they got to figure this out now, because the momentum that Mousesports has, you don't see teams give this kind of momentum up in this situation. Arju, you are incredible.
He's doing it all. Gets down here, the backflip flick, and it goes right into the net. Arju, he is styling on Dignitas. Dignitas, who finished top 2 in league play. Dignitas, who you expected to come in here and end the Cinderella story of Mouse. Arju has other plans.
In the corner, Arju trying to block Dignitas towards the box. Astral keeping up for maybe a potential passing play, but Dignitas have to play the next touch. His pass to Violent Panda. He tried to pre-flip into it. Yukio shot, and it's blocked by Cooks. Cooks here. Another save for him. He's had more than a couple in this series. Speed actually wins the touch clean, but Arju's just a little too far back. We'll take some value out of that with that corner boost steal. But a long transition, and Violent Panda just can't find the touch to put decent enough pressure out. Astral does return a boost steal of his own. Dignitas have possession, so we'll see if they can move forward here. Oh, big miss from Arju. He tried to read the touch, and Astral will get the goal here for Dig, and they will absolutely take a shot.
And this was a readable ball there. He had to be perfect. He had to react instantly, but that was savable, and that's really been the only criticism that I've had for Arju is there has been a few defensive touches where he's coming off the back wall where he doesn't read it precisely, and it's gotten through. And that time, it got Mouse scored on. However, Arju, he got that backflip flick ceiling shot, so I think he's earned the some space to make a mistake or two.
Yeah, he can miss that one. That's fine. Let's go miss the next. Astral. Ooh, what a block from Cooks here. And that's really been the story of this series for me. It's like Dignitas are putting together the pass, but then they either get bumped in midair or it's not the exact touch that they want. And they can't play that clinical passing game that made them so dominant this season. And Mousesports, it's just been good challenges. It's been faster to the ball. Dignitas, attempted pass. Cooks here's there again, who is having himself a heck of a series. And Speed, next up, he wins the touch clean. Speed is starting to win some 50s cleanly as well. Game 4, tied up. Violent Panda has that next save. Speed, last man back, needs to buy a little bit of time for Cooks here and Arju to get back, and plenty of time is exactly what they got. Arju has to stretch for that, and he will. And Speed will easily have a clear. I mean, Mousesports will just keep getting the ball back. Violent Panda, a demo to maybe give some space in midfield, but there is none. Cooks, it's a light touch taken away here, but Dignitas, they're forced to play reactive. And that's not something that Dignitas are used to.
Yeah, they've just been clearing the ball back downfield. Now a double tap chance from Yukio. Astral, he's waiting. He's hoping for an opportunity in the middle, and now he dives in for that one after Panda misses, and now Mouse on the counterattack. So Dignitas still can't get anything going. The one goal that they have was that misread from Arju on the back wall, but where's that Dignitas passing that you expect from them?
Ooh, Cooks backflip to put that ball up. Speed shot denied. And now limited boost, but a breakaway opportunity. Yukio, one to beat, has the flick, and it will fall off the crossbar and out. That has to be awful for Dignitas, who had probably their best look right there.
They're getting closer. Yukio is within inches on that play. Perhaps that will help the confidence of Dignitas, seeing that they can get some chances now. Good demo on Cookser. Ball bouncing. Astral will have a lot of boost to do some damage here.
Shot just off the crossbar from Astral. First Yukio, and Violent Panda hops in front, but Speed already had the save. Violent Panda, one more. Shot denied again by Cooksier. What goal? There is no goal for Mousesports. There's nothing over here. Dignitas denied again, this time by Speed. Now on the catch. It's denied by Astral. 50 seconds remaining. Pass. Up high for Astral, off the backboard. Violent Panda's there. It's going to be slower off the backboard this time, and Speed attempted clear, taken away by Astral. Double tap available, and it's Violent Panda to sneak it in. There's the net. They finally found it.
And a great double tap from Astral. He might have been going for net, but it was a perfect pass regardless, because he hit Panda right there. So Panda probably calling for the pass. Astral did put it right on his bumper. A lovely play from Dignitas. We'll see if they can hold on these final 30 seconds and claim victory in Game 4.
Start up here. Oh, direct pass off the, kind of pitched it off the top of the ceiling. Shot just off the post. Now wrapping around Speed. He kicks it up high, and Astral has to handle this ball out. He does it. He'll kill a little bit more time off the clock. That's a pass to Dignitas. Up high for Yukio. He's got a shot. He doesn't have a goal. It's saved by Cooksier again, but Mousesports got to get downfield if they want this third game win. Cooks again, denied by Violent Panda, but it's still a good ball. Maybe for Mousesports. Astral kills it, and Dignitas tie it up yet again. And they're right back in it.
And Astral, again, such impact plays. Even at the end there, he had that flip reset at the midfield and then used his second flip to get it around Speed to force the ball downfield. And then the last play of the game, getting that ball down to the ground. He jumped so early and it was a tough read, but he read it perfectly and got that ball down and ended the game. So Dignitas looking good. Astral, a goal and an assist, playing a key part. Dignitas, they stabilize. It would have been tough if they dropped down in the series 3-1, but now we are all tied up at 2 apiece. Dignitas, they played well, but still Mousesports, they looked to me like they could have easily won that game. Mouse, this is not a fluke, Jorby. Before the series, before these games, we were talking amongst the casters, and I wasn't so sure if I had bought into Arju yet. But now after seeing just these games, I'm a believer. I'm a believer in Arju. Mouse is looking better than ever before, and they are giving Dignitas a run for their money.
Arju just feels to me like it's proof. The more new players we see coming into the RLCS, you have a guy who sat in the sub spot, coming in and making an impact, picking up multiple, in-game MVPs on top of it, being that impact player. That there have to be more players out there like Arju. Arju can't be the only one. He isn't even the only one we've seen from teams that have come up in the rival series. There's a lot of talent out there where maybe put with the right squad, they could succeed. Because maybe if the squad was different, maybe Arju isn't as successful. But it's something about Speed and Cooks here. And Arju just fits in perfectly.
And it's just taking advantage of an opportunity. Arju has gotten a rare opportunity very, very rarely. I can't even really remember the last time that you've seen it. Maybe with iBuyPower Cosmic when Gambit didn't want to keep playing. But very rarely does a substitute get a real chance, a real opportunity to play in some big series. And we're seeing Arju make the most out of it.
Absolutely. Mousesports, they have been fun to watch in the regional championship. The Dignitas are proving, they are going to be a tough out no matter what. They were able to come back in game 4, tie the series up yet again. And it has been very back and forth. You've had some misses. You've had some misses on both ends. Arju had that miss off the back wall earlier. So despite Dignitas having their uncharacteristic misses, there's been some on both sides. But when both teams are asked to clutch it out, they have. 2 apiece, in fact. Speed, nothing for him. And we'll see who wins the next battle of attrition in game 5. Good bump on the Yukio from Arju. He tried to hunt for a second one. He did find Astral. The net's actually open, and Speed ended up pulling off. Maybe he wasn't expecting the bump from Arju, or maybe just didn't have the angle. Either way, Mousesports come away empty.
Could also have just been retreating for boost. But it was a good play from Cookser to send that ball across net. Even though nobody was there, he burned a lot of time, kept the ball in Dignitas' half, and allowed his teammates to get some boost and get back into the play.
Good catch from Speed. Really, and the demo! Speed jumps up to give Arju the goal. Mousesports, a flashy 1-goal lead.
Panda thinking he had a little bit of time, but Speed was locked on immediately after he went for that ball at the midfield. He knew exactly what he wanted to do, and that was delete hand off the field. He does so, and it was perfect timing. That demo opening up the net, and Arju getting on the board yet again.
Yukio looking for Violent Panda. The pass is cut off by Speed. Crooks here, his attempted clear. Will be taken out by Violent Panda. Back to Yukio, to Astral. Oh, he wanted to get that pass out to Astral. He's probably going a little too fast. There's a good cutoff jumping on that angle. Dignitas popping up once here for Astral. Go out to the side for Violent Panda. A little too much juice. Finding the pick play, but nothing there. Dignitas still hunting for something here on the side. Fighting in the corner for possession. Astral off the back wall. Violent Panda's there too. It'll have to be Yukio coming in. Tight rotation there for Dignitas. They do fall back to their own back wall. Astral with space takes it to Violent Panda. And it's long third man here for Yukio, and he'll also kind of bang it up. He had Astral available on the wing, but the ball's just kind of hanging off the back wall. Mousesports struggling to get out of their own third right now. That's a good touch off the corner from Speed. Back down to Arju. Just trying to keep that ball away. Astral will take the boost away from him. Mousesports hunting, but Dignitas are able to clear it out again. It really is just this battle of inches, James. The battle of centimeters, if you will. for Dignitas, and Mousesports hits off the crossbar for Speed. Violet Panda's clear is denied, but it's right back in to Yukio, cut off this time by Speed. Mousesports starting to close the gap. Yukio, challenge knocked away by Cooks here, and a much-needed clear for Astral. Buying some time.
Today's game is so fast, Jorby. That split second can make a difference. That one mechanic, whether you wave dash every opportunity or not, or whether you use your jump to get back down to the ground as quickly as possible. These players so fast, and those milliseconds can really make a difference. They can be the difference between a goal or a save.
High clear for Astral. The shot towards the net was denied by Speed. Mousesports trying to carry this out. This time the carry was from Cooks, forcing Astral back, and he own goals. Cooks here will get credit. Mousesports insurance late.
And you can see Astral, he picked up one boost pad, picked up another, didn't get up in time. He was low on boost, which always makes it a tough situation when you're last back and the ball's coming towards net. And Astral, he couldn't make the play. And Mouse, they are in the driver's seat, up 2 goals, less than a minute left.
Light shot this time turned away by Yukio. Dignitas struggling for offense. Only 4 shots on net. Carrying this. Astral trying to put the team on his back with that carry. Violet Panda tees it down for nobody. And Arju makes a good challenge back over to Speed. Just kicks it out to the side. Dignitas locked. One challenge for Yukio. Can he get a goal with time left? Flips it up. Back over to Astral, off the corner. Violet Panda has to wait because Cookseer has the angle, and he has the clear. No time left for Dignitas. Mousesports are 1 game away from heading to the regional championship final.
And if you would have asked me if that was possible, I would have said no. I don't believe it. Their journey, it has to end somewhere, right? It can't keep going, especially when Arju, he's just getting started. His first series were in the last week of league play. They go 2-0, and now here, they are 1 game away from going 2-0 in the regional championship and locking down that spot in the finals. I honestly do not believe it, Jorby.
I mean, oh man, I just don't feel like Dignitas are playing that poorly. It just feels like, they're feeling that pressure from Mousesports. When some of these passes in midfield, they're trying to work the edge or just trying to keep the ball away from a Mousesports player. And Mousesports have punished them a couple of times on that by pulling off on the challenge. And then it almost looks like Dignitas are just giving up possession, but they've been facing these challenges from Arju, Speed, and Cookseer and been losing them. That it's affecting how they approach the ball and how they break out of midfield. It's all credit to Mousesports, the way that they have played today with Arju. And we've sang Arju's praises absolutely, but I'm impressed by Speed, his ability to carry the ball down the field, force a challenge that gives Mousesports a chance. Cookseer has put a bunch of goals in here for Mousesports. Dignitas, it's been a struggle, but they haven't looked bad.
I would agree with you. I think what's different, what to me seems to be different for Mouse, is just the communication, and the synergy is there. We've seen it in multiple instances where Mouse are so quick to react, especially in situations where they're grouped up in the same position. It would be easy to double commit, but they don't, and they're playing so quickly. It's giving Dignitas trouble.
Mousesports, if they end with a lead at the end of this 5 minutes, they will head to the regional final. Dignitas have something to say about it with that flick from Violet Panda, but Speed has the save. Yukio will have to collect the boost, and really that's all he gets away from that. Violet Panda on the challenge, pass back to him, all from Yukio, denied. Astral trying to keep it in the third, buying some time for Dignitas, but Yukio got caught out and can't make the save! Speed! Goal for Mousesports!
And that happened pretty quick. Astral put this off the side. Yukio was not back in time. Panda wasn't back in time. And a long-range goal. Astral needed to buy more time with that hit because Panda and Yukio just weren't in position.
Yukio off the kickoff. It's taken away by Speed. Speed has 2 touches. His 3rd touch, though, denied by Astral. Arju trying to slow down the attack from Dignitas, something that Mousesports have done expertly through this whole series. Arju attempted carry, taken away. Violent Panda next up here for Dignitas. Pass to Astral, denied by Cooksy. Violent Panda back around to the side. Wanting an angle is Yukio, but he isn't going to find one. Arju has the clear for Mousesports to Dignitas' back wall. Astral, carry. He's got the flip reset. Wanted the goal, but can't get it. Cooks here, another save. And a demo on the backside for Violent Panda. Arju, nothing, but Dignitas losing their boost. They lost both of their back boosts and one of the midfield boosts. They're going to be struggling here on this next possession. Speed winning the next challenge. Up in front, Arju, the shot off the crossbar. Astral, next clear to Violent Panda. He's got him. Now Speed, the last man back. Can Dignitas find the goal? Violent Panda, another touch. 2 touches, but no third touch comes because Yukio jumped early.
And he wasn't expecting that second touch from Panda. Had he waited a little bit longer, that would have been a fantastic scoring chance. And now that went off the crossbar and post. And Yukio, with no boost, couldn't get there in time for the rebound. Dignitas getting so close, but they could not close.
First 2 minutes, 5 shots for Dignitas, 5 saves for Mousesports. 3 of them belong to Cooks here. Speed picking up the other 2. But it looks like that brick wall of a defense is back in action again for game 6. Some space. And Yukio again flicks that up. He does win that first challenge, but just nothing will get done there. Midfield does belong to Dignitas here. Astral back over to Violent Panda. But there just doesn't seem to be that final push in front of the box. I don't know if Dignitas are really ready. One too many passes or a challenge that doesn't go the way they expect. And even there, you see them hopping a little early at some of these. That ball was saved off the shot from Yukio. But it feels like the miscommunication is happening more and more often as time is ticking down in Game 6 with Mousesports' lead. There's a good shot from Violent Panda on the turnaround. Wasn't sure if he'd find the mark this time, but he does, and it's a big time.
And again, it's Astral with the feed. That slick right on point, hitting Panda on the nose, and the shot quality as well. So Dignitas, they're not out of this one just yet, even though Mouse has been playing quite well, keeping them stuck in the backfield. And that one narrowly missing. That could have been the dagger.
Need another touch up. Archie will keep it going. Cooks crashing the box. 2 commit for Dignitas. Violent Panda having to dive quickly just to get it out to the corner. Speed now in front. Astral attempted clear, but Arju's there. Violent Panda now next up to find the clear. There's like no boost in the field, and that boost spawned right for Violent Panda. That would be nice to keep Dignitas alive here on defense. But Speed just buys time for Mousesports to come up, maybe make a challenge. Violent Panda, nothing here as things slow down just a tad. Violent Panda, another stop, but has leeway. Was Arju. Cooks here pops this up. Back to Arju. Speed up for this against Astral. And it'll be Yukio's ball. Dignitas back to the blue half. They can breathe a little bit. Mousesports look to work their way out. Long pass to no one. They'll have to work the edge here with Yukio and Violent Panda. Catch from Speed. Off the ceiling. Denied for the clear by Astral. Violent Panda will pick up the midfield boost again. So Dignitas starting to win that battle of attrition in the final minute. But these clears are going to kill them. Arju has the catch down. Astral attempted clear. Does he have the next touch? Cooks here's on it. Cooks wants a pass to Arju, but Arju just couldn't find the read against Violent Panda. Speed bails him out. I feel like something's about to develop, James, every time. And then somehow Dignitas come away with that next clear. Here comes Astral, but he can't get back to the ball. Time running out at the end of regulation. Past midfield. Yukio. Pop up for Violent Panda. Across the corner. Violent Panda touch. He's got Astral. Astral has the goal in 0 seconds. We go to game 7.
The buzzer beater from Astral. Panda gets the double tap when he has nothing left in the tank, and Astral sinks it. What a play.
Big win for Dignitas after all of that pressure. And then it's just, they slowly started to swing it back that final minute. Violent Panda instrumental in stealing boost away from Mousesports in midfield and keeping Dignitas full in the tank on defense. And only 3 shots registered for Mousesports despite winning all of those challenges. Like I said, it felt like It felt like Mousesports were about to develop a play, like they were going to have a shot in front of the box, but Dignitas were always ready for it. They had a monster clear. Astral had several of them. Yukio had good continuing touches. It was close. It was absolutely a battle of nanometers, but Dignitas came away clean in the final second. Oh, man.
It was neck and neck all the way down to that final play, and Panda almost didn't have enough boost. He used every ounce of boost he had on that play, and it was a perfect pass right to Astral. You couldn't have asked for more from the captain in that situation. Astral and Panda, they linked up for both of these goals. In the goal previously, it was that dribble play from Astral, and he flicks it right to Panda. So that connection has been working still. So Dignitas, they stay in this play, but it was by stay in the series by the narrowest of margins, and it's all going to come down to this final Game 7 on Champions Field to determine who goes on to the Grand Finals.
It has been back and forth all series long. We've traded wins. No one has been able to stack a win in this series. Game 7, could you ask for any better from the standout performer in Arju versus the MVP Astral and company and Dignitas? They seem to love their Game 7s. We got one here. Astral. Around the corner, it's a good pitch. Violent Panda's there, crashes in, and blows up Mousesports' net. Dignitas score first.
And Astral going for that air dribble pinch, and it was perfect right to Panda. Astral sticking with that play. He has been the facilitator all series long. Astral playing a key role in almost every single play. Panda sniffing that play out as well, being in the right spot to take advantage of that pinch. And Dignitas strike early, and goals in this series have come at a premium. We'll see if this is enough for Dignitas to hold on.
With the script start to flip for Dignitas. Violent Panda next up will move it downfield. Trying to catch Speed out. Speed could find the touch. Cook's trying to find the clear, but this is going to be Dignitas' ball. Yukio, nothing for him. We will have a clear downfield. So Mousesports, and this is where you really test the mettle of a player, especially one coming in like Arju in a Game 7 to send you to a regional final. That's a lateral pass right to Speed, but he got to him cleanly. Speed gets the bump. Cooks finishes. Speed the bully. Mousesports tie.
And it was Cooks who set him up. Great first touch from Speed, and Speed never for a second did he hesitate. He was instantly going for that bump. As soon as he flicked that up in the air, he was hunting for the bump. He knew if he gets it, that was the last line of defense for Dignitas. And he hit his mark dead center. And Cookser cleans that up.
We knew it was going to be a battle. Astral had that first touch out, but Speed would pick it up. Now Mousesports forced to stretch here, trying to control midfield. Astral coming back quickly. This next touch, he's got plenty of boost. Flips right back into it. Astral off the crossbar. And Violent Panda off the post and in. No question for Dignitas.
And again, it's the aerial play from Astral. Not only does he get that first touch, but he air dribbles into the ball that makes the defender miss. And then Panda, it was a close shot off the post and in. A tough one to block, gets the cleanup. And just like that, after Mouse respawn, Dignitas punch right back.
In the kickoff, Astral gets a clean hit off the corner. Violent Panda's shot is saved. Another pass attempted, or maybe a shot. Arju had the save anyway. And you know, James, we had seen so many of those in the last 2 or 3 games from Dignitas, where they were putting on some good shots on net, good passes in the attacking third, but it was just heroic saves time and time again. That's a shot up, but Astral has a heroic save of his own for Dignitas to retain the lead.
Certainly does. That one was looking for the top corner, but Astral, mechanics on point. Very rarely do you see him make a mistake. We've seen him make a couple this series, but that play, the big one, and he has been so key in almost every single goal for Dignitas.
Another high ball for Violent Panda. Mousesports. Speed on the carry. Astral right on top of him. Has the next touch. Yukio second man on that one. It would be a dead play. in the corner, but another one materializes and it would be knocked away by Speed. Arju next up, looking for a booming clear. The midfield been tough to get by. And Game 7 has just ticked away so fast. Dignitas keeping the lead, holding Mousesports to only 2 shots on net. The offense has sputtered out for Mouse. They've got to find a way to get some pressure on the Dignitas because they're killing them on these long clears. They're finding Mousesports. They're finding those gaps for Mousesports.
But maybe this is where the lack of experience starts to show for Arju. This is a big game, a big moment. Dignitas, they did well at the World Championship. All of these players experience. Panda, 2-time world champion. Yukio, he has been going to lands for quite some time as well. The experience for Dignitas definitely giving them an edge right now in this series, which is certainly going to test the nerves of Arju and Mouse.
Astral has really started to rack up that LAN experience as well. Just being a factor as he's been. Speed, flip reset available, but Violent Panda was on top of him. No chance. Another clear. Every clear for Dignitas at this point is just time chewed off the clock and one step closer to a win. 2 whiffs in the air. Astral fights it out to the corner. He's got no boost left, but Mousesports still struggling to get out of their own half. Arju, a non-factor in Game 7. A touch. Is it in? No. Saved from Arju, but it's popped up in front of the box. Yukio making Arju's life difficult. Violet Panda's shot denied by Speed. Insurance will certainly kill Mousesports here, but a long clear. Do they have a chance? Here's Arju, shot denied. Nobody from Mousesports is there. Violet Panda's got a free goal, but Speed somehow gets back to make the save. Can Cooks find a way to get down to the orange half? Speed, he gets sputtered out in midfield. Cooks, there's one more chance for Mouse. No time left. No touch. Arju is there, but it doesn't matter. The ball, can it touch the ground for Dig? Cooks wants one more chance. One more chance for heroism for Mousesports. A win? No. The ball is dead. Arju caught it again. Arju on the catch and right on top of him in an Astral. Violet Panda. The ball will not touch the ground. Finally, he kills it, and Dignitas survive. The hot Mousesports, they move to the regional final.
What a series that was. Coming down to the wire. At times it seemed like Dignitas might be down and out, but they barely hold on. Panda, even on that last play, the ball was up in the air for so long. Mousesports fighting until the very end. So kudos to Mousesports. Their journey ends here. The story of Arju, at least for this season, will end as well, but you have to give them credit. My heart goes out to this Mousesports team. They've left it all on the field. And wow, what a series, what a journey that they've had. And Jorby, we'll look back at this Mousesports run as one of the best ones to experience. You know, Arju, his story coming in, having to fill in for Scrubkilla and doing the job that he did. That was amazing to see.
It really is. And Arju, like, it's not just the sub, it's the caliber of player that he replaced from a team that was struggling. And to put on that kind of performance, so you didn't get to the regional final, but there's no way that you could hold your head down. You can hold your heads high if you're Mousesports, making it to top 4. You're going to be in the Rocket League Spring Series after this series is over, and we're going to get another look at Arju, and we'll see what happens with Mousesports during the Spring Series. I know that they're definitely going to be one of the teams to watch when that comes around. But for now, Dignitas, they prove yet again, experience trumps the hot team. Violent Panda, Astral, Yukio, all 3 of these guys, it didn't look pretty in Game 1. And then after that, they really got everything squared away, and they looked every bit the team they always have.
And for me, the thing that I loved about this series from Dignitas is that Astral, he gets the MVP award and he shows up. Last season, you know, Bluey got MVP and then they get reverse swept in that first round. You want to see more from the MVP. And for me, I thought Astral really lived up to the title in this series. He was so instrumental, making play after play. whether it was an assist or whether it was a goal or making saves on defense. I thought all around Astral had a stellar series, and Dignitas, they barely edge out that win, but what an entertaining series that was.
Could the next series live up to that expectation? Can it provide the same entertainment? It's Renault Vitality versus Barça Esports. We'll be back with that after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet friendly. Maybe a little too pet friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
dancing in that line, past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in that line. Future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf X Moore, and we just saw the Owl finish off their appetizer as they move on to the main course in the grand finals of the European Regionals. Alongside me to talk about that match, it is Gibbs and Turtle. Don't be shaking your head at me, but that was a great young man. That was a great match that we saw there. Mousesports unfortunately couldn't come through. Dignitas gave them a good battle at the end, but what a series that was.
Yeah,
That
was a fantastic series, to say the least, really. And most of all, I think that Mouse were doing great with that midfield pressure, bringing it to Dignitas. Gibbs.
Yeah, they shot 40%. A lot of that came off a lot of crucial bumps where they needed it. At the end of the day, though, Violent Panda and Astral, that dynamic duo over there in Game 6, the incredible 0-second pass by Violent Panda, then Astral with 2 incredible passes in Game 7, one a pinch, one a perfect aerial dribble, like flip cancel and all of that over the defenders. This is why he won MVP. He makes big plays in big moments. So this is exactly what you want to see from Astral and from Dignitas is you want Astral to be confident going into Game 7, and he looked great.
Yeah, no, for Mousesports, though, looking forward for them, they've now made it, Turtle, into the spring series because they've made the top 4 here. So looking at them with Arju, how are you feeling that they're going to fare coming into that tournament?
I actually really like them with Arju. I think that it brought a lot of energy to everybody else. And I say this about every single time we see a fresh new roster. Maybe it's not a scrub killer, right? Arju, if we compare them identically and side to side, excuse me. If we compare them like that, I mean, I'm guessing you're going to pick Scrub Killer over that. But the fact that Arju can mesh in with the play style that Cooksier and Speed are trying to get makes them better players as well. So that's why we saw Cooksier and Speed playing the best we've seen them all season. They were meshing with Arju. They were playing well, and they were also playing with confidence.
I think that's what we realize is the synergy is also an important aspect. It's not just about raw manpower. So it's good to see that they're putting together that synergy. But speaking of raw manpower, we're going to check in with our Player of the Day nominees, players that have been stepping up today. Gibbs, it's looking like a pretty reasonable board up there.
Yeah, we threw Violent Panda up. You could have thrown Astral either way. I think Violent Panda, because that 0-second pass in Game 6 was absolutely nuts. But both those players played great. Then Flakes and Ronicky, the dynamic duo for Barca, and then, of course, Arju. What a day he's had. What a season he's had in just 2 weeks. It's been great to watch him. I can't wait to see him throughout the spring series. And it's not just the play of Arju of like, oh, he's meshing well. He's not playing safe. He's going for the nutty plays when he needs to. He's getting those flip resets. He's going for the pre-jump reads off bounces. He looks good and confident right now.
Well, we have 2 more matches to get through, so let's talk about our next one. It's going to be Renault Vitality versus Barça. Renault Vitality coming in as that #1 seed into the regional championships for Europe. Barça coming in as that last seed, looking a little shaky, but today has been a much different story. Gibbs, this has been what I think we've been expecting from Barça the entire season long, and now Renault Vitality has to go up against them.
Yeah, but again, don't fall into this trap. We talked about this yesterday, Ghost and Space Station Gaming. The 1 seeds for NA and EU are 5-0. in this format. They know how to win, that they're the 1 seeds for a reason. Vitality's
Yeah.
offense is nuts. 2.4 goals per game, way above everyone else in their region. And it does look like they're the best in the world, but it might just be because they're outclassed in Europe so badly. Now we'll see how Barca, they're coming in incredibly hot. And it's going to be interesting to see, can they shut down Ronicky? Because if they shut down Ronicky, I don't think Barca has any chance, Turtle.
Yeah, and it's gonna be difficult because I think that Barca, if you watch their series, both of them actually against Reciprocity, but mostly against Veloce, it felt like they were dribbling out, taking a slower approach, and they were relying a lot on goal line saves. And that means that the shots from Veloce were not that good. Meanwhile, you've got Fairy Peak now, K-Dop, and Alpha throwing and hammering your net. So you're going to be diving all over the place. You can't rely on counterattacks after a goal line save against Vitality. That play style is not going to work. And so it's going to come down to Flakes on the backboard. We saw him creeping around there on the backboard. I think it's all about if he can get that clear, or otherwise, if they just force themselves on the goal line, it's not going to work.
Well, we want to hear your thoughts as we do our final match before the grand finals on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. And now the question is, can Vitality swarm Barca and shut them down? We'll find out right now.
Barcelona has made quite the run here in our playoffs today, with Ronicky being the leader of the power on this team. Also, my favorite part's been Flakes' just wonderful exhibition of all of the options you have available to you in Rocket League. I think there's many firsts so far this week we've seen of vehicles that have never been played in Rocket League, but I think that might stop here. Vitality is a monster at Chiefs.
Yeah, and the last time they played back in, I believe it was around week 3, it did not go well for Barca. 3-1, and they only won game 1 in a 1-0 fashion, and Flakes was kept very quiet for the majority of that series, and Ronicky was stuck a lot, making a lot of defensive saves and stuff like that. So if you want, to keep Ronicky up on that offense, I think Turtle actually hit the nail on the head. It's got to be Flakes coming up with the big defensive clears, take sort of that Atomic or Mistral like you would see on Ghost. And you need that strong defensive presence from Flakes, and then just get that ball out to Ronicky and see what happens, because you're going to have to choose where you put your resources, right? Devo and Flakes need to control that back line and the midfield, and let Ronicky just set him up, give him chances to succeed, because they're absolutely right. Turtle's right. Vitality's going to be all over you this game.
Yeah, no. Vitality, a triple threat offense, a triple threat defense. These are 3 of the best players in the world, and they are looking. Shogun said it very well on Twitter. Right now, Barca faces the hardest match in Rocket League, trying to keep K-Dop out of a grand finals, something he doesn't do. He's never kept out of grand finals. We'll see if he's there again. We might get a rematch of Dignitas versus Vitality, one of the best matches of last year in the Season 7 World Championships. Season 8, rather. We'll get this one underway. We got a ways to go before we get there. It's a best of 7, starting here on Manfield, or on DFH Stadium, rather, with Barca in the blue, Vitality in the orange. Right now, midfield control as Devo presses forward. Ronicky up. There's Flakes. Goes out to K-Dop, now to Fairy Peak. He takes a shot. Oh, just off the crossbar and back out. Ronicky will clear it to the corner. And they'll look to clear this one and move into offense now.
And it does look like they are trying to keep Ronicky as maybe that third man in the midfield. See if Flakes and Devo can get the setup and let him come in out of the third man role and try and put that shot away. And interesting to see if Flakes and Devo have the firepower to get that done. Is also Devo very effective in these past couple weeks on the defensive side of things, and a big bump from Flakes to pull off Vitality, but K-Dop not done. Actually, I think he was looking for Alpha. Got a little too far in front of him though.
Oh, and Flakes will push it home. That's the first goal of game 1.
Beautiful opener here. K-Dop, I definitely think going for that back pass, and Ronicky just slams him out of the way, and Vitality trying to cover up. Both can dive at it. Honestly, don't think it would have made a difference. One's going to dive, one's going to sit in the middle, and Flakes just went back post. Nice shot.
3:38 on the clock. There's K-Dop out of his net. Over the corner. Fairy Peak now looking for the equalizer. The Barca struck first. Alpha off that backboard. Here comes K-Dop's got a lot on the net to shoot at. Keeps it on the ground near the goalies, and they'll get it away. Flakes We talked about him needing to make a strong defensive positioning or presence on this game, and he's got himself a savior medal already, and we're not even halftime, Chiefs.
That's exactly what you want. He's got to be that guy that can stop Vitality. And how about Evo setting one up for Ronicky here? Flakes with a little musty flick, no problem for Fairy Peak, but Devo, I mean, how about, you're just in the right place at the right time. Came right to you, just threw it right back into the middle, and Ronicky's there. Couldn't ask for anything better.
3:10 left to go, and Barça has all game one. They nearly find a third goal. Now Fairy Peak out to K-Dop. Crosses midfield. He'll lose control. Flakes picks this one up, looking for Ronicky now in the midfield. He's up for it, but misses. Now it'll be up to K-Dop. Through one, up for the Devo. Get neutralized here in the corner. Now Fairy Peak working around that edge. Ronicky up to Flakes. Looking for Devo in the midfield. No. Approaching halftime. Vitality. A few moments of offensive power. Here comes another one. His Very Peak shot is just high. Alpha, can he get up in time? He reaches for it, but he has no way to get velocity on this ball. And now the clear down the field. Fairy Peak's got to tuck it off to the corner.
That's 2 shots now for Vitality that have just been slammed towards that backboard, right above that crossbar. And here's another one, and finally they catch him on transition. Evo got a chunk taken out of him, but even still, I don't think it was going to matter. I don't think he makes it back anyway. Vitality with a great clear.
Ooh, they push that one through and catch the defense a little bit far forward. Vitality now up. They have a goal now. 2:20 left to go. Over to the edge. Flakes with a miss. Fairy Peak just tries to trap this, see if he can give it to a teammate. Devo will tackle, and now Flakes airborne into the corner. He'll get it off the woodwork and back out. Alpha with a long cleared out the field, and Ronicky pushes it off to the edge. Got airborne quickly for the midline defense. Midfield play, the name of the game right now for both teams, as Ronicky looks for Flakes on the outside, broken up by the Vitality defense.
It's a great idea, though. I mean, Ronicky, all he has to do if he's going to play a third man, just buy time, let Flakes and Devo get back, make the strong clear and the follow-up, and see what happens.
It's Alpha pushing this down. Fairy Peak actually sort of passes to Devo, who looks for Ronicky, drops it down into the box, but they did not commit all 3 players. Flakes hung back, gave it his time. Now K-Dop from the midfield. Ronicky can't reach it, and we've got a tie game.
Hang on, let's find out where Ronicky was. In the corner, rotating back, and misses pretty much every boost on the center line, and doesn't cut up at the middle, doesn't pick up any of the pads, just went straight for the corner boost. Says this is a man with a plan. He was not deviating from that plan.
He made a decision, he stuck to it. It's an important thing to be able to do in Rocket League, but it does kind of suck when the decision's the wrong one. Here's 1:20 left to go, and it's now a tied up game. When it looked like Barça maybe was going to run away with game one, Vitality come back. They avoid the unequalizer here, and K-Dop now to push it out of his box. Fairy Peak up, leads for Alpha. Over 1, K-Dop airborne. They'll follow behind this and get the second touch on Devo. Now Flakes try and push it to midfield. Nobody in the area from Barça, and they won't be able to hold on to control. Now Fairy Peak into the corner. Lofted by Devo on the retreat. Ronicky to the backboard. Alpha tries to extend outwards and will make contact. Now Devo up against Fairy Peak. Just pushes it high. Fairy Peak stays on the ground as Devo looks for demolitions. Now K-Dop out to Alpha on the quick transition. Down the field is going to be broken up on the backboard by Flakes. But K-Dop with a read. Going to be looking for Fairy Peak as he pushes it off the ceiling. Back down. Here comes Fairy Peak, and it's not going to happen. The defense just able to muck it up in the box. 26 seconds left. Excellent drive from Vitality, but no goal yet. We're still tied.
Ooh, there's a bad touch, though. What do? They double committed, and actually very fortunate there for Barça. Vitality makes a big mistake when they could have capitalized on something. Shallow touch from Fairy Peak out to the middle, and Alpha will not be able to find it. 6 seconds.
Main attempt. Overtime looking likely. Here's the balls on the ground and over to dead space. We will have overtime in game one. Barcelona had a bit of a rough season, but bring it back here in the tail end, and now fighting, admitting to the top 4. They're looking to be top 2 and play for that regional championship.
Got what I wanted. Got Flakes and Evo playing solid defense. Alpha with a long cross, and I don't know what Vitality have here, but transition back the other way and well off the mark for Barça.
Evo punts it high to the sky. No one really in a good spot to use it, and Alpha's already up. Now Fairy Peak into the corner. Flakes trailing behind the ball. Devo and Ronicky both on the backboard. Flakes on the ground, only 26 boost, can't make the flight. Put the aerial pressure on, and here comes Fairy Peak. Devo drops his down, Alpha's up. Can he hold on to us? Look at half his boost to work with. K-Dop went for it as well, though, which leaves the backfield open. Flakes will just be able to push it in, and that's Barcelona taking game number 1.
Punish them for that. K-Dop, I don't know what your plan was. Either way, tried to jump over your teammate's shoulder, and that's a wide open net. They definitely deserve to get scored on there, and Barca will happily take game 1.
Man, the double commit there at the end, and the pressure Vitality was able to put on in the waning moments of regulation was so strong. But that Barca defense, as you pointed it out at the beginning, that was something that needed to stand up, and holy crap, it was great here in game 1.
And they got that transition too. That's the important part. Yeah, you know Vitality's going to be all over you, and they certainly tried to do that, as evidenced by, you know, the double commits and then really trying to be aggressive and put pressure on them. But it's how does Barca get the clear, and more importantly, get their own opportunities back the other way. And they did just that. They found some clears up the sides, up to teammates on the sidewalls, out back into the middle for chances. And that's a nice job from Barca, because you know it's going to be near impossible to stop Fairy Peak, K-Dop, and Alpha from putting shots on target. There's no sense trying to even do that.
Yeah.
They're going to do it.
Yeah.
They're that good. So, you know, you take your chances, you make sure you keep the comms up and not get too scrambly on defense, and they made it work here.
And they sure did. And we'll go into game number 2. Barca up by 1. Vitality looking to equalize here. And Vitality, I mean, the thing is, Barca got out to an early lead, and then Vitality was able to punish many mistakes, bring it back. So they're clearly lighting up here, but just that simple mistake in overtime, giving Barca the win there. As we'll get into game number 2. Flakes was on the Zippy in game number 1. See what he's on in game number 2. The Triton. No, this is the Animus. He goes.
Yeah.
It looked like Triton from a distance. Brings out the open-wheeled vehicle. With everybody staying at home, Lando Norris, the F1 McLaren driver, has been streaming considerably, but played a lot of Rocket League this weekend. And fittingly was driving an Animus himself, the open-wheel car, feeling right at home.
Yeah.
The long touches down the field. Vitality will pick it up. And 2 FedEx bumping into each other near the ceiling. But the ball goes back into Vitality's half. K-Dop rotates out. Here's Flakes. Countered by Alpha. Devo sends a shot on target. Ronicky will be up to put pressure on it, but K-Dop gets behind it. And now the counter touches. Vitality looking to clear it out. Flakes onto that backboard. Won't be any good this time around. First minute will come and go quietly here. Both teams with opportunities, or will it? Fairy Peak from the midfield finds an opening on the defense and scores.
They caught him. Devo misses the ball because he's playing the touch. K-Dop wants the dunk, and just a clean whiff. Everybody from Barca expecting Devo to come up with a hit. Gets nothing. They're pushing forward. No chance with Fairy Peak being patient behind.
Devo through the air off the kickoff. We already saw him do this once. Did he get the flip reset? Actually, I don't think he did, but the threat was there, and the defense had to respect it. Barca looking to equalize here. K-Dop drops it down. Flakes is up for it. Gets in the way. Devo to the edge. Up against Fairy Peak. Pinches it through 1. Now Devo down towards the goal. K-Dop pushes it away. Ronicky lofts it high, and he's got Flakes lurking underneath. We'll go up for the shot. Alpha out of the goal will make the stop. Devo now with more pressure. The pass back into the box. Ronicky's a little bit loose. It doesn't make contact, and there's nobody in the back. Can K-Dop get the boomer? Flakes did manage to make his way all the way back on the defense and get that one away. Now looking for a goal on the other end. High flying action here in game 2.
It seems like Fairy Peak really trying to take a more conservative approach as well. I know it looks like he just took that ball away from his teammate, but it's actually a much better touch to go away from where Barca's camped out. I do think Fairy is well aware of how aggressive they were coming off last game, and seems to be making a concerted effort to stay out of the way a little bit more and just be that piece that can just glue together whatever Alpha and K-Dop put together.
K-Dop muscles it through Devo. Now into the backfield. It makes its way into the box, but never really was a goal. 2:40 left to go. Still the 1 goal lead for Vitality as they're hoping to tie it up and make it 2 here. Maybe from Alpha. Devo gets the block on 1, and K-Dop's already turned around backwards, but still manages to get the dunk. Flakes gets up and makes the save. Devo and Flakes on the goal line, keeping Barca in this. And within reach only a 1-goal game as we've crossed halftime. Now out of the corner, Devo went for the bumps on Alpha. Was it really enough? I don't know. It's the demolition of the Fairy Peak. That means he spawns in the back line. Will he be able to get it in time? I don't think so. This went all the way through. Ronicky from dead center makes it a tie game.
Huge demo from Devo right there. Fairy Peak was definitely about to go jump and capitalize on that. And Vitality trying to be aggressive, keep everything tight, play Fairy Peak in the right place, but it doesn't do you any good when Devo takes you out. And Ronicky, all he's got to do is put it on target with pace. Drills it.
2:07 on the clock. Fairy Peak over the midfield. Ronicky to the edge, chases his own touch with a miss though. Alpha now back into the air. Devo on the backboard, back down to Flakes through 2. I'll chase this. Drops it to Devo. Off the ceiling. Fairy Peak will look for K-Dop. It's over the top of Ronicky. The backfield's open. Ronicky follows along and gets dunked out of his mind. Vitality takes the lead back.
This is a product of Ronicky being caught too far forward. Didn't think Fairy Peak was going to have that much power on it. And well done from K-Dop, actually. I mean, he still had boost in the tank, but just air rolling left because he knows that's Ronicky's only touch. Out to the side, make the car as big as possible in that direction as you can get it. And K-Dop able to get just enough to sneak that one by, catching Ronicky being too aggressive.
With a long touch now. The counter touches Ronicky with a midfield shot and the block from Alpha. Devo's shot is blocked. Flake's shot is blocked. And Fairy Peak with the counter attack. What a defensive stand and a one-touch goal the whole length of the field. 2-goal game now.
And no one said Vitality couldn't play defense. Oh, tough couple of shots coming at him. Definitely scrambling, but either way, too much for Barça to handle. And they all get caught stuck in the offensive third as it's an easy goal.
It's one of the only situations I'd say as they put in a 4th goal off the kickoff. It's one of the only situations where the saves are maybe better than the save clears because you're dropping the ball right back down to the box to give your team control instead of pushing it off to the corner where nobody has control. As long as your teammates can always make the saves, it's actually better to hold it there. The problem is usually if you just get the save, the follow-up shot is good since they've had time to read it. Not going for the clears, turning into an instant counterattack goal, and they also get the following kickoff. Now up by 3.
Yeah, this game spiraled out pretty quick, didn't it? I mean, it was 1-1 for a long time, and then bang, bang, bang. Vitality out in front. Couple times, Barça caught being too aggressive. One time they make a nice touch, but out of nowhere, this game seems unlocked, and there's another one. Alpha, all he had to do was make sure he tapped it one more time to beat the defense because he makes it look like he's about to miss this. I mean, the early flip, what are the odds he gets that hit? Devo didn't respect it. He's like, no way. He doesn't have that. Moving
I feel like for Barcelona, the next 55 seconds is just stay warm. You know you've lost the game. There's no way to come back from this. Even with a minute left, down by 4, up against one of the best teams in the world. It's better to start thinking about game 3. As the pace did change. That moment, that one counterattack goal to put them up by 2, I feel like was the moment Vitality kicked it into the next gear. And the slow style we saw from Barcelona in games 1.5 is just not going to work anymore. They're going to have to rethink how aggressive they're going to be. The defense has been strong, but the offense has only been able to make 1 goal both games.
What's truly unfortunate is that they go and try and just send everybody at it. Like, oh, Ronicky, nice touch, and he will finish it. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to have the boost to beat Fairy Peak to that ball, but he just went for that read. And actually dunked K-Dop. K-Dop actually got that touch. That's so unfortunate. Rare is the opportunity where you can make a sick read like that and still get beat for it. But Ronicky slightly delayed the ball, gets the block, scores the goal, but either way, nothing going here for Barca. Game 2 is exactly what I was about to talk about. You're right, that slow, methodical style wasn't playing in game 1 as well as they would like. It got them a win. In game 2, they kept trying, but it just got out of hand. They tried to get aggressive, send all 3, put the real pressure on Vitality, and then even that didn't work. So it was just tough here in Barca in game 2. Just, what is that, 12 shots, only 2 goals to show for it. And to be honest, not even really that many saves. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 12. So that's 2, 3 unaccounted for. So a couple off the backboard, couple missed chances, but Yeah, thank you. You can do math
Yeah,
under
well,
pressure.
no,
I can't.
it's-
Yeah.
but two of them went in, so that would be 3. You were actually correct. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I liked the first half of this game. Felt like, man, these are 2 neck and neck teams, and honestly, there was a moment of a counterattack, of a brilliant defensive down that turned into an immediate counterattack. Like the one touch from Fairy Peak was perfect, straight down the field. Had that ball gone off of a wall, had it gone a different direction, I think that Barça gets back and probably saves that. So the fact that he made the perfect touch following the triple save situation from his team gave them the lead. The immediate kickoff goal is unfortunate, and that kind of was the moment I feel like Barça was like, okay, look, they got this one. Let's move on. And they will look towards game 3. So I expect a reset here. I don't expect to see the continuation, but at the same time, Vitality is a team that knows how to use momentum and knows how to absolutely run away with a series. So watch out here in game 3. Flakes moves on to the X-Devil. Pushes this one back to Devo, around, back in front. Oh, and Ronicky gets in. The team play on the small ball. Barça scores first.
Oh, the soft touch from Flakes. At that point, Fairy Peak has almost no chance. When that just gentle laydown from Flakes comes through, you are frozen in time on the goal line, and you are hoping that shot comes right at you. You have no idea what's coming next. And that time, the Barça pressure gets there.
Here comes Vitality on the other end. Flakes goes for the dribbles. Flick over one, a demolition onto another. This one goes into the corner. Now Ronicky's up for it, back into the midfield. Here comes Devo looking for the shot, blocked by Alpha. Follow from Flakes, airborne onto the backboard. He's out of boost, and Fairy Peak will push it off to the corner before anybody could get up to try and find the layup. Now Alpha. Flick over one, or the dribble around one. Got creative, but didn't manage to get a goal out of it. Now Flakes, infield pass to Ronicky, blocked by Fairy Peak. Vitality's defense holding on for now.
It's curious. I think Devo's just, I think he's so worried about Vitality getting long clears, he's willing to play farther back, but it's putting him just a little too far away from the action sometimes. It's letting Vitality out of their own half for free. As here's Flakes towards the right side, no problem for running.
Flakes on the wall. Nice jump to get the block, and then a second one in the corner, and a third one. Flakes all by himself dismantling the positioning of Vitality. One touch from Fairy Peak pushes it back, but still not as strong as it was a moment ago. Now Kate up on the wall up against Flakes. Just keeps his car near the ball but doesn't touch it, so it doesn't lose control. Kate up is forced to dribble back into his own half. Devo the pinch on Alpha. This one goes behind everybody from Barça. Alpha and Ronicky, rule number 1 on the wall. We'll see if they can hold on to it. Devo trying to get out to Kate up. Now back over to Fairy Peak. This pushes into players. Flakes now.
This is a fight Flakes and Devo definitely lose. Kate up and Fairy Peak are 2 of them. Oh!
Is it in?
If that was
Cooks
in.
a pinch style.
My words right there if Devo scored that.
For the uninitiated, these are 2 players in the back corner respecting part of the culture of Rocket League. Looks like they broke it up.
Oh, they broke.
They did. They broke the rule number 1. The question, we don't know who broke it, though, so we can't guarantee who's going to lose this game. Now Alpha up against Flakes. Over the side, Ronicky demolished. K-Dop will send it through. You'd have to think that Barça was the one that broke it, given the results.
Yes, exactly. You'd have to think Flakes out the middle. That's actually a great challenge from Alpha. Notice how he didn't jump as he drove into that ball, because he knows if he doesn't jump, that ball's just going to skim straight out to the side and bounce right back into the middle. He just takes it. As soon as it's off his car, immediately goes for the demo. Great approach from Alpha.
K-Dop pushes this one in front of his box. Alpha will extend it, and then Alpha helps it again. Continuing to develop the play from the midfield. K-Dop around this corner. Demolition onto Devo. Looks for other goalies. Now just paving the way for Fairy Peak to try and muscle it through. Ronicky. Flakes will come in to get it away before Alpha could do the dirty deed. We're tied up at 1 apiece. With 2:04 left to go in game 3. A best of 7, so still a ways to go. Taking the lead would be nice. Now back over the edge to Fairy Peak. Not going to happen. K-Dop trying to hold on to this ball, being challenged by Ronicky. He gives up control. Ronicky loses control. He leaves it for Devo. Sends it upper 90. Fairy Peak gets it away. Over to the corner. Now back down. K-Dop to follow this one across the midfield line. Ronicky lofts it high. Alpha with a drop to Fairy Peak and into a corner. Now back around. No. Flakes shuts down that motion. 125 left to go. Ball from Alpha after being demolished, or right before being demolished. Now see if Vitality can find a way through. There's 2 touches and Flakes in the goal line. Makes another save to get himself a savior medal in game 3.
Flakes with the right idea there, trying to bring that ball down out of this corner, but they're not done. Fairy Peak keeps it high, doesn't go in. K-Dop got around it. Evo is able to get back onto the goal line, but they're not done. Alpha towards the goal. Flakes and Ronicky not to safety, but they will have time.
I'm not certain I understand the bounce on the crossbar there, but it happened. And with 50 seconds left, we are still tied despite Vitality's closest efforts. Fall back. Devo. Now around the corner, the flicker past 1, holds on to it again, trying to get above Fairy Peak. Ronicky up there. Don't get through. Into the corner. Fairy Peak a touch down the field to Alpha. The shot is wide. 30 seconds remaining. Still tied up. The winner going to take the lead in the series. Still a ways to go, given our 7-game situation. 15 seconds left. Fairy Peak with Alpha in the midfield, and he's got Kate off the trail as well. Up for the shot, drops it accurate, gets 2 goalies out, but they find the clears, and now the counterattack. Here's Flakes over the top of 1, up against Fairy Peak, sends it to the corner. Here's Devo in, the pass midfield is blocked. Fairy Peak's shot will go all the way through for the buzzer beater, and Fairy Peak's howitzers have given Vitality this series.
You could feel the anticipation from Barça. They kind of getting fed up as they started that dribble. Flakes and Ronicky trying to figure out who's going to take the ball. They just want to go on offense. They get it figured out. Flakes tries to do it himself. And Fairy Peak, oh man, that hurts if you're a Barça fan, because you felt like, you know what, maybe we got something. It's just as that time started ticking down, you could just feel they're like, we don't want to give Vitality the last chance. We don't want to give Vitality the last chance. Oh, Vitality at the end, it's in. Why? Oh, that's devastating.
That's 2 games in a row. Fairy Peaks had a 1-touch goal that was the difference maker, the go-ahead goal. And my goodness, Vitality now up in the series. Can they hold on to it? They got to get 2 more wins here over Barça. And Barça, who played a valiant game, a strong game all the way around. It was even down to the last moment. But Vitality, this is one of the strongest parts of any AAA Rocket League player is the ability to, is just your field awareness and the ability to understand when your shots are there, when the shots are available. So he sees this opening down the field, understands there's 2 seconds left. It can bounce one time. I'm just going to send it that direction and hope the clock doesn't expire. It didn't. My goodness, Vitality. What a way to win the game, too. Exciting last few moments there.
And I could just feel Barça, they really were trying to turtle up. Devo and Flakes were back there on the goal line a lot because they just weren't sure exactly what Vitality was bringing to them. And they just got fed up with it, it felt like. And just got command. Everyone's like, cool, let's go. And it just collapsed right at the end. So tough break, game 4. And a chance for Vitality to really put some pressure as they will do it. Fairy Peak snuck that ball around Devo.
They can put some pressure on by winning this game, and this is an excellent way to start game 4. Fairy Peak, good placement. Devo tried to get up in time, but just barely wasn't enough. Flakes pulls out the big guns this time around, is now on the Merc. Making his way through a lot of the early cars in Rocket League now. There's Vitality kind of all over each other in the corner here. A demolition. This one should just be a goal. Devo all the way down. It's going to need one more touch, but he's got that one. Red, the Fenix get all tangled up, and we're tied up here in game 4.
Classic Vitality playing tight. K-Dop is expecting that ball to maybe roll around the corner, maybe bounce. He's not expecting it to tip backwards, though, and he is caught far too close as it's a collision between Alpha and Fairy Peak in the corner. And that's what plays so well for Vitality a lot of the time, but right there it gets him into trouble, not able to handle the variance, and a free goal for Devo.
Flakes with the dribbles in the midfield. Ronicky picked it up afterwards. Now Flakes airborne again, down to Ronicky, blocked by Alpha. Here comes Devo now with an opening. He gives it back to Flakes, who gives it back to Devo. The soft touch to the upper 9. He's just a bit high. Ronicky with the follow-up is good. Alpha gets blocked, but Flakes comes in, slams it home, and they've got the lead.
Real nice job here from Ronnie. This is exactly what you wanted. Set him up chances. Let him be the third man. Put it towards the goal. They save it. That's okay. Flakes is ready. They know Vitality are scrambling right there. Great press from Barça. A well-timed push is what gets it done, and a well-played shot from Ronnie.
Many shots there. Just the barrage as they take the lead in what is developing into an exciting series. Alpha out of the box. Yeah, look at it through Ronicky somehow. Now Devo out of his corner. You see Ronicky go up against Fairy Peak now off the backboard. There's Alpha over the top of Flakes, dropping back down. Devo will try to control this one through 2. Vitality putting on similar pressure to what we just saw out of Barça, but all their pressure into this corner rather than into the goal line. The drop back for K-Dop. The rest of Vitality not in position. Here comes Ronicky over the top of 1, looking to get it past 2. He does, and now in front of Flakes versus K-Dop. A demolition onto 1. Devo will close the gap. Off the backboard. Following, harassing the defenders. A 3-man push here from Vitality. Ronicky will try to shut it down. Fairy Peak picks this up and lofts it again. Fairy Peak to the edge. There's Devo with the long touch up the midfield. Alpha with a nice read. Ronicky out to Devo on the edge now. They'll play it towards the backboard. Right now, Vitality's reads on point. They're constantly airborne already to receive the ball, and Alpha will look for the long carry. Flakes takes it away from him. Devo will block Fairy Peak, and we won't see Vitality tied up just yet.
At the same time, though, Barça doing a nice job there in the midfield. A lot of solid approaches, big clears. Vitality shutting a lot of them down and making them work for possession, but again, it's reminiscent of Game 1, where Barça they're willing to play defense, and it's just make sure you get the ball away, buy some extra time. Because it's like that touch right there from Devo. If you mess that touch up, you're in trouble. Like Flakes just messed it up, and here comes Vitality, and the dunk means the demo gets through, and all they have to do is beat Flakes. And how about the fake? Flakes just he just stared him down. He's like, if I don't move, you're gonna think I'm gonna do something.
The game exists in the split-second decisions. Sometimes the choice not to make one is just as good. Devo's up to the corner. 2:08. Now K-Dop gets it past Devo. Flakes airborne will keep this ball moving in the offensive direction, but counter from Fairy Peak all the way down. Ronicky finds a clear. Now Alpha pass into the midfield in front of the box. Bounces off the wall from Devo. K-Dop will get it to Fairy Peak. Nearly gets it through 2. It's lofted high. Alpha's got to quickly turn. Ronicky's already airborne. Drops it back down in the midfield. And Flakes. Can he get there in time? Fairy Peak will manage to get a block. Devo tries. Now Fairy Peak trying to get back into position. Hold on to the ball. On the wall now, leads it for K-Dop. K-Dop launches it downfield. Devo to the backboard, looking for the double tap himself. Fairy Peak now looking for K-Dop on the cherry pick, and it's good. High game.
That is classic Vitality. Can always trust a boomer of a clear from the walls. Ooh, and what makes it double worse? Right on the K-Dop, out of the corner. Ooh, that is a difficulty 10 shot. K-Dop, perfect.
1:17 on the clock. Vitality with a one game lead and now a 1-goal lead. They could get match point with a win here on Utopia, and they've got all the goals they need.
Off the kickoff, they all go back. It takes this nasty skip away from the defenders. Fairy Peak sizing up the defense. Target acquired, top left corner. It's good.
1:12, 5 seconds later. Barcelona now trailing. Flakes up. Devo to chase. Play it in the midfield. Flakes looking for the pass. Now looking for the setup himself. There's through 2. Back down. See Alpha out of his corner. Hold on to ball control, the length of the field, and now to get it back around in front of the goal. Crosses on the first touch, now K-Dop back in. Defense takes care of the second. Fairy Peak backwards, this one back in front, now Flakes up against Alpha. Alpha gets there first, a slightly faster read. Devo airborne to buy his team time, but the rest of them just really aren't in position. Ronicky now on the goal line's got to make the stop. Here comes Fairy Peak to the far side. The block from Ronicky is good. Devo getting bumped off the ball with 22 seconds left. Alpha is creating chaos in the back third. K-Dop now, off the wall. Fairy Peak up against Flakes. Shot is good. Devo makes the stop off the backboard. Ronicky with half a tank, but having to use all of it just to hold on to this ball. Up against K-Dop with the final 7 seconds they've got to score. Well, we're going to game 5 with Vitality on match point here. Devo and Ronicky, the attempts. Fairy Peak not going to do it. Just get near the ball, guide it to the ground. Vitality takes 3 in a row, rather. Barça won game 1, and that's been it. And now it could be over in game 5.
And very, very similar to game 2. Tight game, and then bam, Vitality out in front at the end of the game. A couple of wonderful pushes, expert shooting, and I think it was the speed from Vitality out of the midfield that really ramped it up. They just started beating Barça to every challenge at that midfield line as they were trying to clear it, and they just could never get their hands back on the ball to try and push it up the field. And so credit where it's due. I mean, that's some aggressive play from Vitality to just go for the ball and make sure they get a decent enough touch to be able to continue.
Yeah, the defense from Barcelona seemed fine. They were in position often. They put up 8 saves here. Like, they've made Vitality be creative. We saw like a classic deepest as can be corner cherry pick goal to make it happen here, which is just
what are you going to do?
Standard position from anybody else. Yeah, and it's like that sort of goal is going to go in if it manages to get through there. And Barca put up some pretty strong efforts on offense, but still ran into the wall over and over again there. Vitality is able to take that one away. Now going into game 5, they are 1 game away from a rematch against Dignitas in the grand finals.
And it's definitely a rematch you want to see, no doubt. And it's just, you got to hope that somehow that defense is able to stand tall, because it's been tough. Vitality's been out shooting them every single game, but every time it's been tight. I mean, there's only been 1 game where it was not a 1-goal affair. Barca are keeping themselves in there. And as we always say, 1 goal, it's always possible to tie no matter what.
It's always possible. Gotta keep that range. Flakes. He's putting it back where he started the season. This is where he began, and if this is going to be his last game, he wants to end the same way, but you know he's going to try to get us to that game 7. There's Alpha in the corner. Fairy Peak. The attempt, Ronicky. Nice touch to midfield. Flakes up for it. Passes back down, shoots, and blocked by K-Dop. He read the pass. Got in the way of the shot. Fairy Peak will drop it to Alpha now. K-Dop. Long down the field. Flakes breaks it up. Gives it to Ronicky. Evo on the far side will try to pressure in the corner, but manages to get the ball for free. Now Flakes through 1. A bump onto Alpha. K-Dop back to Ronicky. Alpha. Flakes will try to dribble this one around. Not sure I've really ever seen a successful dribble on the Scarab, but if anybody can do it, it's Flakes.
The absolute truth. And right now, it's actually Barca with a little bit of midfield control, but Devo not really able to get a good handle on that ball. The most important part is whenever you've got space like this to work with in the midfield is when the ball comes back to you, that first touch is so important. How strong is it? Does it go too far away? Do you have to continue to chase the ball? Or do you really get true control?
Ronicky. Stretch this one long down the field. Flakes attempts in the corner to take control, but Vitality defense holds, and now Fairy Peak is dropping this one soft. I don't know if he even touched it. K-Dop now onto the backboard, dropping dangerous into the box, and the clears come through from Barca. Now Alpha over the top of 1. No. Flakes gets up in time. Ronicky will chase this. K-Dop loses the touch, and it's now into the orange half. And Alpha off the backboard, uncontested. Devo, excellent read. Onto the backboard once more. So continuing to push this ball into the Vitality back third.
That's what I like to see from Devo. He has always been a great midfield presence and tough. Under duress, can't do it. K-Dop, he let him go over, but he can't block the second one. Nice try on the goal line from Devo, but I mean, you can dodge 1, but you can't dodge 2.
Absolutely harassed as they part the waters for the ball to make its way in. Vitality with everything they need for a trip to the grand finals. This is K-Dop's home. He's been here more than many players, and oh my goodness, Fairy Peak with the no room double tap. Beautiful shot.
No chance. Flakes and Devo, that's not going in. We're fine. What? What a shot from Fairy Peak. That is sick.
2:38 on the clock now. Can Barça find a way back into this match? They have their backs against the wall. Ronicky across. K-Dop, an interception. Looking for another double tap. Flakes with the miss. K-Dop respected it. He fully expected him to find it. Maybe also ran a little bit low on boost. What could have been a 3-goal game. Now Alpha looking for the flip reset. Devo was already up for the block. Tired of being bumped by Vitality players. There's Flakes to the corner. Alpha over the top. Here's Devo in the backfield now looking for Flakes up in the corner. He's in the cherry pick this time. Alpha beating one. Punt on counter punt. Ronicky looked for the shot up at the ceiling. Not going to find it. Ronicky pass to midfield. No, just takes the shot himself. Flakes muscles it through one player. Fairy peeks up and gets the block. Rotational defense from Vitality working out right now, but Ronicky shot blocked by Kata, followed from Flakes. It's the block by Alpha. The defense from Vitality, they are insane. 1:32 left to go, and Barça can't buy a goal.
Not done yet. Flakes was the middle. Alpha can't get it. Just Devo not able to just dunk him. What do you got to do? You're absolutely right. You can't buy a goal.
Comes back down. We'll see in the corner. Here's Devo with the shot. Finally, they get it through. It just took the time in the corner, and Devo finally finds the back of the net.
I like Devo getting more aggressive here. Perfect bounce for him. Very peak. Needed a little boost. Rotated into the corner, hoping maybe that ball would roll up, but kicks out. And just can't make it back in time. Devo with a strong shot gets it through. Gives another chance.
There's 1:13 on the clock, but as long as the ball stays in the air, Barça has all the time in the world to find that equalizer. They cannot afford more goals. Here comes K-Dop. Sending it off the ceiling back down and keeping it dangerous. Alpha's airborne. Try and beat Devo. A second bounce will give it to Fairy Peak eventually. Devo with the stretch in the midfield. Not going to really reach it. Ronicky able to get it through K-Dop. Alpha now trying to control in the corner. He'll beat one, and Devo, though, will pick it up on his hood. Fairy Peak launches it from midfield. Flakes in the back will get the stop. This bounce, the dunk, is it in? It's in from K-Dop. It's a bit calculated here, but they'll take it.
I mean, K-Dop, he is literally going for a straight challenge. And unfortunately for Devo, that ball just rolls away from the wall and he's forced to chase it out. Since it doesn't stay closer to him, again, I was talking about the importance of that first touch. Do you really have true control? No, you do not. Gets away from him a little bit. K-Dop gets outside. Unfortunate bounce. Disaster.
Barça with 20 seconds left. They need a goal instantly so they have time for the equalizer. Flakes is pushing it through, but into this corner, you know Vitality will be happy to play passive and wait for the ball to come to them. Just burn time off the clock. 10 seconds left. They've got it through the back line. That one should do it. Ronicky's going to not be able to get this one out of his corner and into the goal in time for two. And Vitality versus Dignitas. It was the classic of Season 8. And we'll get to watch a rematch of it here in the finals, the European finals of Season 9.
And man, Dignitas are going to have their work cut out from playing this Vitality team, because if they keep making some sick saves like they did in this series, I don't know what Violent Panda and Astral are going to be able to accomplish. There were a lot of great looks at Barça on goal, and somehow someone able to make a huge stop somewhere in the goal. So credit to Vitality's defense. The offense, of course, delivering as expected. Barça played a sound defensive game as well, but just a couple, 6 shots from Fairy Peak throughout the series. Everyone from Vitality on the offense really delivering some monster goals to take the win here.
That absolutely insane double tap. Like, it was as close to the backboard as possible. Usually what would turn into sort of like a waterfall guillotine type shot where the ball doesn't even come off the backboard, doesn't even give enough space for a double tap to be possible. It's such a small room for error, such a small room where he could possibly actually make that goal happen. Actually a huge room for error, tiny room of success, and he makes it work. That's the sort of stuff that makes Fairy Peak one of the best players in the world.
Yes. And he's a well-deserved titled world championship winner for him. So,
absolutely.
But they're going to go up against Dignitas.
They are. Dignitas versus Vitality. The winner is the European champions here for Season 9. Can't wait to see how it goes down. We've got that match coming to you right after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet friendly. Maybe a little too pet friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you back for one final time to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching the European Regional Championships, and coming up soon is our Grand Finals. I'm your host, Brody Leafexmore, alongside Gibbs and Corelli, but first we need to talk about the series we just saw that sent Renault Vitality into those Grand Finals to face off against Dignitas. They've faced against Barça, and Barca's steam looked like it finally ran out there. Corelli, they were on a tear, taking out Veloce, taking out Reciprocity, but Vitality was just too strong.
Yeah, it seemed like Vitality needed one little loss against Barça, and all of a sudden they go back to form here, and it was impressive to see. I mean, this Vitality team has looked strong, especially in the back half of the season. They had a slow start in the beginning, but they brought their A game to the playoffs, and I mean, no doubt, K-Dop's on the team, man. This guy wins championships, and he's trying to go for another one.
It's just, it was hard for Barca because it felt like they were reaching for some of their goals because they know that they need to put them in because they're playing versus the best offense. But game 3, that 0-second play by Devo, where he goes for the infield pass to absolutely no one. Fairy Peak scores at 0 seconds and gifts away that game. You cannot give away games to Vitality. You need every single one. So I think that was the turning point for the series for them. But Barca, they put up a good fight. They had a great run throughout this tournament. Spring series is going to be a lot of fun for them.
Absolutely. As you said, they are in the top 4, so it means they ought to qualify for that spring series, which is something to at least walk away today with, be proud of. And again, top 4 in all of Europe, especially when you had a bit of a slump. So I think Barca can walk away proud with their position on this one. But let's just take a look back at the bracket to look at the other teams that were also in this. 10 teams entered into league play and only 6 made it to today. And of course, only 1 is going to win. Reciprocity, Gibbs, was a bit of a surprise for us on this one, losing 4-0 to Mousesports with Arju as the substitute in space of Scrub, and then losing to Barça again 4-1 in the lower.
Yeah, one of the teams that will probably be looking to make roster moves for the spring series, or at least it seems that way, just because of the recent basically like failures that they've had at the World Championship and now at the Regional Championship. That was a rough one for them. That Mousesports series where they scored 1 goal, and it was only because it was an own goal by Speed. That was pretty rough. We'll see if they bounce back for spring series. And that's the thing that I want to see from all these teams is those roster moves. We obviously know Scrub Killer. He's out there. He probably wants to play on one of these teams. So who knows?
For you, Corelli, was there any real surprises or like which surprise was, I guess, more surprising?
I think for me, I don't know. I hate to say the same thing, but I am surprised about Reciprocity doing so poor here in the regional finals. But I think that Barca really turned things around, especially near the end of their season. I think that a top 4 finish is pretty admirable from this team. I think Ronicky has played extremely well. I'm excited to see where this team goes. I hope that they I mean, I'm assuming they're going to keep their roster, obviously, moving into the spring series. But this team, I think, still has a lot to grow on or a lot to build on. And I mean that in the best way possible. Like their potential, I feel like, is a lot higher than what we've seen. And they're already finishing top 4 here. And I'm excited to see where they can go.
Well, we're going to have to see that later as they are done for the day. We have one final match to get to, and that, of course, is our grand finals of the European Regionals for Season 9, and it's Dignitas versus Renault Vitality. And I think it'd be weird if anybody said they were surprised from this one, Corelli. This was expected for most people. Of course, the rest of the day was a little bit whack, but, you know, this is the grand finals I think we all expected. But Dignitas heading into this, you know, even being given troubles by Mousesports, I wonder if this is an omen of what's about to come facing off against Vitality.
It's the run back. It's the run back from the World Championship, one of the greatest games of Rocket League we've ever seen, one of the greatest series we've ever seen. And
that overtime.
That overtime in particular, again, no surprise to see these two teams. I have to say, though, Vitality is just playing out of their mind right now. I mean, they're in like land form right now here at the Regional Championships. And if I'm Dignitas, I think they played really well against Mouse. It was a close series, but they really got to pick it up against Vitality. They're a whole different beast at this point.
Gibbs, I feel like you've been kind of on that Dignitas train for most of the season, but I feel like you definitely or likely have to side with Vitality coming into this one because Fairy Peak and K-Dop have been a monster, and Alpha's fit in really nicely with that team.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago, like I picked Vitality over Dig, and that was a very close series. But ever since then, Dig's defense has been crumbling, just giving up over 2 goals per game. Vitality's offense is getting better. It's gonna be really fun to see K-Dop versus Violent Panda once again, and Astral, the MVP, versus Fairy Peak, the runner-up, and KDOP as well. So it's gonna be really fun to see who proves that they were the most valuable. But one thing that I'm looking out for, Fairy Peak now has 49 goals on the season. He has now passed Monaco. He's now passed TSM as teams. He needs 2 more goals to pass Team Singularity for the season, 10 more to pass Team Endpoint. Entire teams. Fairy Peak is unstoppable right now, and I expect Vitality to just keep feeding him the ball.
Okay, I just want to pick your brain then, Corelli, before we get into the match here. You know, Dignitas is obviously the one that's going to have to really put in the thought in how to tear down Vitality. What do they have to do? What are those things that they have to do on this field to win this best of 7?
Well, yeah, I think that it's actually quite interesting because Dignitas' own kind of natural play style that they want to put into effect, the possession, the passing, I think is very good against a team like Vitality, who will tear you apart every single time they have the ball. So you keep the ball away from them and you create your own chances. It puts Vitality on the back foot, which then in turn just stops the chances coming, or the volley of attacks that you've seen, the shots from Fairy Peak that you've seen from Vitality. If you keep the possession in your own hand, keep Vitality in their own half, it's a lot easier to command the game. And that's really the key for Dignitas in any series that they go into. They need to command the game, and against Vitality, it's the utmost importance.
Well, let us know how excited you are, because I know we are all excited and we want to see this match happen. So get online, please, on Twitter at RL Esports. Let us know how you think this grand finals is going to go. But now, guys, it is time to learn the birds and the bees with Dignitas and Vitality.
It is a rivalry that has started to define an entire region. Renault Vitality against Dignitas provided one of the greatest series in RLCS history only 6 months ago. They gave us just as good a sequel earlier on in the league play, Johnny. But for the trilogy, it's going to be Dignitas looking for a different result, because both times they've played, it's been Renault Vitality taking the win. What are you expecting from this one?
Yeah, good series certainly is expected at this point. Every time we see these two teams play, it is a classic. But like you said, Dignitas, they want a different result today. I don't know if they're going to get it, though. If I had to make a prediction, it would be in favor of Vitality. They've looked unstoppable recently. Dignitas have been a bit start-stop. And, you know, I say it all the time, but they're going to be the team that are needing momentum coming into this. They need to really catch Vitality at the beginning of the series and show them that they're ready to play at that level from game 1.
Well, for most people, this rivalry is all about KDOP and Violent Panda, both a part of the greatest team in Rocket League history. They both ended up splitting, now trying to make their own stories and create their own new versions of the greatest team ever. And Renault Vitality are starting to get closer and closer towards being able to overtake that mantle, especially if they can keep current results going. But the real rivalry here I want to take a look at is that Astral versus Fairy Peak. Astral taking the MVP, but Fairy Peak, and there's a great argument for this one, is the most informed player in the world right now. He's going to be one to look out for, as Alpha will start us off by hitting the post.
Already Vitality with a very good chance to open the scoring. This is Fairy Peak, as you said, on the ball. He's the man to watch right now. He probably feel like he had a good shot at being the regular season MVP. Too bad for him, his teammates have also put in great performances and maybe made his look less effective. Oh, that was almost a chance for Dignitas on the counter. It looks like they intercepted their own clear by accident as it came down the middle.
Yukio now just taking it around. Alpha will get the challenge. Dignitas' first real chance to get a hold of it, but here's the danger. Fairy Peak, those launching own side shots on target, have been catching everybody out these last few weeks. Scored so many goals off, and it's just not what you would expect from Vitality. You expect them to work their way and not just power it towards you. Here is going to be Fairy Peak. Yukio can do nothing. Bounced off the goal line, and Fairy Peak's got his first.
Perfect execution by Vitality. Violent Panda was under pressure. Just let the ball go straight away to Fairy there. And in the 2v1, you're always going to expect Vitality to score, especially with how well Fairy's been striking. And they keep on getting the ball to him in offense. Is he going to pass more teams, entire teams, with his own scoring total this season? It looks likely at this point.
Well, he's now hit 50 for the season, one more away. He'll start overtaking more teams as Fairy Peak pops it over to Alpha. Looks to go the entire way, but Violent Panda will already be there. That is a good little win. They need someone there early, though, and it's going to be Fairy Peak. Not very often you're going to be able to see entire open nets on the side. K-Dot and the rest of Renault Vitality. Here is Astral. 5 boosts though, and a ball that's not on top of his hood's always going to be very difficult to play. Both teams, you know, this is not the slow start that we typically see in these sort of games. Both teams know exactly how they want to play. Both teams are warm. And that is a little bit of chaos happening for Dignitas on their own defensive side of the field.
Vitality, they really understand these days how big it can be in a series like this to just come out the gates playing as fast as possible. You said right now that, you know, typically we're used to seeing a more timid start from teams in the grand final. Vitality have been here so many times. These players so familiar with this setting. They know exactly what to do. Dignitas have been struggling to get many good chances on net. Another floater goes clear. Just about half the game gone. It's Vitality leading by 1, and deservedly so.
Oh, great touch from Astral. Just pops it straight back over to Renault Vitality. They'll set themselves up for a good attacking opportunity. It's Chaos Powers to the top corner. Shooting accuracy from Renault Vitality has just been another level over these past few weeks. Here is Panda. 2 minutes for him and the rest of Dignitas to find some way to break Renault Vitality down. To the corner, there is a demo, meaning that a bit more of a scramble this time around for Renault Vitality. Dignitas looking to get a bit more physical. Now by the Panda! He just about can't get it in! He will go for a second one off the crossbar, and Yukio comes to help him out.
Initially a great save by Alpha. I don't know how he managed to get that one clear, and it's a bit unfortunate for Vitality as well. As the ball came back down, I think Alpha landed on Berry Peak, and that messed up Berry Peak's clear. The Dignitas were still in such a strong position. I think the goal was likely to come eventually. They have tied things up with 2 minutes left in the game.
It was their first real opportunity of the game so far. Here is Alpha. Was this a double commit this time? Astral's going to need to try and take control of this. As that is a great challenge win, forces the save. Yukio pounces onto the ball, and he had to react quickly to that one. 40, that is another bump. Renault Vitality. They come in from your blind spot. You know, typically these players are always going to have themselves the ball cam on. So you can get them just by coming in from those blind sides. Here is Panda for the double tap, followed up by Astral, and Dignitas have got the lead.
Great assist by Dig. They noticed, or Panda noticed, that the backboard was wide open. Vitality leave themselves exposed, and you can't afford to do that against Dignitas. They pick their spots amazingly well, and they've got the lead now. Despite all that aggression and all that pressure that Vitality had, they are the ones trailing as we approach the end of game 1.
In 20, Alpha puts it straight into the hood of Panda, who will always clear that one quite long. So Dignitas, despite, you know, being the second best team for the vast majority of this game, they've got themselves a lead. They just need to try and make sure they hold on to it, but that's always easier said than done, especially when Fairy Peak is on the field.
Oh my goodness. Berry Peak still hasn't figured out how to stop scoring. Just look at that placement. He's hit the bar twice with one shot. It's still gone in. Dignitas are going to have their hands full trying to stop Berry Peak today. Vitality equalized with a minute left.
Got past one. Alpha forced to commit. Leaves Fairy by himself. Lovely drop down. Selfless from Dignitas, exactly what they needed.
More great passing play by Dig. Panda again just sees the man unmarked in the middle, and he puts it right in position for him. Astral with a really easy conversion, but it's the passing plays of Dig. That's what's getting them goals, as it so often is. Vitality trailing again. Now they've got even less time left to find the equalizer.
To the corner. Alpha pops the ball over. Astral wins it. It's going to be to Panda off the backboard. Yukio can get there. A goal would finish off this game. But never doubt Renault Vitality's ability to turn the ball over very quickly. Expect to leave players downfield. And I love this from Dignitas. Instead of trying to play it quickly, they just let the ball just roll as far to their side of the field as they possibly can. We do tick ourselves away to the final few moments of this game. Lovely challenge win. Will be Alpha's. 10 seconds left. He's got to try and make something of it. Astral can't get the challenge, but it's enough to just hand the ball over to Yukio, Johnny. As we do tick our way down here. One last opportunity. And it looks like it could be Dignitas's off the backboard to the floor. No, how on earth has that one stayed up? Yukio will look to try and kill it off. And Renault Vitality, just too much to ask of them to do. Dignitas have got game 1, but they were made to fight for it.
A really good job by Dig. They didn't panic. They didn't rush their way back into this one. They didn't overextend while looking for the comeback. They realized, well, yeah, we are under pressure, but the chances are going to come. Our passing is good enough. We're going to get opportunities to score. We just have to take them. And that's exactly what they've done. Brilliant passing play. Violent Panda with 3 assists. An MVP game 1 for sure, even though he is, according to Rocket League, bottom of the scoreboard. Really making Astral and Yukio's life very easy here in the first game of the series.
I do love how Rocket League has sort of progressed over the past few seasons. Well, yeah, we can look at scoreboard and gives us a little bit of the detail about how the games have gone, but for players like Panda, you really do have to look at what they enable their teammates to do, and he's done exactly that throughout this game, selflessly handing the ball off earlier on to Astral to give his team the lead, when realistically all he had to do is, he already won the race to the ball, just put it onto net. Instead decided to make the goal nice and big for himself. So first blood drawn by Dignitas, but it's a long road here, and we have got ourselves a best of 7 to deal with. And as we mentioned previously, Renault Vitality tend to win these best of 7s, so this is going to be very difficult for Dignitas to do. But for you, Johnny, what are the quicker starts we've seen to one of these finals?
Absolutely. Dignitas are really here to play, and he said that this is something they have to do if they're going to be competitive versus Vitality, because Vitality's comeback potential is just insane. I mean, we've seen some pretty ridiculous reverse sweeps from Dignitas also, but Vitality are just so hard to count down and out of a series. Even if they lose 3 games in a row, you'd still have a decent case to predict the comeback win. I'm so used to seeing it historically. Dignitas taking the advantage here. I'm expecting more of the same in game 2. More passing plays. Panda fakes the pass this time. That's a little bit something different from him. Saw that Vitality may have been compensating for that pass, and he went for the mic game instead.
You gotta remember, last time these guys played, there was a hard read on every single passing play Dignitas went for from game 3 onwards. They'll probably have that in their minds in this series. They don't want to get locked down like that. It's going to be Vitality currently locking down Dignitas, but an unconceived attempt at a challenge from Alpha does pinch the ball back to the midfield. Here is Astral. If there's any player that's going to remove the danger from your side of the field, it's always going to be him. So difficult to take the ball off from. Taking a quick look at this series, or this game at least, the Renault Vitality backboard. It seems like that was a little bit more open last game. And we do tend to see it.
We've not seen too many weaknesses with the Vitality defense recently, but that is historically something that they did have problems with. Backboard was definitely a route for NRG to beat them in last World Championship finals. We're getting multiple hard hits up there that Vitality couldn't react to. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Dignitas certainly will be. Saved by Astral. Now actually double commit forced by Dignitas there. Very big game. Launched into the goal. Very patient play by Dig. I like what I see so far, Shogun.
Absolutely. Both these teams looking like they're on point. Ball bounce off the corner. So Violent Panda always ready for that one. 2 minutes into this game. Still no goals to speak of just yet. Could be dangerous. Astral puts it straight onto net. Get a little bit more boost out from the opposing side of the team. Just put them out of position just a little bit more. Fairy peek to Kadon. Kadon caught it, leaves it in the air, however, and nobody on his team really wanted to follow. Very interesting to see where the players off the ball are trying to line themselves up. If you're confident, you tend to leave them further up the field because you're more certain that your final man is going to be able to take control of it. If you're less confident, expect to see them a little bit further back. Right now, both teams sort of happy to linger one player around.
Astral speed is causing problems right now. Dignitas are looking to him to maybe make a solo play happen. And if anybody can do it, it would be Astral these days. He's extremely impressive in the semi-finals in that tough series win over Mouse. Really stepped up today. But that's the kind of adaptation they need to make if Vitality are shutting down all the passing lanes. You need to force the issue with one player, whether it be an outplay or a 50-50. It's going to be Astral in the middle. That was the chance for Dig, but they have let it go by.
And now their final man, Violent Panda, dive forward. Means Astral and Yukio still had to scramble back to slightly less optimal positions. K-Dot doesn't win the challenge though. Astral is coming out on top of every exchange right now. He's going to pop back to the middle again. 90 seconds on the clock. Astral over the top. He's got enough boost to try and take this past a couple more players. Might even go the whole way. Tries to take it top corner. Can't quite do it though. Fairy Peak too big. Too strong. Now Alpha wins the challenge. Renault Vitality's opportunity to try and break. Only 6 boost on K-Dot, however, will mean that there is nothing to create. Alpha again. He is trying to make his name known in this series. And if he starts getting more and more of them to start successfully going on net or really causing Vitality trouble, then this could be a major problem for them.
Yeah, Astral's looking on point at the moment. He's playing faster than anyone else in the lobby. And this is lobby full. Extremely quick players. Astral has been focused. He's been accurate. Oh, somebody's missed in defense though. There's a chance for Vitality there. Didn't look like much was going to come out of that center ball, but sometimes it's the simple ones catch you off guard. Dignitas lucky to get away with without conceding in that last play.
And ball up. K-Dot's touch will need a follow-up, and it is going to come from Alpha. Getting into the final few seconds of the game. Will overtime be needed, or can Violent Panda put something together for his team right here, right now? Over to Astral. It's going to be an awkward bounce to deal with. Alpha's missed it, and nobody from Dignitas expected that. They were already waiting for the clear.
Dignitas not really committing. They're not willing to commit too risky on these passes. Astral, double touch to the backboard. Yukio's free jump, but Astral just does everything himself. Oh my goodness. 0 seconds. Dignitas lead by 2.
This is the game where you can cement your legacy. And Astral is doing exactly that. Dignitas 2, Renault Vitality 0. Astral is on fire right now.
What on earth was that from Astral? Triple touch with a flip reset rebound as well on 0 seconds against Vitality in the grand finals of the EU regional playoffs. I don't know what else you can add to this goal to make it any better. How do you improve on that? Astral with an insane goal to win what was before then a scoreless draw.
And it was a scoreless draw that really only had, one type of goal-scoring opportunity, and that was mistakes where nobody really expected to happen and failed, therefore, to capitalize on the shot. But this seems like a game plan right now from Dignitas. We already spoke earlier on about how they were almost overpassing against Vitality last time. Game plan this time seems to be, Astral, you got boost? All right, good. Here's a ball for you. Go and do what you want to, mate.
Yeah, the infield passes that Dignitas are so well known for, and just the passing play in general, it is a risky strategy with so few players in the field. Even though threes is the most that you'll get in competitive Rocket League. If an interception happens, you're always going to be in a really rough spot. So they know that. They don't want to force too many passing plays to happen. They're letting them happen when it makes sense, but they're not over-relying on that. They don't need passing plays in order to win games. Astral just takes a game by himself. One of the best goals we've ever seen. And I'm talking in Rocket League history. You can just put that one right up there with the all-time greats.
So Dignitas 2 games away from doing what they failed to do for oh so very long. And give that sweet victory to Violent Panda. Astral can tell how good he is feeling right now. Violent Panda will take control of the ball. I've got a feeling that this first goal needs to go to Renault Vitality. They've got to try and stem the flow.
Yeah, Astral just has to be stopped right now if Vitality are going to have a chance to win this one. It was Violent Panda with the assists in game 1. Now Astral just taking over the lobby. He just had a pre-jump interception and a Vitality hard clear into a little double touch outplay as well. He's just rampaging through the entire defense. Can anybody stop Astral at the moment? Dignitas just riding off the momentum that he's given them. Panda and Yukio connect in the final third to add another goal to their incredible day. Look at that pass and pre-jump. This is just outrageous to see.
Well, Astral might be the star right now, but the co-cast is just as deadly. And Dignitas have got themselves a huge momentum-gaining lead. They are looking unstoppable, untouchable, and undeniable. Astral off the backboard, double tap! Defense might as well not exist when Astral is on the field.
He's up before the ball hits the ceiling there, transitions to the backboard and then to the goal in the blink of an eye. There's just nothing that Astral can do at the moment. Playing with maximum confidence, full speed. You know, people tell me sometimes when we talk about the skill ceiling with Rocket League hasn't been reached. Astral's proving again and again that it has not even come close to being reached. He's still got levels to go to. Right now, Vitality are levels behind. They need to figure this one out quickly, because although it's a long series, it is going away in the blink of an eye. They're losing it quite comfortably. That's a chance for Renault, though. It comes off the backboard unexpectedly. Astral's got it under control, though, for now. Back up to Yukio.
The terrifying thing for Vitality is it was only last season that they were taken down by a one-man wrecking crew in the form of Chaussette. They've got themselves to the Season 9 regional finals, and they're being taken down by a one-man wrecking crew, this time named Astral. Starting to seem all too familiar for them. Alpha, he's got K-Dop to aim for. That is a powerful pass, though, and there is nothing K-Dop can do with that. Dropping back out. Very deep. Trying to inch his way forward, but currently available for him. Yukio, another feint. Pops off the backboard. Looks for bumps, and that shot needed to go in. One of the rare misplays from Astral, but I think he's got some leniency.
Yeah, he's definitely played well enough today that we'll give him a break on that one. I think it's a 2-0 lead still. Half the game to go. Vitality are shocked. They're completely caught off guard here. They know Dignitas are a good team. They know that they're a fast team. They know they're a good passing team. But what we've seen from Dignitas today has been their play style executed to perfection. And on a level that I don't think anybody saw coming in a grand final. Where you're supposed to be more nervous. This is supposed to be the time that players are struggling to play at their best. Astral, not Dignitas. They comfortably lead against their rivals. They try to overtake them at the top of the European standing.
Remember as well, this is Astral's first ever major finals. We do see a passing play. K-Dop only as far as Yukio, but they will not miss that. Bundle it over the line, and they've kept game 3 alive.
That's a nice pass by Alpha, and Yukio was in a pretty awkward position for that one. Got there too early, couldn't get a clear ball while he was making the save. Vitality are back in it. They really needed a goal as soon as possible. Now they've actually got some time to wait for a good chance. They don't need to force the issue here. They can score again, they might have to do that. And Yukio has scored again! Dignitas 3-1. Vitality's problems are back.
Was he going for a bump? Was he going for a double? Does it really matter? 3-1. And Yukio now is starting to step up to the plate. We saw how good that first goal was for Dignitas. And now, Astral has got himself a team that is stepping up to his level, and Alpha introduces himself to this grand finals as well.
Great speed by Alpha on this one. Didn't have any boost left when he reached the ball. Perfectly executed. 125km/h shot. Vitality back within one again. They keep responding. This is new. This is different. Dignitas, yes, they're throwing haymakers at Vitality, but Vitality are striking back, and what a step over by Ferry. It looks like this assist, more of a lead for him. Great communication by Vitality.
You were saying they were throwing haymakers. That's the counter punch right on the draw. Or the jaw. Renault Vitality get a hold of Fairy Peak. And it's these kickoffs. We've seen them utilize these in previous series. They just tend to know exactly where to put it, where to give their oncoming player all the room to maneuver with. And they've got 2 goals straight off it, and they've got themselves back into this game. Now we've got to look towards the neutral and see what they can do from here. Going to be powered downfield. K-Dop hasn't really got many good options. You can see Violent Panda and Astral both start to crowd around both of his choosing passing lanes. Here is K-Dop, does win the challenge this time around. Very Peak not wanting the powerful clear, but he might not have much of an option. Violent Panda with on the hood. Yukio follows up. Very Peak does smart just to, relax a little bit, not try and chase that one, instead of letting the ball come towards him. With a minute left. Possibly a series-defining minute, Johnny. Renault Vitality desperate to find our next goal.
Yeah, they've been impressive after kickoffs, like you said, when there's less boost around the field on all the members of both teams. Once it gets into the full-flowing midfield rotation, Dignitas have looked like the better team, and they're looking for the leading goal here. Is Panda off the post. Dignitas knocking on the door again. Vitality in trouble. It's mind game by K-Dog down the line, but he's denied by Astral. He's still looking to style on Vitality at every opportunity.
There's K-Dog. Nice little touch from Panda. Prevents any immediate attack from Renault Vitality. Gonna drop into K-Dog's favor, but Yukio's already beaten there. Might be one last opportunity for Dignitas. It's not a great touch from K-Dog, but Renault Vitality, we're not gonna try and chase it up. So it's either gonna be 3-0 or 2-1. It is a massive, massive opportunity for Renault Vitality to make something of this series and really start to bring the question marks towards Dignitas. We do go immediately to the corner. K-Dog will try and chase it up. That's a great win! Very Pick is denied! Yukio gets there in time, and it's going to be a chance now to escape for Dignitas.
It's Yukio's turn to carry Dig to victory, and he's going to look for the winning goal. Panda's popped it away from him, though. That was such a great chance for Dig. The communication breaks down. It all happened too fast. There wasn't any time to react to comms. They're just playing on instinct there. For once, Panda's instinct lets him down.
Great clear from Astral Iver, but he's got it to Yukio. Up is equal to Alpha. Got some support, might not need it, but Renault Vitality crowded everybody. It's now a Fairy Peak to buy his team a bit of time, and he's done exactly that. Brings a couple of players towards him. Astral doesn't quite know how to deal with this, and instead decides the best way to deal with it is to ram his car directly through the ball. Fairy Violet Panda now towards Fairy Peak, back to the corner. Yukio might have an option. That option is Astral, but Astral does whiff. Violet Panda makes contact, and Fairy Peak will save. But Dignitas are unrelenting on the goal line, but they have been unable to turn this one in. Minute and 20 played. We are still trying to find our goal as Renault Vitality will clear their lines.
That's quality goalkeeping by Vitality, but they're making a meal of the clears. They're not helping each other out with their rotation. It's all panic and defense. Yukio with another shot that's just saved by K-Dot. Dignitas have looked like the favorite in OT so far. Their chances, every time they get the ball up front, it looks so threatening. It looks so difficult to deal with. Vitality are still in this. Overtime continues.
There's win, but only as far as Astral. Fairy has to play this one well. He's dropped it down to Yukio. That's on target. You can see all three members from Renault Vitality jumping for that. They are not at their brilliant best, but Alpha with the set, the shot's put high, Fairy Peak to finish it, and he simply does not miss. Johnny boy, we've got ourselves a real match.
K-Dot looking for the top shelf, finds the bar, but Fairy Peak shows him how it's done. And of course, with how accurate his striking has been recently, you wouldn't expect him to miss from that range. Vitality, off the back of an Alpha fast aerial in the midfield, they get the win they so desperately needed. We do have a series in the grand finals.
And for Dignitas, that is an opportunity missed. They were 2 goals up, and they just get flattened by 2 quick kickoff goals that led into that overtime. If we do look at a Renault Vitality going ahead to win this series, it will be this game that we look towards. But for Renault Vitality, this is almost an impossible question to ask, Johnny, but where was the difference? How on earth did they stop Astral this time?
Well, they just never give up. Vitality were on the ropes there. They were getting battered in defense. There were shots flying in from all angles and, in rapid succession. But Vitality just hung on. They always had a goalkeeper in the final, minute or 2 of the game, and in overtime. They're making sure to not let any uncontested shots go in. And if they can keep that up, they're going to make the Dignitas' life a lot harder. It's not making their lives any easier, though, because they still have to make those difficult saves. But like you said, their kickoff game really brought them back into this one. They're just more comfortable with low boost than Dignitas are. And on kickoff, everybody's got low boost. So this could be a chance, I think, for Vitality to keep coming back now, because of course game 4 will start with a kickoff.
Absolutely, and last time these guys played, it was game 3 onwards that Renault Vitality were winning as they started to slowly figure out what Dignitas were trying to do. Astral is not going to be able to do anything about that because Alpha has him red.
And once again, They just have the better answers early on. Not really sure how they do it, but maybe it's just advanced ball chasing. They just know that it's better to have players attacking the ball. It doesn't matter if you have your full rotation established. Vitality almost ahead by 2. K-Dop's dunk hits the post. Is this the turning point? Have Vitality stopped the Dignitas momentum? They stopped the train in its tracks. Up to Dignitas now to respond.
And decided to go for the boost. Got to lock down the midfield, but want to make sure they've secured their own side of the field before they do that. There's going to be a pass over to K-Dop, not on target. Now Yukio looking to escape. He's got Astral to try and pass to. It'll be quite difficult though to find him. Here is Violent Panda, unchallenged. 2 players up. Yukio's touch is not going to leave too much. As Renault Vitality's defense, scrappy as it may be, seems to be working.
Like I said, they're not making life easy on themselves here. Vitality hanging on in defense again. Saves coming in at the very last second. Brilliant free jump there by K-Dop keeps them in the lead. But you know, they're not making their lives easy, but they're making Dignitas' life very difficult. No open nets for Dig. There's no shots on an undefended net. Unless they can create one of their own. Are they going to look for bumps on this incredibly stacked Vitality 3-man goalkeeper lineup that we've got right here? I'd love to see Dignitas attempt more drive-bys. Look at how close Vitality are getting as they defend their net.
It's going to be K-Dop now to try and play in the corner. And yeah, we have seen an awful lot of double commits, but it seems like Vitality's mentality towards it is right now, well, we've only sent 2 people. That means we've still got 1 more than we need to actually prevent this one from going in. Very people actually drop off this. Try to leave it for K-Dop, but Dignitas already had it red. Dropping to the midfield. Remember, Veloce Vitality already taking the lead in this game, and a lead that could lead them to a 2 each in this series. Yukio for the drop down. But that backboard less available than it was earlier on. Astral forced to watch his alpha sets up for K-Dop, but didn't want to take it first time. Instead, tried to take it under his own control. Renault Vitality comfortable in offense, if not a little bit laissez-faire of what they're trying to set up. Very Peak does win the challenge, however, and he's so dangerous in this midfield. Transition set. K-Dop blocked, though, by Yukio, who has been oh so instrumental to Dignitas' prevention of these Renault Vitality attacks.
Dignitas had won that last game, no doubt. It would have been everybody talking about him as the carry. They'll rather forget about game 3 since Vitality got the win in it. Dignitas still lead overall, but that's about to change if Vitality can keep up this game 4 performance. That's a fast pass, that's a quicker shot, and just like that, Dignitas are back in it.
Want to know how a shot is really good? The goalkeeper doesn't even jump. Very Peak knew that he was beat by that one. 2 minutes left on the clock, 1 each. There's an opportunity once again for Dignitas. Their first time they've had to really fight back into one of these games. They've done exactly that, but Renault Vitality are undying. It'll be very difficult to put away in this game. Yukio with the set to Astral. He gets there, wanted the double, but you can't do that when your car's not left on the field.
Yeah, that's one way to handle Astral, just both teams have been pretty easy on each other when it comes to volume of demos and bumps being attempted. Ball is definitely the main focus. We deal with an accidental back pass, but Astral's reacted well to it. Vitality some more success with their clears than earlier in the game though. They're not stuck in the goal line area. They are getting a chance to send the ball into the blue end. Look at this redirect by Yukio this time! Goal 1 was Yukio to Astral, now Astral to Yukio. Unbelievable placement by Dignitas, they take the lead.
Well, you can talk all about finesse. That is Route 1 Rocket League. As quick as you like on the counter-attack, Dignitas have got themselves the lead. And this time around, it's Renault Vitality that have been sucker punched by the comeback. Just over 1 minute for them to turn this around. Otherwise, they will be facing down the barrel of championship point to Dignitas. Astral back to the midfield. He's on 0 boost. Gonna have to leave that one for Yukio. But I tell you what, Yukio is in the form of his life right now. He is desperate for that second major win. He hasn't got anything since winning DreamHack Leipzig 2 years ago now. It's actually 1 year though, as Alpha will pop that over to Astral. Gets the flip reset. What can he do with it? He can get another flip reset. Why not?
No matter flip resets. It's too many, especially we're talking about Astral. Astral almost put that on target. 5 seconds left. Vitality need the goal, but Dignitas are the ones who are still looking for one of their own. Vitality, although they've had good success with the distance on their clears, they're not connecting with their players downfield. Dignitas, meanwhile, both of their goals came by clearing the ball at a teammate who's already in a forward position. Fairypeak does find Kate up here, but the pass is directly at him. He can't run onto it. This is the last chance now for Vitality. Dignitas play it safe, and they are on triple match point, triple championship point. And I think they really deserve this. They passed brilliantly here. Both goals were almost identical, really, but just at opposite sides of the field. Astral to Yukio, then Yukio to Astral. Insane placement and power on those shots, though.
And I think they've got past now their second biggest test in this series. It was all going to be very good when we saw them playing well, but how were they going to respond when they finally did take a loss? Because last time it happened, didn't go too well for them. This time around, they respond brilliantly and dominate the shots on target against Vitality. But, like I mentioned, it was the second biggest danger to them in this series. Here is the biggest one, Johnny. Championship point. You've got 3 of them, so you've got a bit of leniency. But this is the one that feels that little bit different. You're not too sure what's changed on the map, but you know it's not quite how you left it last time. It's going to be ever so difficult for them to do, but they've got all the chances to do it against Renault Vitality.
Yeah, Dignitas, they can just play, all guns blazing in this game. They've got triple match points, so I'm expecting and I'm, kind of hoping that for their sake, they do go for a fully offensive style and try and just put Vitality away in 5. If they do give Vitality that one more game to come back with, then it gets a lot more difficult for Dignitas. They have to start, reconsidering their strategy if they give Vitality time to adapt. But right now they've got everything, flowing really well in offense. They're looking so aggressive, but yet so consistent, just like G2 and RLCS, able to play so far up the field without giving the other team any space and any chances to get out of their own half. You do have to watch out for the kickoffs, though, like we saw early in the game. They were 1 down in 5 seconds because Vitality are getting so many quick goals from those fresh restarts.
Well, they are going to be looking at this series overall as theirs to lose from here on out. As it's just going to be, you got to be looking at, we talk so much about Yukio, we talk so much now about Astral, but you've got to be Violent Panda right now and saying, you know what? I picked well, because it's his roster at the end of the day. He's the one that really gets to make the lion's share of the decisions when it comes to this. And he's got to be thinking to himself, all right, I lost K-Dot, I lost Turbo, I've replaced about as well as I possibly can. On the Renault Vitality side, however, Alpha has been a little quiet for me this series. He had 1 or 2 good plays back in Game 3, but outside of that, not quite so much.
Yeah, Alpha, he did get the goal to take the lead in the last game, but it was just, a quick goal off a kickoff where he got a really nice fast interception on a Dignitas clear. But you are looking at Alpha as, the guy to really step up mechanically, like Astral did for Dignitas. If there's one player on Vitality who can do that, it would be Alpha 54, even though Fairypeak has been the main goal scorer for them recently. He's not as, scary to play against when he's flying through the air with a lot of time on the ball. Fairypeak's really scary when he gets in front of your goal and he's about to pull the trigger with a shot. I don't think anybody really at the moment is as accurate as he is from that range. But yeah, I totally agree. Alpha does need to try and step up the pace. He needs to try and put that pressure back on Dignitas, or else, with 3 match points, it's hard to see Vitality getting all 3 of those wins and stopping Dignitas today.
But the thing about Vitality we always need to remember is that they don't do bad. They just do less good in each of their series. So at any moment, that level could just shoot on up, and Dignitas need to make sure that they are very, very ready for that. But, right now, the stylistic change that they've made, the passing plays are, I would almost call them obsessed in the previous few weeks that we'd seen them. Passing plays for the sake of passing plays. Today, they've been more refined. They're picking their opportunities. They're letting Astral have a little bit more time on the ball. And now because you're so worried about Astral following off some sort of incredible solo play to put into your own net, that when he does actually pass it, you're all that much more caught out by the play. So for Dignitas, this has been a fantastic adaptation to what they saw last time for Vitality. Now it's up to Vitality to do the exact same to Dignitas.
Yeah, Vitality and they know each other so well. And that's why I think their games are so good, because we're seeing great reads from both teams. We're seeing, a play style and a matchup that is just so well refined. And really the highest level that we see in Rocket League at the moment. Dignitas today have been the better team and still look like the likely victors. Yukio 1-0 in 14 seconds and no early goal after the kickoff this time for Vitality.
And there was just no way out of this play for Vitality. They wanted to go left, there's a Violent Panda. And as soon as it happened, you just get yourself caught, and Yukio was ready and waiting. I was going to be very curious about whether or not Championship nerves were about to step in, but when you see a team launch all 3 players forward in the first 20 seconds, Johnny, you know they're not quite feeling it as much. But Alpha almost had the set. He was 1 bump away from Yukio for that being all tied up. And this time it's Renault Vitality who are refusing to go away. The drop-down shot means K-Dop cannot reach it in time. Needed to just power that one down for the Frenchman.
This is, of course, the map where Vitality won the World Championship in Season 7. They've got fond memories of this one. K-Dop and Fairy Peak. So far, not so good in the grand final against Dig, and not so good in Urban Central. Vitality are in attack right now. Are they going to be as good at disguising their passes in the final third as Dignitas were in the last game? That's really the key for me. Dignitas so good at making shots, making clears, and instead hitting a pass picture perfect to a teammate who's in a better position than they are. Vitality so far today have struggled to do just that.
There's been one very obvious issue with the way they've been defending so far. We are going to see K-Dop trying to set up for Alpha. Nobody left, and Alpha slots it in.
And that is exactly what you want to see. K-Dop in a position where he could be shooting from. He spots a man in the middle and even gets a demo as he's landing. Great result for Vitality, but they've got to hold on to this. Now they've got to try and get the momentum in their favor. Last game, Dignitas were the team that finished the stronger of the two. Vitality have no more lives. This is it. They have to win 3 in a row. Can they do it?
K-Dop looks to clear long. Will prevent that in the midfield. Here's K-Dop. Try and dunk that into the midfield yet again, but this is dropped down. Violent Panda wanted to find Astral. He's going to try and commit that deep into the opposing side of the field. Drop now to Fairy Peak, and there's no one better to shoot it. But Astral will be equal to that shot. 3 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time to play for both these teams. Alpha looks to set up Fairy Peak, though, had to dive on in. When you do see those passes off the backboard, you've got to really try and take a look at how far out they are bouncing, because most players aren't going to want to try and venture that deep into the opposing side of the field just to take a shot, as that is a great infield passing play. Alpha's got his second. Alpha's stepping up.
And I'm loving the striking of the ball in this game from Vitality. They're absolutely blasting it. That's 144 kilometers an hour from Alpha, and they take the lead with just over half the game to go. You can never count out Vitality. If they do lose this, you can guarantee that it's going to be a fight to the very last second. They're in the lead. Engaged by Dignitas. Come back again.
It's been very rare that we haven't seen goal scoring opportunities in the final few moments. The Renault Vitality getting another goal will be very important to them. Very key to K-Dop. This is what's been missing from their gameplay. Those transitions. It's going to be laid off to K-Dop yet again. And we have to get the double tap as Yukio trying to follow this one around. Tries to beat Fairy Peak to that ball. Tass trying to set something up. K-Dop is beat. Alpha ready and waiting. And Vitality have sorted out their defensive woes, and this is going to become down much more difficult for Dignitas to deal with. K-Dop's got an open net to deal with, and it was one bump that set it all up.
Brilliant striking again by Vitality. They're hitting hard shots on net, and Dignitas are struggling to deal with it. These are really causing problems. They're wasting Dignitas boost. They're taking a toll on them. And what a comeback by Vitality in this game. They were down 3-1 in games, 1-0 into game 5, but they've scored 3 in a row as they take a huge advantage. And when you've got Dignitas Vitality on field, 2 goals is a monumental lead. This is so difficult for Dignitas to come back against. You have time on their side for now.
Oh, that is a great shot. Yukio is getting better and better as this series goes along. And how crucial is it that they get this goal as early as they do? They've now got 80 seconds to work with. Don't need to panic play and try and work their way into an overtime.
You know, I love that shot from Yukio because you saw K-Dop diving in the way of the infield pass. That just shows the respect that K-Dop and Vitality have for Dignitas passing plays. They've seen so many of them work, and even today the passes have been insane. And K-Dop preferred to block the pass there than the shot on target. And this time Yukio doesn't go for the pass. He mixes things up with a shot straight on target. A million miles an hour. Dignitas are back within a goal.
We've already seen Vitality bring back a 2-goal lead. Can Dignitas do the exact same thing? Yukio to the corner. It's a heavy first touch. Means K-Dop can swallow that ball up. But he's continuously bumped from the ball, and Alpha and Fairy Peak both double commit. There's a huge opportunity now for Dignitas if they can get themselves set up, but Yukio took a little bit too long. And Renault Vitality are now back into position. Doesn't seem like Vitality are fully aware about who's supposed to go for the ball and when. Panda, huge pinch from him. Yukio's looking to chase up. But Vitality seems to have that one scouted, decided to cover their own boost pads, which was all Yukio was really after. Running out of opportunities here. Bounce up high, and Renault Vitality continues to look comfortable.
Chance late in the game though for Dig. Panda's missed the double. Yukio can't get the ball past K-Dop. Is that the best chance that Dig are going to get late in game 5? K-Dop with the flip reset to end the game. And it was just too hard to read at the end there. Impossible for Dig to keep the ball up. They had an opportunity though. I think it was about 5 seconds to go. We saw Panda missing a double barely. And then Yukio just couldn't get the opening. But Vitality did pretty well to cover most of the angles. They're making Dignitas' life extremely difficult at the end of that game. And, you know, that's a danger. If you go 2 down in this matchup, you don't have many chances to come back with. This time, Vitality able to put the pressure on Dig. And they're back within a game as we go to the 6th game in the series on Wasteland.
And for Vitality, you look at the way they play and just not really much different. They know what they do works. It's just how well they execute upon it. But Dignitas pretty much more of the same thing. This is the interesting thing about these sort of series, is that a lot of the times when we come out of any sort of big series, we can usually say, oh, you know, this team was good, this team was bad. You cannot break these teams down as easily as that. You know, it's usually a case of one team's playing great, but the other one is as close to perfection as it can possibly be. And that's the team that ended up winning. That's the bar that has been set over here for the European Regional Finals. You have to be as close to perfect as you possibly can be just to get a game win. Now, to be consistent with that is a whole other ball game. But can Dignitas be perfect one more time? Can they do it over a 5-minute period and lock themselves in the European Regional Championships? We are going to head over to Wasteland, as Johnny Boy says, and look to see who's going to take this one, or whether or not we've got Game 7 on the horizon.
And of course, all the neutral spectators among us and everybody who just likes watching good Rocket League, they're going to want to see a Game 7. But if you're a Dignitas fan, I don't think you want to see a Game 7. It'll be too much too soon for them to have to play against Vitality in another ace match that they always keep losing. Yukio looking for a double early on. Great play by Alpha on the back wall, who had 12 boosts to defend that play. And Fairy Peak's going to test Astral's overhead clears. That one is well dealt with also. Teams nullifying the high balls of the opposition so far. Like you said though, Dignitas, they only need to be perfect for one of these games. They've got 2 chances. Vitality, they need to play perfect for the rest of the series. They're playing on hard mode, and they do it.
Yukio for the setup. Dignitas already Sat there lying quite far back, but K-Dub can't reach it. 1 goal to the better. Is that going to be enough?
Well, that's fantastic placement by Azrael, but K-Dub, he just got in such an awkward position here. He was on the crossbar, facing the wrong way. And, you know, if he's a little bit further back on the wall, I think he's fine. He couldn't turn in that position. But again, great placement by Azrael. He got an angle that K-Dub didn't see coming. Dignitas lead by 1.
K-Dub can't make contact. Violent Panda takes the ball away, but only as far as Alpha, who was already charging his way on in. This is where Dignitas has been so strong so far, leading players downfield that can just get that little extra touch. That takes the ball all the way into the orange zone. Alpha needs to try and get a second one. Look to wipe out Violent Panda, who narrowly avoids contact. Vitality with all the questions. Violent Panda wanted to just tap that ball on yet again. But that is a phenomenal challenge. And everyone from Dignitas has to scramble their way back. Yukio will be thankful to see that one away.
Yeah, it was just so risky for Dignitas to play right into Alpha's dunk there. It was a very good block by Alpha, but Dignitas are really playing with fire. You don't want to give Renault Vitality any chances like this. K-Dop actually let Alpha come in with an open shot because of that bump. Vitality missed that one. And time is getting away from them now. Dignitas are getting the ball out of their end more successfully than in game number 5. That means the Vitality aren't going to have as many opportunities to score. They need to be clinical with whatever they do get in game 6.
Here is Alpha. Shot only as far as Yukio, who just sees it land on him, more or less. But Vitality vicious right now in their opponent's side of the field. They refuse to go away. Violent Panda gets caught out. And they need to now be very worried about the boost situation. But Caleb decides to sit back. And that's a little bit of breathing room now given. It's going to be a great challenge. An important thing to note as well, Johnny, is that last time when we saw these guys play at the World Championship, it was an early goal for Renault Vitality. That was sealed the deal for them. Dignitas weren't able to score anything after that one. Will it be the same situation this time around? 2 minutes on the clock. Yukio puts it over to Violent Panda. It's going to be the opportunity they need. No, it's a great challenge from Alpha. Renault Vitality keeps searching.
Vitality, they'll be disappointed they haven't been able to do more with that pressure play that they had. Didn't really get many shots on net, many chances to put shots on net. And that kind of fearless striking of the ball has left the striker we saw last game. K-Dop straight down the middle. He's gone for a bump on a goalkeeper and saved his own teammate's shot. Looked like it would have been saved anyway. Vitality have got to start hitting the ball more confidently. They've got to start smacking shots on target to put Dignitas under pressure. Here comes K-Dop. Full volley. He's actually over the pass in field. And Alpha converts. K-Dop with the assist after convincing Dignitas that he was about to shoot.
And it's again K-Dop and Alpha being the duo to look out for. Alpha, we asked for him to step up. He has been in the right position every single time. And K-Dop has just launched it onto his hood. 1 each. And now Dignitas have got to find a goal yet again. K-Dop tries to avoid bumps. On target! Violent Panda puts Dignitas to 2-1.
Look at this pass by Azrael as well. He knows exactly where Panda is, but still, so much left to be done when the pass arrived at Azrael's car. Hits it perfectly, and they're in the lead. They just need to hold on for a minute and 8 seconds. They've got the championship against their biggest rivals. The team everybody thought was the best in the world coming into this stage. Dignitas playing the best we've seen from them in a while. Oh, K-Dop! He's just equalized again, and you can never count this guy out of a grand final.
Considered by many to be the best person that ever played this game. And he shows off exactly why. When his team needs him the most, he gives them that goal back, and he does it before the pressure was well and truly on. K-Dop proving exactly why he is so valuable to every team he plays on. And Renault Vitality can continue to hunt for Game 7 for Dignitas. They're going to be wondering, what have they got to do to put this series away?
There's another chance there. K-Dop causing problems. It really is unbelievable how he can always show up in grand finals like this. Such a well-decorated player. One more than anyone else. Just counting tournament wins. minors, majors, anything that he can win, he's trying to do so. You know, no Panda. Former teammate cuts him off. There you see, current teammate helps to get the possession back in control. Vitality and Dignitas exchanging hard clears to finish off Game 6 regulation. Who's going to get the last chance? Who's going to get the last lap? Might beat it. Vitality. Oh, that was a good save in the near post. Alpha close to getting the winner.
Dignitas score, they take the regional championship. Vitality score, we go the champions field. It's going to go off the backboard to start us off, but Violent Panda coolly and calmly takes control of this. He's looking to go the whole length of the pitch, but Alpha gives it over to Fairy Peak. Vitality trying to play the speed game right now. They want to beat Dignitas to every ball. Violent Panda on target, but it's right down the middle. Fairy Peak can get there on time, but Dignitas looking to get the claws out, looking to finish off this game. Astral fakes out one. Has he got a passing option to Yukio? But Fairy Peak blocks it.
Unbelievable defense by Fairy. That save, although it was right at him, still incredible that he can get in the way of it. So much pressure with everything on the line, but it's still Dignitas piling it on. They're coming forward, looking for the winning goal. Vitality hanging on for dear life.
Goes to the other length of the pitch now. Astral passes it to Panda. He's got Yukio. He goes for Yukio! And it's another crucial block, but nobody will prevent Violent Panda from turning it in! Revenge is finally his! The regional championship belongs to Dignitas!
They had all the pressure in the end of this game. In overtime, it was all Dignitas. It looked like it was coming, and they did execute exactly as they always do with a full team passing play. They finally found a way past Fairy Peak, who was playing unbelievably well in defense in OT. What is it with these two teams? Every time they play, it's a cracking series. It's a must-watch series. But for once, Dignitas are triumphant. They get the win, and they take down the entire European playoffs. Congratulations to them. They are your EU champions for Season 9.
And they say it's not a rivalry if one team keeps winning all the time. Well, I think we now can officially call this a rivalry. And this is going to be a rivalry that we hope to see for seasons to come. Renault, Vitality, and Dignitas, every time we see them play, it is an absolute banger. And really, you just got to look across the field. Astral stepped up big. He got them those early wins. But Yukio, you know, he was another level in those later stages.
Yeah, and Panda as well with the 3 assists in Game 1. They all stepped up today. It's easy to look at Astral's individual performance in Game 2 and see him as the one player who's outstanding and playing on another level. But if you look closely, you see a full team playing exactly the way that they want to play. They played their game today. They played it well, and it's a fully deserved win against a Vitality who also didn't play badly by any stretch of the imagination. Again, fantastic performance by them, but it wasn't good enough on the day to beat Dignitas, who were just too good.
Well, it was an absolutely phenomenal series. It's one that I do hope to get to see again during the spring series, which is not far off. But to break down all of today's action, I'm going to hand you over to Leaf.
Wow, what a phenomenal series. Thank you, Johnny and Shogun. Again, I think you're right. We're going to see this series happen more and more and more. But let's break that down. Welcome back to the desk, everyone. I'm Leaf again, of course, alongside Gibbs and Corelli here. And Corelli, man, that we thought Dignitas, at least it looked like it was just going to take the series just quickly away from Vitality. But Vitality, as they mentioned, has K-Dup on the team. And K-Dup will not give up. If there's any sliver of chance to win, they're going to take it.
I am completely impressed with Dignitas and the way that they played throughout this series. It was strong offense. You had Astral pulling off the plays you expect the MVP to pull off. Everything was clicking. They came out hot. They finished strong. This is a tough team in Vitality that Dignitas had to take down. And I don't know, from the series that we saw from Dignitas earlier on the day, I'm not sure if that was good enough to beat Vitality. So I was apprehensive as they came into Vitality, but man, we said it before in the pregame, they had to bring everything against, and boy, did they. Dignitas looking real good today.
So those infield passes, it's not about the pass. Like, it's also about the shots that are happening. Like Astral, some phenomenal passing, but they don't win this series without Yukio delivering shot after shot late into the series. And sure, their passing is sublime, but it's because of how they finish. All these quality chances are going in because all three members really played a fantastic series. And that's the only way you take down Vitality. Then on the other side for Vitality, all three of them were also playing insane. It was back and forth gameplay. They were definitely the top two teams in Europe, and I was questioning Dignitas, but they answered every single question for me, Leaf.
Yeah, it was just all around the board. I mean, Johnny said it best. It's easy to just look at Astro, but there's such a strong team behind them. But now that also brings us to our next piece of business. Of course, it's to talk about our player of the day, and it's that player I just mentioned. Though it is Astral. I was in awe. I was just in awe watching. I had to tweet out too because watching him, just the mechanics are so natural, it seems to him. It's something that is just second nature, like breathing to this man. And the way that Dignitas and his teammates have worked him, he has grown so much.
So it's just about, he's not greedy with the ball ever. Like, he will go for like a double flip reset one play, then the next play he has all this space, he fakes the shot, throws it to the infield, and that's how Dignitas succeeds. Astral has been phenomenal all season long, shows up in the biggest moments, and this is the one part of Dignitas' game that we worried about. Will Astral tilt and will they lose? And that's how they basically lost at the World Championship to Vitality. But Astral, huge performance here. I am so excited to watch him going forward.
And to just pile on, I think that Astral sets himself apart from a lot of other players, even players that are mechanically gifted like him. Every single touch that Astral has intention. There's a reason he's trying to go. He's not just hitting flip resets because he can and he wants to show off, or that he feels like this is going to be a great highlight for him. There's a reason behind it. He's trying to get down the field. He's trying to beat that first defender. He's trying to throw off the defense. He's trying to set up his teammates, or he's trying to take a shot. There's so many options from Astral. When you have the type of mechanics that he gives himself. And it's been so strong throughout the season. Even last season, it's what's made him such a great player. It's why he's MVP. And he just solidified that MVP pick with this win here.
Let's take a look back at the rest of the day here. This was a phenomenal series. I just wanted to, or just day regionals for Europe. 6 teams made it out of the 10 that were in league play. And of course, you have Dignitas winning it all here. Gibbs, this was a weird day. A weird day indeed, especially with Reciprocity falling apart.
It was Mousesports. What an incredible run from them. Then Dignitas, they didn't look that great versus Mousesports. It goes all the way. And then Dignitas, though, they bounce back. They redeem themselves. Or maybe not redeem themselves, but redeem themselves versus Vitality, who they've been losing to constantly. Everyone thought Vitality would win this. But at the end of the day, it's all about Dignitas.
And a reminder, too, because we don't have a Worlds, a lot of that prize money was thrown into this regional. So not only was winning this regional so much more important, there was some extra dollars added in there, Gibbs, at the end of the day for these teams. 70,000 now going to Dignitas.
Yes, and then on top of that, the top 4 players as well, or the top 4 teams, will be playing for $125,000 extra, and Giblet's excited as well.
Hey, you know what? That's a good time then to bring us into our final thoughts. Does Giblet have any final thoughts on the regionals here and Europe in general?
Want to say go Rocket League?
Go Rocket League!
From my family to everyone out there, just stay safe and just hopefully everyone's healthy and happy, and that's all that matters right now. Obviously, Rocket League is a fun distraction, but just hope everyone's happy and healthy.
Well, I can't wait to see him playing in the RLCS. But Corelli, for you, final thoughts of what we've seen, and maybe one final pet of the cat before we go.
Great Rocket League this season. It has been a ton of fun to watch. A great way to end it here for Europe. Can't wait to see the spring series. We're not that far away. It's in a few weeks from now, and it's been a ton of fun. So take us out, Leaf. I'll get the cat. She's sleeping though. But I'll wake her up. I'll wake her up just for you guys.
I don't know if we want to wake the cat up. The chat. This is on you. But thanks. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Gibbs, Corelli, I'm gonna let you guys go. But thank you guys for joining me for this phenomenal day. Season 9 has now come to a conclusion for North America and for Europe. It's been an incredible journey, super fun. As we mentioned, coming forward into the future, we have the spring series, so please join us for that. Also, RLRS promotion tournament on April 11th and 12th, and then of course, as we said, the spring series, April 18th. Is when that starts off. So I hope to see you guys more in the future for some more exciting Rocket League. I'm Leaf X, and that's it for Leaf's Lovely Lounge. We'll see you in the future.
Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need I think I need to confess. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you